bottom of 16 going into 17, that if the conduct of the person defended or the defendant was unlawful and of the type which was reasonably calculated to and did provoke a deadly assault, and continuing from there. In support of that language, we're relying on State versus Bryant, 336 South Carolina 340. That's from 1999, and that exact language was reiterated in Slater, and that's 373 South Carolina 66. And the direct quote from those cases is that any act of the accused in violation of law and reasonably calculated to produce the occasion amounts to bringing on the difficulty, and would bar his right to assert self-defense if those conjunctive conditions are met. So that would be the first request that we'd have, and we also do believe that the evidence adduced over the course of this trial does squarely put the issue of withdrawal in front of the jury, and that is a question that they must decide whether. I don't think it's going to be any surprise that the state will argue that Andy Chow and or Rick Chow were at fault in bringing on this difficulty. With respect to the testimony that we have received over the course of last week, Andy's conduct, his act, the jury could find that act amounts to a withdrawal from any potential difficulty the jury may have found he had brought on. And if that withdrawal was effective, then his right to self-defense, and by extension Mr. Chow's right to defend him, would be restored. And in support of that withdrawal charge, the language of which is one's right to self-defense is restored after a withdrawal from the initial difficulty with the victim if that withdrawal is communicated to the victim by word or act. And that or act portion was emphasized, I believe, in State versus McCarty. That's 437 South Carolina 355. And that is also quoting the Bryant case at 336 South Carolina 340. We do believe that the withdrawal law does need to be charged to this jury in light of what's been adduced over the course of last week.
Continue, State.
I just don't recall any testimony regarding any withdrawal. This was one continuous act, John. I don't remember any testimony whatsoever of withdrawal. It was a chase that went 130 yards, and there was some backing up that was testified to, but it was right at that moment. This was a bam-bam kind of situation the way it was described.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I did look at all this. As far as the violation of the law language, I'm not going to charge on that. I think the implication of that charge would mean that there would have to be a violation of the law for someone to be not without fault. So I'm not going to put that in there. I am going to add the language of withdrawal. It is in the final charge. It will be on page 18 at the bottom. And here's the exact language. And it went a little further than what you asked for, Mr. Thompson, because I think you sort of cut it all short. Here's the exact language. One right to self-defense or defense of others is restored after withdrawal from the initial difficulty with the victim if that withdrawal is communicated to the victim by word or act. Withdrawal from a conflict must be effectively communicated to the victim by word or act to restore the right to use self-defense or defense of others. An accused who provokes or initiates an assault cannot claim self-defense or defense of others unless the person defended both withdraws from the conflict and communicates his withdrawal by word or act to his adversary. So it went a little further.
intending on, or have you thought about, we're gonna send the instructions back with them initially, or just play it by
I
ear?
typically do not, and I will let them know that if they have a question about the law, the procedure for that would be to send me a note, and then I can recharge them on the law. I just get concerned that folks, this is intended to be interpreted as a whole, and I get concerned that folks, one person relies solely on page 17 and nothing else as a whole. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong. I know some of my colleagues send the charge back. But that's the way I am. All right, we ready for closing?
I got a little PowerPoint here that's just gonna have some, so it has the, thing ready whenever, I know it takes a little time to fire up.
Okay.
If we have it, will it just turn right on whenever we're ready for the first line? We'll just-
It has a little delay, so,
Okay.
yeah.
And just recall, the document you gave me, you did one to the court reporter, you marked this court on.
I did not, Your Honor, I just passed it up to you, but I'll be happy to come up and
No,
hand it.
we made this one court tonight. All right, we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, make sure, please, sir. Yes, sir. You should disregard any remark, statement, or argument which is not supported by the evidence presented during the trial or the law that I'm going to explain to you at the conclusion of the argument. Stay ready for closing.
We are, yeah. Please go.
Yes, sir.
What is the value of a human life? That's usually posed as a rhetorical question, isn't it? What is the value of a human life? Can we assign a monetary value to a human life, to a human soul? Can we put a price on it like we can a bottle of water, or a bottle of motor oil, or a lampshade, or a fishing boat? Is that possible? Are some lives worth more than others? These are philosophical questions that people have been wondering aloud for ages. Do you remember that feeling of being a teenager? Do you remember what it was like when your body was new and shiny? Remember that?
Remember time before work and bills and all the responsibility, being responsible for other people. You remember that feeling? You remember what it was like having that long road of life just stretched out before you, and all the possibilities. Not knowing what they were, but just being excited for the ride. You remember that? Remember the last day of school? Remember the beginning of summer break, sleeping in, summer jobs, fireflies, fresh peaches? What about grandma's house? Slip and slides? Remember the smell of fresh cut grass? Beach trips, no responsibilities. How do you put a price on that? You remember that? How do you put a value on that? I've got a 15-year-old daughter and an 18-year-old son, and they're in that time of life. And if I'm waxing too poetic, it's because I'm envious at times of them, and being in that stage, and just having that whole long road of life stretched out before you, and all the possibilities. Just an adventure waiting to unfurl, right? But if I could jump in a time machine and go back to them, to being 14 years old, I don't think I would, because I remember the difficulties of that time as well. I remember being 14, and a sad reminder that I'm not anymore is sometimes when I get a glimpse of the camera and I see my face up there, and I say, who the hell is that? Where did those wrinkles come from? Where did that gray hair come from? But I do remember being a 14-year-old boy. And if I could, I don't think I'd go back to being a 14-year-old boy. Because I remember the difficulties of being a 14-year-old boy. I remember the idea of trying to zero in on what is my identity? What is my personality anyway? Who am I? Where do I fit in? How can I be cool? And to this day, I still remember things that I did that made me shake my head, things that I strongly regret, things that were ill-advised, things that were reckless and dangerous, things that were just plain stupid. It was not easy being a 14-year-old boy. And that was back in 1993. But that's what being a kid is. That's what being a 14-year-old boy is, to make mistakes. And hopefully to learn from them, right? Isn't that what growing up is supposed to be about? I didn't look much like Cyrus. And I think that's obvious to everybody here. We grew up in different parts of Columbia. We had different experiences. We went to different schools. We grew up under different circumstances, different times. Seems that we were both skinny little 14-year-old boys from divorced parents trying to find our way. I remember trying to straddle that line between being a child and trying to figure out what it meant and where my place was in the world, and trying to figure out how to be a teenager. Trying to figure things out. And as I said, it seems that to me that it would be infinitely more difficult to be a 14-year-old in 2023 than it was in 1993. There are just things that exist now that were unimaginable back then when I was 14. But some of the broader challenges would have been the same. Where do I fit in? How do I fit in? This would have been that wistful time of life for Cyrus in May of 2023. He had just wrapped up 8th grade. We all know what comes next, 9th grade and high school and all the craziness of that. But right now, May of 2023, it's summertime. It's the first week of summer. What's better than that? How do you put a price on that? It's the best time of the year for a kid. There's still a few months before he has to deal with that crazy time of ninth grade in high school. Sunday, May 28, 2023, it was Memorial Day weekend. Cyrus was fresh off middle school graduation, and it was summertime. Why does a 14-year-old have a gun? This was asked multiple times by my friend, known him since I was 14, Jack Swartling. But he asked that a number of times. And I suppose he asked that as a literal question that deserved an immediate, succinct, distilled, and simple answer. That was how the question was posed, that it is a very simple question and deserves a simple answer. Maybe it's not that simple, though. Maybe it's a much broader question that we as a society will eventually have to sit down and come up with real answers to and possible solutions to. Maybe it's a question with an answer that is so complex, it has so many layers, that it's so loaded that maybe it's not something we just figure out in a day. But it does seem, as long as guns have existed, boys have been fascinated by it. Required reading when I was in elementary school was Where the Red Fern Grows. And it was all about Billy and his gun and the exploits and the adventures of 10-year-old Billy and his rifle. Or, my favorite movies back then were Tombstone and Young Guns, and Predator, and Terminator. Just movies about guns and violence. Boys eat it up. I did. So many movies, so much imagery, so many music videos about guns. It's just, we're in America. It's part of life, and boys eat it up. You can't even get through December without Christmas Story and Ralphie and his fascination with the Red Ryder rifle, right? It's just a fact of life. And that was all before the internet. But again, we live in America, and to take that one step further, Cyrus and I grew up in the South. And we were blessed to grow up in the South, weren't we? And guns are just a part of life, are they not? A gun leaning up in the corner when I was growing up was about as exciting as a cast iron skillet on the stove or a butcher knife in the sink. It's just part of our life. And whether that's good or bad, I'm not here to talk about that, but guns are prevalent, and boys gravitate towards guns, whether that's good or not. Was Cyrus right in having a pistol in his pocket May 28, 2023? No. Was it legal for Cyrus to have a pistol in his pocket May 28, 2023? No. Has anybody indicated that it was okay or legal or right? No. Did he deserve to die? Did he deserve to die? I remember my grandfather letting me practice with a little .22 rifle. I remember being 8, shooting a .22 rifle. I remember my first single shot, .410 shotgun. I was probably about 12, 13 when I got that. I remember going up to the little cabinet just off the kitchen in my grandparents' house and finding a little revolver he had there. And I remember taking it down, and I remember going down to the pond and shooting a few shots. I was probably about 12, and I knew I wasn't supposed to do that. And I knew I'd get in trouble if I got caught. That didn't stop me. I remember all those things. Boys do things that are ill-advised and not always smart. That's part of life, though. We hope as we grow older, we learn some of these things and we grow out of them. Did Cyrus deserve to die? Cyrus Carmack Belton entered that Shell gas station at 7441 Park Lane Road, about 8 p.m., May 28, 2023. He had no way of knowing that he'd be dead in about 10 minutes. You see him enter the gas station. He is immediately asked to take his book bag off. A very fair request, and he complies immediately. He's not rude during the encounter. He does as he's asked to do. We see Alice check the facial recognition database once he comes in. We heard about the facial recognition database they employ at the Shell gas station. And then she went about her business, or pretended to act busy, while keeping an eye on Cyrus as he walked up and down the aisles. At some point she ducks her head into the office where Rick is. What, if anything, she said to him is unknown. We don't know. But Alice and Andy continued to watch Cyrus as he walks up and down the aisles. Eventually he goes to where the water bottles are. He had to know he was being watched, right? I mean, I don't think Alice was making it unknown, or she wasn't really disguising what she was doing. He took 4 bottles of water out, put 4 bottles of water back in. He's caught on camera from several different angles doing so. And cameras do not lie. Cameras do not make mistakes. It would have taken about 17 seconds to watch him at that water cooler if Rick Chow had decided to do that. About 17 seconds of his time. 17 seconds to confirm that he took nothing. The failure of Rick Chow to do this will cost Cyrus his life. Thousands and thousands of dollars of technology at Rick Chow's fingertips, and he chooses to act in anger. Cyrus would be a rising senior if he was still alive, entering his 12th grade year of high school. If Rick Chow had taken about 17 minutes to review the footage. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3, 2, 1. As Cyrus turned from the water cooler, Alice and Andy began asking him if he put a bottle of water in his pocket. $1, 114 pounds, 130 yards, 21 grams. Fight or flight. You've heard that term. It's a physiological reaction, right? It's ingrained in us since we were cavemen, I guess, basically. And it is an instinct. It's a reaction that occurs in situations where there is a threat. Okay? If Cyrus is a tough guy, right? If Cyrus is a thug, right? If Cyrus is a gunslinger, right? If he is that guy, okay? If he's that guy, now is the time you'd see it. Now's the time he'd pull that pistol out, point it, if he was that guy, right? He's not that guy. He's a child. He doesn't pull out his pistol. He doesn't cuss or disrespect anyone. He collects his backpack, drops his head, and he walks out. If he was a fighter, now would be the chance for him to confront anybody. If he ever intended to use the gun, it would have been right here. But this is the moment where cool heads should prevail. Cool reflection should be what happened here. Reflection should have occurred. This is when adults should act like adults. This could have been it. He could have walked off. He would be a kid looking forward to senior year in high school. You have a mother and a father who would still have their little boy. $1, 114 pounds, 17 seconds, 1 second, 21 grams. An entire lifetime ahead, unknown potential, success, failure, redemption, decisions. We know the decision Rick Chow made. It's etched in time now. It plays back like a bad movie you've seen before. You already know the ending. He did what he did, and that's why we're all here today. Let him go. Just let him go. We don't need to be here today. Let the boy go. What have you got to lose? What is the value of human life? As of May 28, 2023, Rick Chow had owned and operated that gas station for over 10 years. This was not his first day on the job. Why not call 911? It takes 1 second. Andy said so himself. It takes 1 second to call 911. Better yet, why don't we review the videotape? If we think the boy took something, why don't we look at that videotape? Because then we'd realize we don't even need to call 911. He never did anything. We would learn that immediately. All this at your fingertips. Instead, you choose to act in anger. You choose to make split-second decisions. And you're dead wrong. For argument's sake, there, let's say he had committed the abominable crime of stealing a $1 bottle of water. Let's say he did that, okay? Well, you remember the wall of shame? You remember the testimony about all the pictures all over the store of various people who had been suspected of shoplifting. And what we do at the Shell gas station is we take their picture because we have all these cameras that we can get all these pictures from, and then we put it up on the wall of shame. And that's what we do. We shame them. But also if they come back in, we can confront them. Why don't we put this little boy's picture up there then? I mean, if he stole water, let's just do that. That would have been a better option, right? Or, we get all these pictures, let's send them into law enforcement. Looking for this guy, and by the way, we know exactly what he was wearing, and by the way, he walked that way down this dead-end road. Shouldn't be too hard for you guys to solve. Anything would have been better than this. chose to chase down an 8th grader. The boy was so terrified that he ran out of his shoe and continued running. The boy was so terrified, he's losing clothing. He drops his phone. He drops his mother's phone. But he continues running. Wouldn't that have been even another great opportunity for them to stop? Listen, we've scared this little boy so bad he's come out of his shoe. Let's stop the insanity right here. Let's turn around. Let's take our butts back to the Shell gas station. What are we even doing anyway? Why are we doing this? But no, they continue tracking him, chasing the boy down. And then he takes that hard fall, hits the ground. What about right then? Wouldn't that have been a good time to be like, we're scaring this boy so bad that he's run out of his shoes, he's lost his cell phone, and now he's hurt himself. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. But no. 130 yards, 114 pounds, 390 feet, 1 second, 17 seconds, 21 grams. Why in God's name are 2 grown men, one armed, chasing a child, because that's what he is, 130 yards? Why in God's name? Devontae Bryant, he had to hit the brakes because you didn't want to hit him. He'll come running out in front of him on Springtree. Dead set on catching that boy. He had to put the brakes on. He says he thought it was the police. I said, well, why'd you think that? He said, because one of the guys had a pistol. And they were chasing that boy. I thought that was the police. And so that would have been what Cyrus saw too. He doesn't know why these men are chasing him to begin with, why they're yelling at him. And now he sees one of them has a gun. And he's wondering, why are these people chasing me? What are they going to do to me? And he's running. And Devontae Bryant said he didn't have anything in his hand. Lori Carson pulled up too. Remember her? That's her in that BMW. A grandmother. She recognized immediately Cyrus was a child. She said he looked frightened. He looked scared. He said it looked like he needed help. He said he didn't have anything in his hand. Kennedy, Jasmine Broadwater, they saw him too. He didn't have anything in his hand. All of them had different angles to observe. None of them knew Cyrus. But they were all very clear. The boy had nothing in his hand. He had a backpack over his left shoulder, which we could see in the video, trying to hold his pants up while he ran from these men. But he had nothing in his hand. What does 130 yards look like? Well, it looks like this. It's a long distance. It's too damn long. It's 130 yards too long. 114 pounds, 1 second, $1, 21 grams. Cyrus was shot in his back as he ran away from Rick Chow and Andy Chow. He entered his lower back, just to the right of his backbone. It traveled upwards, you see. It went through his lung, you see. It entered the right ventricle of his heart. It came to rest there. And that trajectory tells us he was trying to get away to the very end, trying to run from danger. He died scared. He died bleeding to death. Rick Chow's face being the last one he saw. He died surrounded by strangers. He died scared on the side of a road in nowhere America. He died young. He died because of Rick Chow. Shot in the back. Today Rick Chow says, well, guys, I had to do it. I had to kill that boy. I had to chase him down, and I just had to shoot him. He says his son yelled gun, and he had to shoot. He tells you he was justified in doing it. And he says, well, if you're wondering why I shot and killed a child in the back, it's because of the doctrine of defense of others. That's what he says to you today. And he was dead wrong on May 28, 2023, and he's dead wrong today. Okay. So, what is the law of defense of others? There are 4 elements that the state has to disprove one of them, okay? But these are what would get you a charge and find that you would be justified in killing somebody based on the law of defense of others. If any of these are disproven, any one of them are disproven by the state, then he does not get that legal justification for killing. You understand? If you find any of these to not fit for him, he does not get the defense of others. Number 1, okay? I want to be clear. He fails right off the bat. What is the number 1 element of defense of others? The very first one, that he fails miserably. Rick Chow and Andy Chow both must be without fault for bringing on the difficulty. Y'all remember those questions I asked Andy? And by the way, the other thing y'all get to consider is credibility of witnesses. Y'all seen people lie before. Y'all seen people tell half-truths. Y'all seen people waver before in questions they didn't really want to answer. Y'all seen that before in life. Y'all have a chance to sit back there and talk about whether y'all found Andy to be a credible witness or not. But one thing I asked him is, Andy, Cyrus is still alive if y'all stay in the gas station, right? He said, yeah, you're right. But then they decided to ramp it up. They brought this difficulty on, okay? One of his lawyers said, well, you know, Cyrus would be alive if he didn't have a gun. And I said, you would never have known he had a gun, would you? if you just kept your butt in the shell station, kept doing the work you were doing. Stay behind the cash register. And Rick, stay back in the, what do you call it, your surveillance room back there. Why don't you just stay back there? Why are we running 130 yards off our property? Even after he loses his shoes and his cell phone, why aren't we just stopping on the property? If we need to see which direction he goes in, well, we see him running up that straight road, and we know it's a dead end, and we got all these pictures of him. Now we got his cell phone, we got his shoe, we got all these pictures of him, we got his clothing, cell phone, shoe. Why do we bring on the difficulty when we don't have to? But right off the bat, defense of others fails. Prong number one. A grown man with decades of experience chose to turn suspicion into pursuit and pursuit into gunfire. We fail immediately. But if we were to consider going on, he fails all four of them. Let me just walk you through it just to be clear. But if any one of them fail, he does not get that defense. But number two, Rick Chow must be under the belief or have a good faith belief that Andy Chow was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, harm. We saw that a fall and the after effects of it, it was such a violent fall that it led to those wounds to his shin. He goes face down into the ground with various witnesses said. And then marker AA right there. That would be the laser pointer, the flashlight we heard so much about. But that is an interesting marker because you know what that tells us? A couple things really. It tells us where Cyrus fell and hit the ground. But it also, along with those wounds to his leg, shows us how violent of a fall it was. That would be where he hit the ground, and the only way this works is if his gun comes out of his hoodie, hits the ground so violently it dislodges the flashlight, and that's where it came to rest. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a 14-year-old boy, and you know you're not supposed to have that gun, and you're being chased by people, and it spills out, the very first thing you're going to do is pick it up and continue running, which is exactly what Cyrus Carmack Belton did. He was trying to get away. But as you see right there, that would be where he fell. And we know he continued running because his body's found past those two poles. But what is further up towards where his body came to rest? AB right there is that shell casing. That is approximately where Rick Chow stood when he fired the weapon. So even after we see where Cyrus fell, Rick Chow is still advancing towards him, still moving towards where he ultimately came to die. I don't know how you describe being in fear of this boy and being terrified of him, but even after he falls and you supposedly become aware of a gun that spills out of his pocket, you continue to advance towards him. How do you say now that you were in fear of him? And would a reasonably prudent person have done this? Would a reasonably prudent person have even left the shell station? The answer is no. He fails 2, and he fails 3. So finally, Andy Chow must be shown to have had no other probable way to avoid the danger of death or serious bodily injury than to act the way he did. Okay? I don't understand how you can ever say I'm retreating when you were the one chasing somebody, chasing them off your property, chasing them 130 yards down a road that you don't belong on. How do you then say I was retreating? No, you are advancing. You were the one bringing on this difficulty. You started it and you're the one who continues it. Rick Chow fails all 4 prongs of defense of others, and he fails spectacularly. We only have to prove one. Number 1, he fails right off the bat. I submit to you, he fails all 4. This would be a shot by now. You know, we spent a lot of time, I know it's been boring at times, trying to orient you guys with the landscape, but it is important, really, to kind of have a general familiarity with this area we're talking about. But if we're looking at this picture, which is an evidence, y'all seen those poles right there a number of times. That's kind of a good marker. You've seen this drainage ditch right here on the bottom where his backpack was found. That's another good marker. Behind us would be the Shell gas station at Park Lane Road, and forward is just the dead end. This would be approximately where that laser flashlight attachment would be found. And again, that's where reason tells us that Cyrus fell. And the gun apparently hit the ground hard enough to detach the laser flashlight. That's where that was found. A little bit further up again, past where he fell, that means Rick Chow is still advancing past where that boy fell and continues chasing him with his gun. That's where the casing's found, right there, the green area. Behind those trees, there's Bradford Bears right there. That is where we know from the body camera that's where Cyrus comes to rest. That's where he dies. I mean, just on the side of the road, nowhere South Carolina. Shot on the side of the road like a dog. Surrounded by strangers. Mother not there. Grandma not there. Scared and alone. Murder is, in South Carolina, statutorily defined as the killing of another person with malice aforethought. Okay? What is malice aforethought? The judge is going to define malice for you. This is malice. You see this right here? Y'all see that? Look at it. This is what malice looks like right here. There's hatred, ill will, or hostility. We know how Rick Chow feels about shoplifters. Okay? He has devoted a large amount of space in his store to advertise shoplifters and identify shoplifters. He doesn't like them. Malice is ill will or hostility towards another person. It's the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury under circumstances the law will infer an evil intent. When does malice need to form, and when does it need to exist in the mind of Rick Chow? The judge will tell you it does not, malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but it must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time of the shooting. Okay? Therefore, there must be a combination of the evil intent, the prior intent, i.e. chasing a boy up the road with a gun at your side, and the act, shooting. How can malice be shown? There are two types of ways it can be shown. It can be expressed or it can be inferred. They're not different, but just the way they may be shown. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. Malice can be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. This is malice, right here. Y'all see malice? This is what malice looks like. Shot to the back tells the story better than any witness ever could. The state must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the standard of every criminal case from here to Seattle, all across the U.S. The state must prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? Does it mean beyond all doubt? Does the state have to prove a case that leaves everyone saying, I have no doubt about anything anymore? No. It means that if you have a doubt that is reasonable, whether he's guilty or not, do you have a doubt that he's guilty? If you do, is it reasonable? Is it based on logic? If it is, then you should find him not guilty. That's just the law. That's how it's always been. But if your doubt as to whether or not he did what he did is not reasonable, or your doubt is not really logical, you must find him guilty. Does that mean you have to be 100% certain about everything regarding this case? It does not. The judge will tell you there are very few things in this world we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. He's going to say, if based on your consideration of evidence you are firmly convinced. I put that in bold because to me it's the best way to understand beyond a reasonable doubt. When you go back there and y'all are talking about issues or what you remember about specifics of the case, just ask yourself, are we firmly convinced? Let's all take a poll. Are we firmly convinced of his guilt? And if everybody raises their hand, then you find him guilty. That is how you determine whether or not there's reasonable doubt or whether there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Are we all firmly convinced? Remember those two words. He's going to say it twice when he reads those instructions to you. Firmly convinced. So when y'all get back there and y'all say, what was reasonable doubt again? You say, well, I remember Dale saying firmly convinced. That was what we have to decide. Are we firmly convinced? Cyrus will forever be 14 years old. It'll always be the beginning of summer. Ninth grade in high school, they'll never come. You won't get the chance to catch the eye of a pretty girl. He won't get to feel rejection either. He won't be at the prom with his classmates. He won't have a chance to be cool or to take that winning shot. He won't have the opportunity to be a loser. He'll never get the chance to figure things out. He'll never feel his grandmother's kiss on his forehead. He won't get to drink that beer when he turns 21. He'll never catch snowflakes on his tongue again. He won't get to feel the sun on his face that first warm day of spring. He'll never get to find his way in this world that can be so cruel, but so beautiful. He won't be like this 14-year-old boy and look in the mirror and see these wrinkles and this gray hair that just kind of came out of nowhere and be able to trace them. And think back of the memories and the experiences behind them. He'll forever be 14, alone and scared. running up that road, trying to get somewhere safe, but never making it. It's off. The tragedy of a life cut short is just burned into the surroundings. I can't explain it. And the question isn't why does a 14-year-old have a gun? It's why is an armed 57-year-old man chasing a boy 130 yards, knowing how scared he is, and then shooting him in the back. You know this is wrong. You know it's wrong. You're dead wrong about that water. Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, is dead wrong about this. 14, 130 yards, $1, 1 second, 21 grams. In the early 1900s, there was a doctor. He thought he could measure the weight of a human soul. He thought it was possible to determine the physical weight of a human soul. He measured 6 patients just before and then right after death. And in one of them, he found something interesting. One of the patients, he determined there was a difference of 21 grams. And so he determined, based on that experience, that the human soul weighed 21 grams. 1 out of 6, very small sample size, and it wasn't well documented, but still, it became a popular concept that the human soul weighs 21 grams. We know that's silly today in 2026. What does our spirit weigh? Does it weigh 21 grams? No, we know that's silly. Just like we know a human life, there's no value you can put on it. It's worth way more than silver and gold. It's worth way more than this. You know it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a decision to make. I thank you for your time and attention this last week and then today. I thank you. There is only one verdict here that speaks the truth. There is only one verdict that addresses what this man did and what this man took away. One verdict. That verdict is guilty. That's what I ask you to do. Find Rick Chow guilty of unjustly taking Cyrus Carmack Belton's life. Find him guilty. That is the only verdict that speaks the truth and speaks to the evidence in this case. Thank you.
All right, yeah, we'll take about a 10-minute break. The technology and stuff sorted out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with you. About 10 minutes. And don't discuss the case or anything of that nature. We'll see you shortly. All right, we'll be at ease for about 10 minutes.
Good to see you, Hunter.
Thanks, sir. Ready?
Yeah. Can I please report?
Yes, sir.
Solicit. I remember growing up and watching shows with my father. And I'm old enough to date myself a little bit that we would actually listen to radio shows. And one of the radio shows that we would listen to quite often is a guy named Paul Harvey. And what he would do is he would tell stories. And in telling stories, what he would do is tell a story that he thought that everybody actually knew. He would tell a story and he would give details of a story that he thought that everybody actually knew already. And he would tell it, and he would tell it in his interesting way, but what he would do is intentionally leave out parts of the story so that people would be a little confused, because they'd heard the part of the story that they thought that they knew, but he would leave parts out. And then he would take this huge pause after he was done, and everybody would think it was over, and then he would say this famous line. He would say, "And now it's time for the rest of the story." And then he would spend the rest of the show telling the listener the rest of the story that they did not know. He would do this because he understood people. He understood that we are a generation of people who simply listen to headlines, listen to flashy things, and don't hear the rest of the story. He understood that if he could tell just small parts of the story in the way that people thought that they understood them and didn't hear the rest of the story, then they would believe things one certain way. And the way that he did it was fascinating. It was interesting. People started to understand that that's the way we have to start listening. Because if we only hear part of the story, then we can never get to the truth. And so as we sit here and get ready for our closing argument, all we're going to do now is tell you the rest of the story. I will tell you wholeheartedly, and this might come across as a shock, I agree with some of the stuff that the state of South Carolina said. When they got done with their closing argument, folks next to me said, "Do you want to take that dollar down?" And I said, "No." Because let me tell you with unabashed honesty, they are 1,000% right about the following statement. If Rick Chow executed a human being over a $1 bottle of water, enjoy hell. Let's make that clear. If Rick Chow shot a man in the back stealing $1 bottle of water from his store, you do what you will. Because there's nothing to justify this back and forth. Was he right? Was he wrong? It doesn't matter. Taking a human life over a bottle of water is absolutely ridiculous. It's wrong under any way that you could possibly look at it. And that's why the state has gone out of their way to put this $1 bottle of water up, to put this picture up, because they want you to believe that this is what this case is about. The rest of the story. It has nothing to do with this water. It doesn't. Because if that was what it was about, this wouldn't be a complicated case. As we sit in front of you, the things that we have to talk about is we have to break down everything that we have watched in this case. And we need to break down what the state of South Carolina has presented to you. And as we break it down, we can break it down inside of 3 classifications of what they've put on the scene. They put on what they call eyewitnesses. They put on investigators. And they put on experts. You remember? Those are the 3 things that they have given us. So first, let's talk about the eyewitnesses. And the reason I want to talk about the eyewitnesses first is, remember, and I wrote down a quote that the state said, "Cameras don't lie. For 17 seconds, you could have played the camera. For 17 minutes, you could have played these cameras." If you remember, these witnesses got on the stand, they sat in front of you, and I asked them questions. They looked directly at you. They were talking about what they remembered. They were talking about their memories and how important that is. And then I started asking them questions from right there. You remember? I said, "No, I'm not trying to be rude, but I remember you talking to 911. Do you remember that?" "Yeah." "And you said something different to the 911 tape that you're saying right here today." I asked another person, isn't it true that we don't interview witnesses together because they can get their stories together and their brains could get something that didn't really happen? Yeah. And that's on video, correct? Cameras don't lie. And they called 911, and in the 911 call they said they didn't see anything, correct? Cameras don't lie. But don't you remember, and I asked one of the witnesses, isn't it true that you told them something and they said that was completely impossible? Well, yeah. And then they've met with you, they've talked to you, they've interviewed you and put you on the stand and you told something different. Cameras don't lie. So why are we sitting here and not watching those videos? Why didn't the state give you the 911 calls? Why didn't they give you the videos? Why didn't they give you the information? If cameras don't lie. The rest of the story. I talked to one of the investigators and officers as he took the stand. Remember, we asked him, what is important as an investigator? It's important to get the facts. It's important to get the information. It's important to get the evidence as close to the incident as possible. So we can do what? Remember the question I asked him? So we can give all the information to the jury. The rest of the story. Because what we don't want to do is subject and put our emotions in there, our personal beliefs, our subjective decisions. That's what's happened. The rest of the story. But for some reason, the state of South Carolina doesn't want to give it to you. One of the witnesses took the stand, if you remember correctly. Detective English took the stand. You remember? One of the first ones they put on. And they put the videos up on all of these screens, all this technology that the state of South Carolina has. And they put up all of it. And one of the clips they put up was of Rick Chow's statement. You remember? And they played it, and it said, my son saw, I didn't initially see my son that he had a gun, so when I looked at his hand, and then what did that officer do? He just walked away. We knew there was a second part of the video. Cameras don't lie. It would have taken how long was the quote? 17 seconds to play it. Cameras don't lie. And what was the next question from the state of South Carolina? Isn't it true he didn't tell you on that scene blank? Cameras don't lie. So we literally had to make sure you knew the rest of the story. And what did we do to tell you the rest of the story? We brought that other officer on to tell the rest of the story. And you remember, it went right together. The rest of that statement. My son saw, I didn't see it initially. My son alerted me that he had a gun. So when I'm going to go talk to his son, that's when he walked away. And then the statement kept going. Look at his hand. He actually had a handgun in his hand. The rest of the story. He got up running, then my son yelled, he's got a gun. So when I watched, there was a gun in his hand. That would be some important information for the state of South Carolina to tell you. But they needed to be about $1. They need to scare you. They need to make you afraid. They made you think the great Rick Chow, this evil human being over here, killed a man over $1. And that is disgusting. That is awful. That is abhorrent. But that's not what happened. The rest of the story. We don't want to tell you the rest of the story because if you hear it, then you get to make an intelligent decision, and we don't want you to make an intelligent decision. We don't want you to hear the 911 calls. We don't want you to watch the videos. We don't want you to hear what Rick said at that moment, at that time, without a lawyer, without anyone telling him what to say or do. We had to play those for you. The rest of the story. And as we get in there and we listen to this and we go through all of this information, it becomes incredibly important. We then had investigators take the stand. You remember the questions I asked of the investigators and why they were so important. The state of South Carolina, for you to make a decision, has come in front of you and said, put witnesses on the stand. Guns aren't that bad. 14-year-old kids have guns all the time. And they had witnesses literally with their hands on the Bible looking at you, talking about, guns are prevalent, it's not that big of a deal. That was the testimony. I didn't make that up. That was the testimony that they submitted. Do I think they believe any part of that? Not a line of that. But they have emotion. They're upset. And they want you to believe it's about a bottle of water. It's not. The rest of the story. And then there was an expert who took the stand. You remember? I asked her a very directly question. I had her sit right here. She stood in front of you. as if she was Rick Chow. And I showed her what we said Mr. Belton could have been doing. And what did she say? Yeah, that's possible. The rest of the story. She described the bullet path, back to front, right to left, slightly upward. The rest of the story. We got to avoid all of that because that changes our narrative. So now we go into what they did present. And let's talk about the part of the case that we're all wondering about, the thing that everybody's there, and if it's in your gut, it should be in everybody's gut. And they spent their entire case. Their case was a day and a half, and most of it they spent it on one part. The chase. The chase. The chase. They shouldn't have done it. They shouldn't have done it. They shouldn't have done it. You remember one of the witnesses, the investigator, got on the stand, and I had to ask him the question, is there anything illegal about that? No, sir. But that's what they're talking about. Well, common sense. We don't want you to do it. But it's not illegal. That's an important distinction to know. This is a store. The testimony was they've owned it for 11 years. Margins are small. You've seen the wall of shame. People have shoplifted. People have stolen. Chased them. I've been stolen from. I chased the people to Georgia, flat out. It's their property. They're emotional about it. And that's why he ran after it. The question isn't, do you think it's right? The question is it legal? And then you go to the second part of it, is it legal? If it was illegal, don't you remember Andy Chow sat up there on the stand? And Mr. Scott got right in his face, and he was yelling at him, and he was going angry with him, and he was saying everything to him. But the one thing he didn't say to him is, and you have been charged with following this young man out of the store. And you are criminally liable for following this young man out of the store. Because he's not. He's not liable. He's not criminally liable. He has not been charged. And he did not do anything wrong. But when you Monday morning quarterback and come back and look at the situation and say, well, why? You know what? They could have done this. They could have done this. They could have done this. Because that's what the state's case is. Think about it. How many times did you hear throughout the course of this trial the great state of South Carolina say the following sentence? They could have done this. 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 They don't have evidence to offer, but they have fear, passion, emotion, and they want to get that out of you. They want that fear, passion, and emotion, and for you to ignore the law. We do not get to take the law the way that we want it to be. We take the law the way that it is. Let me tell you that again. We don't get to take the way that we want it to be. The solicitor can't say, well, I want it to be illegal for a shopkeeper to go out of the store. Shopkeepers should not be able to follow somebody. That's what I want. Andy, that's what I want. That's not the law. And then there's one last part that he, for some reason, has ignored. Let's say one of you, just one of you for argument's sake, are sitting back there and you say, you know what? I think they are at fault in bringing on the difficulty. It may not be legal. It may not be illegal, but I just don't like the fact that they follow him for 130 yards. I do not like the 130 yards. I do not like the 130 yards. Well, the judge is going to charge you on something on the law. And it's called withdrawal. Let me explain that concept to you. Let's say one of you start a fight. Let's say I start a fight with Mr. Scott. And let's say I go up to him and I say, I'm going to get you. I'm going to take you down. I'm going to hurt you. And I start the fight and I come at him. And I'm about to hurt him. And then all of a sudden I say, you know what? This is stupid. I don't want to do this anymore. And I turn around and I'm like, I'm over this. And Mr. Scott brings a knife and comes out. Well, according to their theory, I got to let him stab me. According to their theory, I got to let him hurt me, even though that I have withdrawn. Well, that is the law of withdrawal. If an individual says, if they withdraw by words or actions, their right to self-defense is back on the line. The rest of the story. And don't take my word for it, the judge is going to instruct you on the law, and that's one of the things he's going to talk about. So when we talk about the chase, when we talk about why did they run out of the store, when we talk about they shouldn't have gone out of the store, as I told you, you legally have a right. The officer, their own witnesses told you, they legally have a right. This officer with 25 years of experience, dealt with shoplifting, dealt with this, and says, we prefer you not, common sense. But then there's a last part of that. that wasn't on their little pretty board, the right to withdraw. When Andy Chow testified, when he told you what happened, he said, I was following him. I was running after him. He fell. When he got up, he had this gun, and then I went this way. And as his hands were up, remember I asked him directly, the gun was still pointed at you? Yes, sir. You were looking directly at the barrel? Yes, sir. And then what did you hear? I said to my dad, he's got a gun. He's got a gun. And then what did he say his dad said? Drop it. Stop. Drop it. No. There's nothing more withdrawal than that. When he is yelling, stop it. Drop. No. That's a withdrawal. That's saying, look, man, you got it. You got the gun. I'm good. They love to say that everything could have stopped. He could have put the gun down. But we have to ignore that because that's not part of their story. We cannot tell that part of the story because it's not necessary. And when we tell this story, you might look at me and say, oh, Mr. Kent, that's some creative lawyering. No. That's why we played the 911 tape. And in the 911 tape you heard. That's why we played Andy Chow's interviews. Didn't hide it. What do you say? Takes only 17 seconds. What was the other quote? Better than any eyewitness ever could would have been a video. That's what the state said. Better than any eyewitness ever could. So why wouldn't you play him? Because it would have been better than any eyewitness ever could. Now let's talk about the fact we talked about the story and the things that happen inside of the store. And there might be questions, why did you guys keep bringing these things up? If you remember, I had the officer on the stand. Great officer, great investigator, great person. But I had him on the stand, and one, I was talking about firearms and 14-year-olds, and he went back and forth because I don't think they wanted to admit that this is a problem. But the thing that was the most important is I asked him about suspicious behavior. Did something look weird to you when you went back? And he didn't want to admit it. But use your own common sense on that. I asked him the direct question, looking back through your investigation, as you have gone through and looked at the full file and looked at everything now, do you find it weird, odd, suspicious that a young man would go into a gas station without any money, with an empty book bag, bullet in the chamber, and then was looking like he was taking stuff off of the counter? I don't find that suspicious. I find that answer suspicious. The reason we brought this up is not to suggest I don't know what Cyrus was doing. I don't. But use your common sense and ask yourself, that does seem strange. And the reason we bring that up is that would explain why Andy, who was sitting at the front counter, looking back, is watching this and going, he's acting strange. He's acting weird. He's putting water back up, water back up, water back up. It looked weird to me. And then he came up to the counter with his hands in his hoodie, and there looked to be something heavy in there. I didn't know what it was, and so I asked him, and he did this, and it looked like there was something heavy in there. It was the gun! Did Andy know it was a gun? Absolutely not. But you can understand why Andy would have said there's something strange going on. His behavior, something in a pocket, going weird with the water, that's what was strange. So that is to explain why Andy made the unilateral decision that there was something strange going on here. And then Andy made the decision to follow him out of the store, chase him, run after him, whatever you want to call it, but he made that decision based upon a reasonable belief of what anybody would have thought something strange here. I asked the officer, again, about the suspicious behavior. That 24 hours, less than 24 hours before he came into the store, he posted this on his social media. Do you remember? I asked him about it. And not only was it this was a clip from a video in which he was pointing a gun at a screen with a laser and a flashing light on his Instagram story. You put all that together, you can explain that someone's behavior would have been a little strange. And he would have had that firearm with the light on it. It makes sense. And so that explains why Andy, and don't forget, when the officer was talking and asking questions and he went back to the back to look at that video surveillance that they keep talking about. Do you remember how many times? He's like, I had to look at it 2-3 times. I had to zoom in on it. He had the technology to see what was taken. Andy had one time. And from his vantage point, something was going on. And so he followed him out the store. He ran after the store, whatever you want to call it. The rest of the story. And then Andy testified that he threw stuff out of his pocket. You remember Mr. Scott said, you did not testify to that. I had to show 4 different times where Andy said he was throwing something out of his pockets. 4. And so he went after him. He followed him. He chased him. He's going after him the entire way. And they're right. He fell. He fell hard. And now they're saying, well, he would have naturally picked up his gun. That's why this is important. He's running. Or let's put it this way. Let's try 2. 1, he's running and it's in his pouch. He falls. The light goes off, but the gun stays in the pouch, I guess. Or the gun comes out, I guess. I don't know. But he picks it up. And that's what they just testified to. He picked it up. The judge is going to tell you something else about defense of others. You have the right to act on appearances. And you have the right to be wrong. He's going to tell you that. They've just told you. He was running, he fell down, and he picked up a firearm. All this stuff, all this back and forth, he 100% from the state's mouth, he picked up that firearm. You have a right to be wrong. You have a right to act on appearances. And that's what the judge is going to tell you the law is. And that's from the state. I want you to think about that again. Gets up. Medical examiner. Shot. Back. Angle. Pointed. Right to act on appearances. Rest of the story. Or take it another situation. What makes sense? Maybe the light's on the fire. And then as he's running, when he falls, that's when it comes off. We don't know. Because the burden of proof is on the state to prove what happened in that situation. And they've just admitted the one thing we know for a fact is he picked up the firearm. That's from them, not from me. That was their admission. And then as he picks up the firearm, then we have to go with Andy's testimony. And he's right. If you don't believe what Andy says, if you think Andy is 100% a liar, you can stop right now. Andy's lying. He made it up. This is completely not true. The gun was never pointed at him. He never saw this silver barrel that he only would have seen after he saw Discovery. He never saw it. And then let's take that one step further. Not only that you must believe that he is a liar, you must believe that Rick Chow is the most creative, smartest person in the history of the world. He is clairvoyant, if you will. Let's give him an Oscar. Rick Chow was able to you know what, I want to kill this boy. I need to figure out when he's going to come into the store, when he's going to have a gun, when it's going to be in his pouch. I need to make sure that Andy sees it. And then I need to make sure Andy follows him for the direction. So I need to make sure Andy calls 911 and says exactly what I want him to say. I need to make sure Andy says the exact thing that I'm going to say at the exact time. To execute a shoplifter. The people he decides, needs, has, to help him make a living. It doesn't make any sense. And if we take this one step further from the state's theory, Rick Chow is so pissed off, so damn angry about this shoplifter, hates him so much that he executes him. Why not shoot him when he gets out of the store? Gun's already on his hip. Why not walk out of the store? Shoplifter, $1, he stole, shot. Shoplifter, 10 yards, shot. Shoplifter, 20 yards, shot. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110. Why wait 130? Unless something changed. What changed was somebody pulling a gun and pointing it directly at his son. That's what changed. If he wanted to execute Cyrus, he could have done it right outside of that school. But we have to ignore that because that would be part of the rest of the story. Use your common sense and listen to the evidence, but listen to the witnesses and listen to what they have told you. Murder, as the state has told you, is the intentional killing of another human being with malice aforethought, without self-defense. We have just showed you self-defense and defense of others. The state has melded a little bit of those theories together, but you need to make sure that you understand. One, without fault and bringing on the difficulty. Again, I've explained to you that you have a legal right to follow somebody. Whether they like what the law is, that's what it is. And as you're going through that, then you have to talk about imminent danger. And this is from the eyes of Andy. And they're trying to mix the two of the things together, but it's under the eyes of Andy at this point. As Andy, does he have a fear of imminent danger? Was a gun pointed at Andy? Would Andy, who had withdrawn from the conflict, you got it, I'm over this? No. Would Andy have had a right to point the firearm and save his own life? Reasonable person. A reasonable person in the same situation, what would they have done? And we can take that two ways if we want to argue the state's theory. Way one, Andy, gun pointed at you. Would he have had a right, as he was sentenced, remember that knife in the back situation? Andy would have had a right to fire to save his own life. But more importantly, the reasonable person's situation, Rick Chow would have had a right, and did have a right, to save his son. The strongest evidence that was given in the entire this case when the officer got on the stand and I asked him that question. And I said, have you ever fired your firearm? No. Have you had a firearm pointed at you? Yes. I didn't fire. What if someone was pointed at your loved one? Yeah. I asked that same officer the situation when officers are chasing somebody and you chase them incorrectly. Remember we asked him that question. You chase somebody incorrectly, what happens? We chase them incorrectly, it does happen. And what would happen if that individual pointed a firearm at you? Remember the example he gave? If someone pointed a firearm as I'm chasing them incorrectly, well, I would tell, and they turned around and pointed a firearm at me, I would tell them, stop, drop it. And if they did not drop it, I would fire. It sounds eerily familiar to this case. And that's some of the rest of the story that the state of South Carolina, for some reason, has chosen not to tell us today. And then we go, duty to retreat, or can you retreat? As a person is pointing a firearm at you and you're pulling backwards and someone is saying, stop, no, don't. That's what duty to retreat is. No one turns and runs. The judge is going to tell you, as I mentioned, as we're talking about self-defense, and I've said it several times, you have a right to act on appearances, and you have a right to be wrong. So as we sit here and we're in Rick Chow's position, we're wondering what Rick Chow is doing. As we've heard this testimony, Rick Chow sees a gun pointed at his son. His son says, as you heard, I was afraid, I was terrified. He's got a gun, he's got a gun. So Rick Chow in that situation stands in the place of his son. This case is not about a dollar. This case is not about a shoplifter. This case is about a father who sees a gun pointed at his son and had to make a decision. I hate it. I did. I hate that a young man lost his life. I disagree with the state's theory on it's not that big of a deal that kids are going around with guns. I hate it. It is a problem. And it is a problem in this case. I hate that we have sat here and tried to make this about something it's not. I've listened to the state of South Carolina's opening statement talk about Cyrus's age, his future, and I understand all of that. I do. The one thing that does not know Cyrus's age is that gun. The gun doesn't know how old it is. When a gun is pointed at somebody, you have an option. As we sit here and talk about this case and how important the details are, that if you step back and look at something one way, it's completely different. And as you get closer and you look at it more and you look at all of the details, you'll never see it differently again. And so what I'm asking you to do is focus on the details. I wear this suit all the time in trials. People say, oh, you always dress so flashy, but you're not flashy today. I wear this suit all the time because it reminds me that details are the most important thing that can happen. It actually has my name and the pinstripes in it, because when you look at it, after realizing it's not just a pinstripe suit, it actually has my name just right down the middle. And I look at it and it reminds me in cases that if you don't take your step back and look at things in full detail, you will miss it, like the state of South Carolina has, and they want you to miss it. We have to focus on important matters. We have to see the full story. You have to ask yourself the question, why don't they want me to know the full story? And then finally, for the state's case to make any sense whatsoever, we have to go back to our withdrawal situation. For the state's case to make any sense whatsoever, you must be comfortable with their theory in that Andy Chow is in the store. Andy Chow runs out of that store. Andy Chow runs out of that store after Cyrus. And as he's running out after the person he thinks is shoplifted on, Cyrus still points the fire. Andy still has his hands up. His dad is still watching, and his dad says, no, I'm not going to do anything. And Cyrus shoots and kills his son. The state wants us to believe that that's legal, and that's okay. That storekeeper should let people take stuff out of their store, and if you follow them and you get killed, it's okay. It's not. Now, you know the rest of the story.
Anything in reply to the state?
Yes, Your Honor, of course, the notice when I move a couple things around.
Yes, sir.
Please go, Chow.
Yes, sir.
Thompson. Mr. Kent spoke to you guys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for a moment or two. And he talked about Paul Harvey and the rest of the story. sounds a lot to me like this was the rest of Mr. Kent's story. Because many of the things that he said were things that he said, but the actual eyewitnesses never said. It reminds me of when I was a kid, a couple of years maybe before Mr. Kent, but a whole lot of years after Mr. McCullough and Mr. Swirling. We used to, as kids, go down to Augusta, Georgia. My grandmother was from a small town called Trenton, South Carolina. It's in Edgefield County. And way before I was born, probably when I was still a twinkle in my parents' eye, she moved down there because there were just better opportunities to work. And so as I'm growing up in the early 70s, early 80s, my folks would drop me and my brother off down there, and we'd hang out with my grandmother for a week. And back then, when you went to your grandmother's house, you couldn't stay inside and play video games all day because they didn't have them. So we had to go outside. We had to find ways to busy ourselves. We had to do things outside so we didn't break anything inside and get in trouble. So what we'd end up doing is my brother and I would go outside and we'd start throwing the football around for a little while. We'd toss the baseball around for a little while. Then we would start running around her house because my brother was older, so I tried to catch him. So we'd try to run around and see if I got any faster than he. At some point in time after lunch, we would make our way to this makeshift barber shop that my grandfather had built on the side of the house. And we'd sit down and we'd listen to the old man playing checkers, trying to pick up on some words we probably shouldn't have been hearing. We'd hear him slapping the checkers on the board saying, "King me," and all that kind of stuff. And we'd be learning some old man stories as kids. It was fun. We'd sneak into a little side of the barber shop and try to get his red man shoe. And the joke was we'd try to put a little piece in our mouth and try to hold it in there as long as you could before it burned a hole in your mouth. Or we try to hold it in there and try to see who could hold it the longest before you started gagging. This mischievous stuff that kids do. That's what we did. But at the end of the day, every evening, my brother and I would end up on the front porch. And my grandmother had a set of rocking chairs out there. And we would sit in those rocking chairs and start playing what I call rocking chair games. The first game, we'd sit down and then we'd try to see who could rock the fastest. I'm sure some of y'all have done this. Then we try to see who could rock the fastest and the farthest with your legs in the air. It's good ab work if you ever need to do it. We're trying to go back and forth and see how fast you could go with your legs in the air. And inevitably, the last thing that my brother Chris and I would do, we'd sit down and we'd rock the chair as far back as you could go without it falling over. And we'd do that. And we did that over and over and over. One evening, my grandmother came outside and she saw us standing those rocking chairs up on edge. And we knew we were in trouble. Again, this is the 70s, early 80s. This is the day of knockouts, not timeouts. We knew we were about to get in trouble. But my grandmother said something to me that stuck with me and it still rings in my head today. She said, the funny thing about rocking chairs is that they'll keep you busy, but in the end, they don't get you anywhere. The funny thing about rocking chairs is that they keep you busy, but in the end, they don't get you anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Kent, Mr. Swirling, Mr. McCullough, and that team over there has kept you busy with all of this stuff. But at the end of the day, the question still remains, what is the value of a human life? They have kept you busy with these insinuations that Cyrus was some young thug, some thug in training, running around Columbia, their words, with a loaded pistol, an empty backpack, and no money. Their words. They have kept you busy with this insinuation that this case has to be about and is only about, and is mostly about, a 14-year-old carrying a gun. We keep talking about why do 14-year-olds have guns? Why do children carry guns? And folks, let's be abundantly clear. Cyrus should not have had a gun. Period. No question. Nobody at the state stable has suggested that he should have. But let's put that aside for a second as we talk about what this case is really about. Because he shouldn't have had a gun. No question. Question, are we still having this conversation if Cyrus is 24 years old, if he's 20 years old, if he's 34 years old, 44 years old? Are we having this conversation? Somebody wrongfully accused of stealing, chased out of the store after they tried to de-escalate everything that they could, running, falling down, running out of your chute, tripping, dropping phones, running farther, falling, busting your shin, gun spills out, you're still running. And according to the testimony that you heard from this chair, grown man, Andy Chow, state championship swimmer, 185 pounds, 200 pounds, about 85 pounds more than Cyrus, was right on top of him when he fell. And Dad was close by, in arm's distance. That's what the testimony was. Not this, all this stuff. He was right on top of him. Question: as you listen to the elements of self-defense, not bringing on the difficulty, who would have had a claim of self-defense in this case? Cyrus? Being chased by two men, armed with a gun, on top of you after you've run 130 yards? Folks, I submit to you, as I'm walking from that tip back here, you get to the end of this corridor, that's 20 yards, 19 yards. Times 5 plus 30 more yards. That's how far he was chased. So who would have had a self-defense claim? So I'm suggesting to you that they keep insinuating these things, saying these things, because they don't want you to think about it. Again, I mentioned to you this to you multiple times. When you parked your cars, you didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot. Take it with you. Think about these things. Don't let them sway you with all of this mess and all this other stuff that takes us off of what the real issue in this case is. Don't let them do it. The defense kept weaving this narrative, again, that Cyrus is some young thug walking around the streets of Columbia, again with a loaded pistol, no money, and an empty backpack. I submit to you that, folks, if Cyrus was this thug that they keep telling you that he was, by showing you pictures and trying to get you thinking in that direction, we never would have gotten 130 yards down the road. He would have held court right at 7441 Park Lane Road. Cyrus would have been the judge, the jury, and the presenter of the sentence right there in that spot, if he was the thug that table wants you to believe that he was. But instead, what were his actions? Folks, he ran. He ran like a child. He ran from the adult. Let's think about who acted like the thug, the gangster. The person who chased him down the street, or the person who ran while he had a gun hidden. He ran out of his chute. How do we know that to be true? Because we see it on camera. Shoe flies up in the air, and he keeps running. Doesn't stop. Turn around. Oh, I dropped my shoe. Let me get that, because I'm going to get in trouble if I go home with one shoe. He didn't do that. How afraid do you have to be to run out of your shoe and not turn around to pick it up? Ponder on that for a minute. He ran further. Phones fell out. They keep coming to you with this mess that, oh, he threw his cell phones out. What sense does that make? Did you leave your common sense in the parking lot, or did you bring it with you? How afraid do you have to be to drop 2 cell phones and keep running? Again, let's be very logical about this for a minute. 2 cell phones. We know how expensive they are. One cell phone belongs to you, and the other belongs to your mother. Do you mean to tell me that you are going to go home that day with one shoe and tell your mother, Mama, I lost my cell phone and yours too, and I didn't turn around to get it? You want that smoke? Do you really want to get what you would get if you lost 2 cell phones from your mother? But you know why he didn't turn around? Because he was scared. Because that man, armed with a .45 caliber pistol, and his son were chasing him for no reason. down a road in South Carolina, chasing him. Didn't turn around. Kept running further. Fell again. Hard. Dropped the backpack. And by the way, since they want to keep saying it was empty, it actually had some personal effects in it. There was an address in the backpack. Really. Fell. Dropped the backpack. Didn't stop and say, oh, stop guys. Let me go get my backpack. Let me go get the phones. Let me go get the shoe. Kept running away from them. Is that a thug? That's a kid who was scared of two grown men, running as fast as he could, as far as he could, trying to get home. But they wouldn't allow it. They would not. For some reason, they could not allow it. And then, at some point, as he fell, hit the ground, that gun comes out, that tack light comes out. Now, I'll suggest to you, as Mr. Kent talked, he keeps saying, well, he was picking up the gun and he was pointing the gun, all that kind of stuff. Stop, just stop. Because what we say is not evidence. I told you before, the evidence is what comes from this witness jury. There were 4 eyewitnesses who were not named Chow. Which one of them ever said they saw Cyrus Carmack Belton point a gun? Which one? Which one? No. 4 of them. 3 different vantage points. Lori Carson, Kennedy Carson, mom and daughter. They told you they watched and they saw a straight line of what happened. Cyrus ran, fell, hit the ground, got up running, and that's when he was shot. Asked multiple times, well, did he turn at them? Did he point at them? Did he do anything? No. We never saw anything in Cyrus's hands. 2 witnesses, mom and daughter, vantage point at the front of the store. Didn't see any of that. Any of that. Devontae Bryant, driving, white Honda, threw on brakes so he wouldn't run over anybody as they ran in front chasing Cyrus. Asked as he rode by, did you see him point anything? Cyrus Carmack Belton point, stop and point. No, he didn't. He didn't have anything in his hands. The book bag fell. He was flat. He fell hard. His hands were on the ground. He got up trying to run, and that's when he was started stumbling again and got shot. Again, trajectory. Here, upwards, to the left, making perfect sense that he's running away. Not pointing. Not pointing. Like the defense wants you to believe. Remember the multiple times they tried to see with Dr. Durso, well, was he doing this and was he snaking and popping and locking? No, none of that was ever said. He was running, and when they tried to do that, he said, no, it's more consistent with the shooter being directly behind him. Folks, if he was turned in the direction that they want to believe, his spine would have been severed by that bullet. Common sense. You didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot when you parked today. You brought it with you. That again is why we went through that process. Some of you may think it was painstaking last week to sit you as jurors, because we wanted you to take the facts of this case. Not Paul Harvey, not Steve Harvey, not some other Harvey, but the facts of this case that came from this witness chair. Not some stuff that's speculated or what we can kind of come up here and start trying to come up with about moonwalking backwards and all this kind of stuff. None of that. The evidence that came from this chair. Did you hear that? Another witness. Jasmine Broadwater. Another vantage point. They're running directly to her. Did she say she ever saw a gun in Cyrus's hands? No. Did she ever say she saw Cyrus point? No. Never. Nobody with the last name that's not Chow says that ever happened. And interestingly enough, you saw in the video, after the shooting took place, who were walking around? Rick Chow. The officer had to tell him multiple times, stand still, don't touch evidence. I'm going to charge you with obstruction if you keep messing around there. Move the gun, by the way. He and his family went to the store, came back, had plenty of time to talk about what they were going to say. Plenty. But at the end of the day, when Andy sat up here, there was nobody to protect him from cross-examination. Nobody. Nobody to protect him. There was conversation about a barrel. Andy says, I saw a silver barrel. Folks, I submit to you, there is a gun lock on here. This is not the condition of the gun. You'll see it on that video. The condition of the gun was this. That's a black barrel, right? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we talk about credibility and believability. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. One other thing that the esteemed table said is that Cyrus Carmack Belton, again, wandering the streets with a loaded pistol, empty book bag, no money. Now, I'll take this on myself because at the end of the day, I'm the boss. And I'm the person who at the end of the day gets the opportunity to say, hey, we need to bring this witness or that witness. So y'all blame me for this one. This is my fault. I will say this, it's my fault. Maybe we should have brought in another expert. Maybe a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old who can talk to us about the intricacies of cell phones. My gosh, maybe they could tell you that if you hit the right click button on an app. Yes, sir. Sure. So maybe we should have had an expert to talk about apps on phones and the fact that in 2026, even back in 2023, you did not have to have cash in order to buy stuff. You can pay on your phone. Maybe that should be an expert that we call next time, since they made such a big stink about those things. Folks, Andy was an interesting person on the stand. And I'm sure that it's tough to have to sit in that situation and recall what was said and what wasn't said and what you thought about in those moments. But it was interesting to me that under direct examination, that testimony flowed. It was quick. Everything that he said was perfect. Just came out like water. Then on cross-examination, and y'all get a chance to watch from your vantage point, that's the word of the week, vantage point. Every time he was asked a question under cross-examination that wasn't pleasant, that actually required some type of thought process that may not go exactly how he rehearsed his testimony, eyes. To the point to where he said, well, my counsel said I couldn't. We don't want to know what your counsel told you. But every time a hard question came, his eyes went from here to there. Folks, I was taught a long time ago, when you lie, you got to remember what you said, right? And if you lie about the small things, then you can't be trusted with the big things, to tell the truth about the big things. So think about that for a minute, because when we talked to Andy, there was a back and forth about simple stuff, like through versus dropped, right? Like pulled versus pointed, which again, no witnesses not named Chow ever said the word pointed. like chase versus follow? Why are we having conversations about chase versus follow when you saw how fast they were going after? Folks, I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but to me, running after requires you to be going after something for a purpose. Example, there's a kid, ice cream truck passes by the house, ding, 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 ding. You miss it. You will go out the house and you run after the ice cream truck. Why? Because you want to catch it so you can get some ice cream. Simple. Or sitting, you wake up a little bit late for school and you hear the bus go by. You're missing the bus. You run after the bus. Why? So you can catch the bus and get on and get to school. Or maybe more recently, flying from Columbia to North Dakota. And there's a flight, the first leg takes you to Charlotte, second leg takes you to Minneapolis. You get to Concourse A, your flight takes off in 28 minutes. What you gonna do? You're gonna run to Concourse C to catch the flight. Why? Because you don't want it to leak. You run with the purpose to catch. Folks, I ran after my wife for 2 years and I caught her. But do you think when I caught her, I said, hey, I want to give you directions about how to get to that dude so he can tell somebody else about something. Come on, folks. When you parked your car, you didn't leave your common sense. They ran to catch. At the end of the day, what happened here is simple, and they don't want to admit it because it hurts. They ran after Cyrus emotionally. They were irritated. They were mad for whatever reason. They ran after him. They caught him. They caught up to him because he fell multiple times. They wanted to shake him down and get that bottle of water and then figure out what to do with the police later. That's why they ran. That's the simple truth. That's the simple truth. That gun spilled out. And then that man made a rash decision. He overreacted. And he saw the gun. He said gun, and he shot him. There wasn't all this time to back up. No witnesses even say that he even backed up. They said they were advancing the entire time. Folks, don't let the defense rewrite the facts because the things they talked about didn't happen that way. They didn't happen that way. For over an hour, Andy sat on that stand, and he said a lot of things. He said he said a lot of things. But did you ever hear the 2 words? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I wrongfully accused this kid of stealing and chased him down the road. You know why? You didn't hear that? Because he's not. This is about product over people. This is about inventory. This is not about a person's life. Mr. Kent spoke about withdrawal. And he keeps trying to suggest that Andy Chow withdrew by doing this and coming backwards all this way and saying, hey, stop, hey, Dad, you gotta go. Nobody testifies that happened. He doesn't have the last name of Chow. 4 people who don't know one another, who had to be subpoenaed to come to this court, spoke to you, and they never said that it happened, because it didn't happen. He did not withdraw. They kept going forward. They kept going forward. And ultimately, this gun was never pointed. But folks, I suggest to you, even if it was pointed, he was running in the opposite direction. Opposite direction. That's what the evidence shows by the way he was shot. It was in the opposite direction, trying to get away. I'll say this. It's offensive to hear the defense keep trying to characterize Cyrus as this young thug. But it's equally offensive to then try to characterize Andy Chow as Mr. Rogers. Excuse me, Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, is Mr. Rogers. You know, the man who chased a kid down, shot him in the back. And then they want to say, well, he was trying to help, you know, clean vomit out of his mouth to resuscitate him. Folks, that's offensive. Because the last face that this scared child saw as he ran away was that man peering over him. Peering over him. And none of this happens if they stay their behinds in the store and use that intricate camera system that picked up on every angle. Could see everything from what he wore, the type of shoes that he wore, the direction he went, everything. A couple seconds is all it would have taken, just like it did in the store, to say, hey, you know what, we were wrong. But they didn't do that because they were overcome with something. Maybe it was meanness. Maybe it was malice. Maybe there's some nefarious intent in their heart. A reason for them to chase him and shoot him in the back and end his life. But again, never the two words that matter most, and I'm sorry, or I made a mistake, however, none of them, because they're not. I talked to you about a poem by Omar Khayyam called The Rubaiyat. And I told you that I would link it all together. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on, nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wipe out a word of it. Folks, that's a poem about time and how you can't erase what's been done. You can't go back and change what's been done. With all your piety, no matter how many degrees you got, how many doctorates you got, when you do something, it's there, it's done. And you can't reverse time. You may try, you may get up here and get on the stand and try to think your way through it and reason your way through it. But at the end of the day, what they did was murder. So in a more literal sense, eventually we're going to be asking that your moving hand come back and write these words. Because Rick Chow is guilty of the murder of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton. Now, folks, you're going to have a chance to deliberate in a moment. And as you deliberate, you will apply the facts of this case to the law that the judge is going to give you in a couple of moments. And as you do that, I'm asking, Dale Scott is asking, Stephanie Taylor and Weston Lee, for all of us are asking that you return a verdict of guilty in this case. I'm just looking to make sure that I covered everything that Mr. Kent covered. I ask you to think one last thing, and I'm out of your face. We all know there are 50 states in the United States of America. But I think I've learned sitting in this trial that there are actually 51. There's the state of denial. The state of denial is where that man lives because he's denying that what he did was wrong. He's denying that he chased and killed that young child, Cyrus Carmack Belton, who never pointed a gun at him. The witnesses tell you so. Not his son, who's got every motive, every reason to twist it around in order to protect his father. Denial that you, the jury, believe or will believe that what he did was wrong. Denial that at the end of the day, he believed that a human life was not more than that. Folks, it's for these reasons that the state of South Carolina is asking you to return a verdict of guilty, because Chai Key Rick Chow is guilty of murdering Cyrus Carmack Belton. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Judge.
Take care.
Madam Floor Lady, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the evidence and the arguments of both parties. I'm now going to explain the law which you will apply in this case. charges that I'm going to read to you will not be sent back to the jury, so it's important that you listen carefully to the instructions. If you have any questions during your deliberation, I can bring you back out and explain the law to you again if you have specific questions about the law. Now, you and I have specific duties to perform, like we discussed from the outset. As the trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the trial. It's your responsibility to consider the testimony which has been presented from the witness stand and the exhibits introduced. I have the duty to charge the law applicable in this case. As presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law, and it's your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now stated to you. If you already have any idea as to what the law is or what the law ought to be, and it does not agree with what I tell you, the law is, you must abandon your idea because you are sworn to accept the law and apply the law exactly as I stated to you. Your duty is to determine the facts. In every case, the jury is the sole and exclusive judge of the facts. A trial judge cannot suggest, state, comment on, or make any statement to a trial jury about the facts in the case. Since you are the sole judge of the facts, you are not to infer from what I have said during the progress of this trial and ruling upon the admissibility of evidence or otherwise, or anything that I say now during the course of this instruction to you, that I have any opinion about the facts in the case. The law does not allow me to have an opinion about the facts. This is a matter solely for you to determine. As jurors, it is your duty to determine the effect, value, and weight of the evidence presented during the trial. The indictment charges the defendant with murder. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt at all. This indictment is simply the formal written instrument which contains the charge made against the defendant. It is the formal document by which this case is brought into this court and gives this court jurisdiction. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is a guiding rule of law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter how serious the charge, is always presumed innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued unless guilt is proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on the evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of the defendant, which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not mere legal theory. It is not just a legal phrase. It is a real and substantial right to which every defendant is entitled unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What is reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. The state has the burden of establishing every fact necessary to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law presumes every person charged with a crime to be innocent, and the burden of establishing guilt is placed solely on the state. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true, such as by the greater weight or preponderance of the evidence. Other civil cases use the clear and convincing standard. In those cases, it's necessary to prove that a fact is highly probable. But this is a criminal case, and the state's proof must be more powerful than those burdens of proof. In criminal cases, the state's proof must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt and find him not guilty. Necessarily, During your deliberations, you must determine the credibility of witnesses who have testified. Credibility simply means believability. It is your duty as juror to analyze and evaluate the evidence and determine which evidence convinces you of its truth. In determining the believability of witnesses who have testified in the case, you may believe one witness over several witnesses or several witnesses over one witness. You may believe part of the testimony of a witness and reject the remaining part of the testimony of that same witness. You may believe the testimony of a witness in its entirety or reject the testimony of a witness in its entirety. You may consider whether any witness has exhibited to you any interest, bias, prejudice, or other motive in the case. You may also consider the appearance and manner of a witness while on the witness stand. There's been evidence presented that witnesses have made prior statements which are not consistent with the witness's present testimony. You may use this evidence to decide whether to believe the witness. You may also use the evidence of the earlier contradictory statements to determine the truth of those statements. It's up to you to decide whether to believe the earlier statements or the testimony given at trial. If a witness is shown to have knowingly testified untruthfully concerning any material matter, you may consider this in determining whether to trust the witness's testimony as to other matters. You may reject all testimony of that witness or give all or part of the testimony the weight you think it deserves. In order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. For example, the mental state required to be proven by the state for a particular crime might be purpose, intent, knowledge, recklessness, or criminal negligence. Criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Criminal intent is always a matter that must be determined by the jury from the circumstances existing at that time. There is no way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty. There is no way medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says that criminal intent may be inferred from the circumstances showed to have existed. This is how you make a determination of whether or not the element requiring intent was present. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established by inference in the same way as any other fact, taking into consideration the acts of the parties and all the facts and circumstances of the case. Criminal intent is a mental state of conscious wrongdoing. You must determine what the defendant intended to do based on the circumstances existing at that time. Criminal intent can arise from action or a failure to act. It may arise from negligence, recklessness, or an indifference to duty, or to consequences that are considered by the law to be the equivalent of criminal intent. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. As I mentioned to you during the trial, the rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witness. A witness who, by education and experience, has become an expert in some art, science, profession, or calling, may state an opinion as to relevant and material matters in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence in this case, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert witness is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of other witnesses simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you're not required to accept an expert's opinion even though it is not contradicted. I instruct and emphasize to you that the fact that the defendant did not testify is not a factor to be considered by you in any way in your deliberation and in your consideration on the question of the guilt or the innocence of the defendant. It must not be considered by you in any manner whatsoever. I repeat, under your oath, you are to draw no conclusion whatsoever from the fact that the defendant did not testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify should not even be discussed in the jury room. The burden of proof, as I have stated to you, is on the state. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The burden of proof remains on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt as to the charge against the defendant. The defendant is charged with one count of murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exist for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms express and infer do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when a person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or of any other act of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. If facts are proven beyond a reasonable doubt sufficient to raise an inference of malice to your satisfaction, this inference would simply be an evidentiary fact to be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case, and you may give it the weight you decide it should receive. The defendant has asserted defense of others as a defense to his prosecution. Under the law of self-defense, the defendant may take another's life in defense of others. The right to intervene to protect another person is subject to the same rights and limitations as the right of self-defense. The defendant may take the life of a person who assaults a friend, relative, or bystander if that friend, relative, or bystander would have had the right of self-defense. Defense of others is a complete defense, and if it is established, you must find the defendant not guilty. The state has the burden of disproving defense of others by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and the burden is carried by disproving any one of the four elements by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after considering all of the evidence, including the evidence in defense of others, then you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you have no reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence, including the evidence in defense of others, then you must find the defendant guilty. The following elements are required to establish self-defense, and in this case, defense of others. First, to show that the person being defended had the right to self-defense, it must first be shown that the person being defended and the defendant were both without fault in bringing on the difficulty. If the conduct of the person defended or the defendant was the type which was reasonably calculated to and did provoke a deadly assault, the person would be at fault in bringing on the difficulty and would not have the right of self-defense. Therefore, the defendant would not have the right to use deadly force in defending that person. One's right to self-defense or defense of others is restored after a withdrawal from the initial difficulty with the victim if that withdrawal is communicated to the victim by word or act. Withdrawal from a conflict must be effectively communicated to the victim by word or act to restore the right to use self-defense or defense of others. An accused who provokes or initiates an assault cannot claim self-defense or defense of others unless the person defended both withdraws from the conflict and communicates his withdrawal by word or act to his adversary. Second, the defense of another person is excusable if the defendant had reasonable grounds to believe and in good faith did believe that the person being defended was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm from the victim. In deciding whether the person defended actually was or that the defendant actually believed the person was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, you should consider all the facts and circumstances surrounding the crime, including the physical condition and characteristics of the parties. The defendant does not have to show that the person defended was actually in danger. It is enough if the defendant believed the person was in imminent danger. The defendant has the right to act on appearances even though the defendant's beliefs may have been mistaken. A third element of self-defense requires the defendant to show that under the circumstances as they appeared to the defendant believed the person defended was in danger, and that a reasonably prudent person of ordinary firmness and courage would have had the same belief under the same circumstances. It is for you, the jury, to decide whether the defendant's fear of immediate danger or of death or serious bodily injury to the person defended was reasonable and would have been felt by an ordinary person in the same situation. The defendant does not have to wait until the victim inflicts harm on the person defended. The defendant has the right to act under the law of self-defense of others, to prevent the victim from inflicting harm on the person defended. The final element necessary in order to be entitled to defend another requires that the person defended have had no other probable way to avoid the danger of death or serious bodily injury than to act as the person defended did in this particular instance. When the person being defended had no duty to retreat, the defendant likewise would have no duty to retreat. The defendant had no duty to retreat if by doing so the danger to the person defended of being killed or suffering serious bodily injury would increase. When considering defense of others, the relative sizes, ages, and weights of the parties may be considered in deciding the apparent or actual need for force in defense of others and the amount of force needed. A person cannot be required to make an exact calculation as to the degree or amount of force which may be needed to avoid death or serious bodily harm. Therefore, in defense of others, the defendant has the right to use the force needed to avoid death or serious bodily harm to the person defended. The force used in defense of others does not have to be limited to the degree or amount of force used by the victim. The defendant has the right to use so much force as appears to be necessary for complete protection of the person defended, and which a person of ordinary reason and firmness would have believed to be needed to prevent death or serious bodily harm to the person defended. Where a person inflicts an injury or death on another person, he must be convinced beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant's actions were the proximate cause of the victim's injuries or death. The proximate cause is the direct cause. It is that immediate cause. It is the efficient cause. It is that cause without which the injury to the victim would not have resulted. There must be a chain of causation from the defendant's actions until the time of the victim's injuries or death. Proximate cause does not necessarily mean that it occurred immediately prior to the injury or death. There may be more than one proximate cause. The acts of two or more persons may combine together to be a proximate cause of the injury or death of a person. The defendant's act may be regarded as the proximate cause if it is a contributing cause of the injury or death of the victim. The fact that other causes also contribute to the injury or death of the victim does not relieve the defendant from responsibility. The defendant's act need not be the sole cause of the injury or death, but must be a proximate cause contributing to the injury or death of the victim. Negligence on the part of someone else would not relieve the defendant from criminal responsibility if the actions of the defendant were the proximate cause of the victim's injury or death. Ladies and gentlemen, I have declared the law to you through these instructions to help guide you to a verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply depends on what you find to be the facts. The fact that I have instructed you on various subjects in this case should not be taken as indicating an opinion of this court as to what you should find to be the facts or as to what your verdict should be. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree. The verdict must be unanimous. All 12 of you must agree on the verdict. The verdict cannot be based on sympathy, passion, prejudice, emotion, or any other consideration not in evidence in the case. Disagreements may arise during deliberations and your debates may become spirited. I urge you to be courteous to one another and respectful of your fellow jurors' perspective as you work toward a verdict. Remember, at all times, you are not partisans favoring one party over another. We're the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to determine whether the state has proved the defendant's guilt to the charges beyond a reasonable doubt from the evidence presented to you in this case. Again, ladies and gentlemen, your verdict must be unanimous. Madam Forelady, when the jury agrees on the verdict, you will fill out the verdict form, which I have here. It is very self-explanatory. It will go back with the evidence. After you've reached the verdict, Madam Forelady will fill out the verdict form and sign. Then knock on the jury room door and inform the bailiff you have reached the verdict. At that time, we'll receive you back in the courtroom. I'm going to ask you to return to the jury room, but not begin deliberations until you're told by the clerk or the bailiff to do so. There are a few more matters of law that I need to discuss with the lawyers before you begin your deliberation. All right, so I'm going to ask you to come back. I believe your lunch is already here, so y'all can get started with that. We'll be with you very shortly. I'm going to ask the alternates to please stay with us.
None, Your Honor.
Any exception from the defendant?
Your Honor.
Judge, can you indulge us for a moment? I need to find something. All right. Give me a minute.
While y'all are working on that, our alternates, you are now excused. You do have lunch back there. But thank you for being here. Again, like I said from the outset, we can't do our job without folks being willing to show up. This is very, as you can see, this day is a very important job. So again, thank you for being here. You are excused. And, I always tell jurors you certainly have the right to discuss your observations with the lawyers. Sometimes the lawyers would like to see input, but you do not have to. If anyone contacts you in any way about this case and you feel uncomfortable about it, you call back in through the clerk's office and I will take care of it. But you're free to discuss the case with anyone at this point that you see fit. Again, you certainly have the right not to discuss it with anyone. Again, thank you for being here, and maybe we'll show you that.
Well, I think personally, we start to go through the exhibits to expedite that. Thank you.
Quiet, please. I would like to just go ahead and, as to the elements of self-defense, I believe Your Honor charged. Okay. With respect to the self-defense charge, said that it was up to the defendant to show these various elements of self-defense. And of course, you also said it was the burden of proof on the state to disprove those elements, or any one of them. And I just would like to put on the record, I think that may be burden shifting as to the defendant being required to show, and sort of contradicts the defendant to rely on the state's failure to prove those elements. So I just want to go ahead and put that on the record that I think that may be error, and that would be awkward.
Well, I guess my question to you, how would the state prove something that the defendant never showed?
Well,
I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
yeah, it just troubles me because, I mean, I tried a lot of self-defense cases, but I just don't remember the charge being exactly like that.
I have not changed it in the 4 years I've been on this. Not saying I'm right or I'm perfect, but that's what has been in the standard charge.
And I understand. I just want to, if down the road the court decides that that is burden shifting, I just want it to be on the record.
You are on the record and that is certainly possible.
That's the extent of the argument.
Okay, otherwise no other exceptions?
No.
Only subject to our original request, Your Honor.
Yep. All right, are the exhibits ready?
Not yet, Your Honor. We're just going back and making sure there's a clean copy of the state's 7 goes back. There was, I'm sorry, defense 7. That was Carter and the defendant, Mr. Chow. We just want to make sure that's the clean copy, the proper copy goes back. And we're just going through the count right now, Your Honor. So we'll move quickly.
Can I write a couple of things down?
All right, don't slow down.
Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2, test.
With another neurologist and whatever else needs to be done to see if he can go back into society, if he's capable of doing that. I do know that he mentioned prior to this tragedy that he was thinking of being a dental hygienist. So he had mentioned that maybe he could be a dental hygienist, whatever prison he goes to. But he didn't know, but he was just talking about it. So, and I said that that would be a great idea to choose a job so that you're not so incredibly bored.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Briefly. Good morning, Ms. Thompson.
Hello.
Thank you for being back with us and for the information that you shared for the court. I just want to touch on a couple of things that you kind of talked to Austin's lawyer about. And one of them is that you spent a lot of time with him while he was in the hospital, right?
Yes, we did.
And you spent your testimony is you spent a lot of time with him in the years leading up to all of this too, right?
Yes.
Would you say you guys were a pretty close-knit family?
Yes, we were a close-knit family.
And I think you would say the boys were pretty close-knit. They spent a lot of time together?
Yes, they did.
When they would go on these boys' weekends, would they go a couple times a year, or it was just the guys in the family would go and you would stay at home?
Yes, they did. I want to say, 2 or 3 times a year. 2 or 3. And it was a weekend, or maybe sometimes it was a long weekend.
You said multiple times throughout all of this that you didn't see any concerns or red flags or things that caused you to question the defendant, your son, Austin, and his mental state during those times.
Right. I did not see any red flags, and I didn't see any changes.
Right. And he kind of interacted with you the same way for the months and weeks and days leading up to the day of the attacks, right?
Yes, that's right.
At some point, you've all kind of talked about the differences between James and Austin. I mean, they're 2 different people. And
of course, yes.
Children have different personalities to some degree, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that James was the more outgoing and personable of the 2 sons?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that Austin, and I think you did say this, was the quieter of the 2?
Yes, he was.
You said that he would warm up to people, but he was kind of like you. It would take him a little while to actually get to know you and then show you his personality.
Yes.
Okay. And particularly since COVID, would you say that he didn't really have any close friends?
Yes, that's fair to say for him and his brother. Yes.
And no friends came over to the house to hang out that you're aware of?
No, only one, but it was years ago, like closer to middle school age.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all of what you would refer to as friends were just people that he would know at school?
Yes, and his Sunday school class, yes.
And his Sunday school class. You didn't get to know any of those friends that were at school?
I did not.
Okay.
No, we didn't spend time outside of school.
Right. Would Austin spend time alone in the house?
Yes. They would both be home alone from the time they got out of school, which would get home, around 3:10, and then I normally get home at 5:30, 5:45, and Alan would usually get home by 6-ish, and then I would make dinner, and it would just be like a normal routine. If they had homework to finish, they would, and if not, they would play on their games or play on their iPads.
Or on their phones?
On the phone, yep. Normal teenage stuff.
Right. And so, through no fault of your own, you had to work and Alan had to work. There was a good chunk of the day when they were at home being independent.
Yes, between 2.5 to 3 hours till we got home. Yes.
When you guys would get home, would they spend time in their rooms?
Yes, a lot of times one would be in their room while the other one was playing on the video games.
And then when it would be time to switch, they would switch, and
Yep.
the other one would go, and
Yep.
the other one would play the video game.
Yes, they were very agreeable about that.
Right. In fact, they set up this
Yes, they did
timeshare, right?
themselves. Mm-hmm.
Please check all cell phones, make sure they're on silent or turned off. Thank you.
You've kind of touched on this several times, but I think you've referred to them as independent.
Yes, we didn't have to, like when the alarm clock went off for school, they would get up on their own. We wouldn't have to say, come on, it's time to get up. We didn't have to drag that from them. They were very good that way. They were very responsible kids.
And you didn't have to get on them about doing their schoolwork. They did that themselves.
They did that by themselves. Mm-hmm.
They're pretty mature for their age, would you say?
Yeah, I would say that they were, and they were, yes, we didn't have to hound them or anything to finish their assignments or hand them in or study for tests or anything.
And sometimes they would make their own meals. Isn't that fair?
They,
Like at night?
yes, they would do nighttime, before bed, they would make themselves bacon and egg sandwiches.
And you didn't
That
have
was
to
the
worry. You didn't have to worry about them using the stove or anything like that.
No, they were teenagers.
Right.
It was okay.
Because but particularly Austin, so would you say self-motivated?
Yes,
Okay.
because they did their assignments and studying for tests and stuff on their own. So yes, I would say self-motivated.
Because they were, and you didn't have these major concerns or things that were showing to you, you didn't have any reason in your mind to go and look at his phone or his internet search history, did you?
I did not, because whenever I would walk into the room or anything, they weren't like, Austin wasn't like hiding his phone or quick throwing it down or quick closing his laptop screen. I didn't have any of that behavior, not even once.
And if you had, you might have gone and looked at
Yeah, then it would be like, oh, what's going on?
So you don't know, or at the time, you didn't know what Austin was necessarily looking at while he was on the internet. Fair?
No, I did. Yes, that's fair to say. I did not know.
And you didn't have some parental locks or something on his phone where he was restricted to certain locations or certain websites that he could go to, right?
I did not.
And so, at some point, have you found out the types of things that the defendant was looking at on his phone?
Yes, there was something like 100,000 searches, and that very small amount of them were hunting and criminal. And I do know that he looked up the mass shooting that was in my hometown in Buffalo, New York. I do know that he looked that up.
Because you're from Buffalo, New York,
Yes, and there was a shooting there. Yes.
right? Did you know that he was looking up other mass shootings other than just those two?
No, I did not.
Did you know that he was looking up and searching torture methods
No, I did not know that.
and pictures of people who had been tortured? You didn't know that either, did you?
No, I did not.
And so is it fair to say that there is or was a portion of Austin's life that you were not aware of?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And that may be normal.
Yeah,
Right.
as a teenager.
Right. And you were doing the best that you could to raise both of them, right?
Sure, yes.
And I think you said on multiple occasions that you love Austin still, right?
Yes, I do.
and you spent a lot of time with him when he was in the hospital, as any mother should, right?
Yes, I did.
And when you were there, you took some photos of his injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been there with him every step of the way that you were allowed to since then, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And you intend to continue that, is that fair?
Yes, I want to stay in his life.
And when it's his birthday, around that time, do you reach out and wish him a happy birthday?
Yes.
And
it's
Christmas
encouraged.
and all
Yep.
those things, right? You get to participate in those portions of his life still?
Yes.
And you will continue to do so no matter what the sentence here is, correct?
Yes, I will. Mm-hmm.
And you said at some point that you mail Austin things, I think maybe once a week, so he has something to open up while he's in there?
Yes.
What types of things are you sending him so that he can have something to open up?
I would try and look up jokes, things like I think it's called Blue Comedy. It's You Might Be a Redneck If, and then there's a whole list, and then a couple of them are the funny things that kids say, little kids will say, you know how they put their foot in their mouth. And then some of them were funny, the Darwin Awards, which is like stupid ways that people have passed away.
And you send him books and things like that?
Yes.
What types of books do you send him?
James Patterson books, John Grisham, a couple of Tom Clancy books, but those are really thick, so those take a long time.
Pretty dense books?
Yeah.
Right.
So
And
just
he's
a
able to
couple of
read
those.
them and tell you that he's read them?
Yes, and then I tried to finish up the series that's Diary of a Wimpy Kid for him.
Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
Yeah, more of a younger youth. Mm-hmm.
Were you aware of Austin's, I know you talked about him hunting and guns in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware of his interest in, or any interest that he may have had in violence or these mass shootings or other types of weapons?
No, not at all. If I did, of course, I would try and, find a specialist of some kind. So
And you didn't?
I didn't know.
And he didn't share this portion of his life with you?
No.
In fact, are you aware of the chapstick container that you and Alan located?
Yes, I found it.
And there were some steps that were gone through to conceal what was inside of there, correct?
Yes, it was an empty chapstick thing.
And with rolled up papers
Yes,
inside.
that's where it was. Mm-hmm.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
A little bit about and showed us the photos that you had taken on the minocycline, the medicine that was taken, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
How long was he on that medicine,
I want
approximately?
to say almost a year. I'm pretty sure.
And I think you even testified on direct that you saw no changes in him other than his skin clearing up.
Yes, you're right.
And so at the time of this attack, the defendant had already been on that medicine for over at least almost a year.
Yes.
And did he ever complain to you about feeling out of it as a result of taking that medicine?
No.
Did you
Never.
ever see anything that indicated to you that he looks out of it now that he's taken this medicine?
No,
Or-
I didn't see anything.
Kind of on autopilot doing something and you're like, hey, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I don't know why I did that.
No, we didn't have any of that symptoms.
Right. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Briefly. Ms. Thompson, the state was just asking you about the searches on Austin's phone.
Okay.
Have you and I spent a lot of time talking about the specific searches on Austin's phone?
A little bit.
Have we gone into great detail about that?
No, we have not.
Have you learned a lot about that watching the court proceedings or hearing about the court proceedings?
Yes, I learned more. Mm-hmm.
And the state specifically asked you about torture and searches about torture on his phone. Were you aware of searches on his phone about dinosaurs?
No.
Was he hiding dinosaurs from you?
No.
Would it surprise you that there were more searches about dinosaurs than torture?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, no further for the state.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You missed that down.
Okay.
George Corbin.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Corbin, go ahead and get yourself settled in there.
Yes, sir.
And whenever you're settled, could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, sir. My name is George Patrick Corbin. I'm a general and forensic psychiatrist, and I've been practicing primarily in Raleigh, North Carolina for going on 30 years now.
And Dr. Corbin, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
So my practice is comprised, well, for the last over a decade, it's a split between what I would call a general outpatient clinical practice in psychiatry. I am a senior partner at a single specialty group called North Raleigh Psychiatry, where I've been since approximately 96, 97 time frame. For some years, I was actively involved in inpatient care as well. But again, over the last decade plus, I've centered my practice on treating outpatients with various psychiatric conditions and also various realms of forensic psychiatry.
And how long have you been practicing in forensic psychiatry?
About 30 years now.
And how did you come to get involved with this case?
So I was initially contacted by defense counsel regarding this matter. I think it was on July 19, 2024.
Okay. And what is your purpose by, have you been contacted by defense counsels before?
On hundreds of occasions.
Okay. And have you ever been certified as an expert to testify in court before?
Also on probably hundreds of occasions now, yes.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Well, in North Carolina or across the United States?
Both.
Well in excess of 300 times.
And have you also been called by the state to be qualified as an expert?
That is correct. I'm consulting by state prosecution cases and federal currently.
And what field have you been qualified as an expert in typically?
Most typically general and forensic psychiatry.
Your Honor, we have moved to tender Dr. Corbin as an expert in general and forensic psychiatry.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
This testimony will be received as proper.
Thank you. And Dr. Corbin, we'll get into this some, but I do want to go ahead and mark. Did you prepare a report in preparation for this case and your work on this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you have it up there with you?
I do have a copy with me, yes, sir.
I've marked defense exhibit number 6. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then does that look like a fair, accurate representation of the report that you prepared in this case?
It does. It's an 18-page summary, and it's dated October 14, 2025.
And this report was turned over to the state as well, as far as you know?
Well, it wasn't turned over directly by me, but I am of the understanding that that has occurred, yes.
Because as required of us to call you in as expert, we have to turn over your report to the state?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we move to admit Defense Exhibit 6.
Any objection? There, it's allowed.
And so, Dr. Corbin, just to start at the beginning with you, when you're contacted by defense counsel, what is your job? Where do you start?
Well, regardless of who is attempting to involve my services as a forensic psychiatrist, whether it be in a civil matter, criminal matter, prosecution, or defense, one of the first steps is to get a little bit of an understanding of what the questions are, right? Because in working in in criminal forensic matters, there are lots of different kinds of questions that can be asked. And sometimes I can't answer them, right? For various reasons. So the first step is to understand why I'm getting the call. What are the questions that are being asked, and what information will be available in order to answer those questions.
And had you heard about this matter before you had gotten involved in working on the case?
You know, I don't distinctly remember hearing about it, but I live in Raleigh, so I probably heard about it, yes.
And so once you get contacted by us or whoever to work on the case, where do you start?
So after I understand what the issues are, what the questions are, then I start. A lot of the process of completing a forensic psychiatric evaluation is not that different than what I do if I see a new patient in my office. I start gathering information, in this case, to help answer the questions that will hopefully be able to be of assistance to not just you or them, but to the trier of fact, to the actual disposition of a case, right, as an expert witness. And so I start gathering that sort of information, as I have done in many cases over the years, and that being medical records, background records, educational records, mental health records if they exist, discovery materials or the investigative records in a case. That can be videos, audio, obviously written reports, interviews of witnesses, and things of that matter. So, and I'm probably leaving a lot of stuff out, but I call it generally collateral information, things to help develop an understanding of, in this case, what the charges are, what occurred, but even more importantly, who the defendant is from a psychiatric perspective.
And when you met with Austin or started working on this case and talking to Austin, who was Austin as you started working with him?
Well, if I understand the question, when I saw him,
yes.
Well, so this is one of the things, I'll just say at the outset, this has been one of the more unusual forensic evaluations I've ever completed.
Why so?
Because the individual that I was able to assess subsequent to his arrest in this matter is not the same psychiatric human being as he was before this, because of the self-inflicted traumatic brain injury, but specifically because of the nature of that traumatic brain injury. This is Austin 2.0 in a way. He is not the same human being as he was when he was a 15-year-old with intact frontal lobes. He is now an 18-year-old with very little prefrontal cortex and frontal lobe functioning. He's a different human being.
And not to get too much into your personal life, but are you a gun person? Would you qualify yourself as that?
Would, and I was once qualified as a gun expert in the case, and I am a lifetime NRA member, yes.
And so are you aware of the effect and nature of shotgun, buckshot pellets, and have you seen those kind of wounds and worked with people that suffer those wounds in your work?
So I have, although I will say that for individuals who sustain a point of injury such as your client sustained with double-aught buckshot from a 12-gauge shotgun, I haven't seen many of those people alive after the fact. Double-aught buck is a large gauge pellet in a 12-gauge shell. It is distinctly different in terms of the injuries it sustains as opposed to like birdshot, right? Which are more closely aligned to like small BBs. It is a catastrophic it's a very powerful blast. I'll just leave it at that.
Fair to say that it's a medical miracle that Austin even survived that shot?
I think that most of the medical folks involved in this did not expect him to survive, and I'm personally kind of shocked that he, not only that he survived, but that he has recovered to the extent that he has.
And we will work up to that and through that. Can you talk to us about when Austin was injured, your first meeting with him, what his condition was and what his, I guess, medical state was?
So when I first actually examined him, that was on November 4, 2024. So it was a long while after he had shot himself. It was a long while after he'd left the hospital. And I examined him during a contact visit at the Cumberland Regional Juvenile Detention Facility, I think is what it's called.
Yes, sir.
And he presented, I'll just give you a brief overview. His mental state, it was very cooperative, genial, childlike. I mean, he's still a very young person, but sort of almost flighty, very over-inclusive in talking about things. So I would ask him a question and he would sort of give me the nth details of it and then digress into sort of related subjects. And, I'd have to nudge him back to the top of conversation, but very talkative, very compliant, very pleasant, very restricted range of emotional sort of expression, although he does have a sort of innate sense of humor. He will laugh at things that are funny. He will sometimes laugh at things that aren't particularly humorous, but it's just his way of being. So I would say he's a likable individual in his current condition. Very placid, calm. There's not a lot of upset. He will tell you what he thinks about things. He doesn't really hold back. But at the same time, he's sort of concrete in his way of looking at things. Not surprising given the injury he sustained. He has some evidence of what we call word-finding difficulties at times. There are patchy deficits in his memory, particularly, as I'm sure we'll be discussing, around the time that he shot himself. But he's just very talkative and over-inclusive and digressive, but very nice, actually, to talk to.
And let's just back up a little bit, because you talked a lot about the frontal lobe and the injury that sustained. Were you aware of the medical damage that he had suffered prior to meeting with him?
Yeah, so I have reviewed most of those all I think, of the acute medical treatment records when he was placed in the hospital after the gunshot wound, and have reviewed, in addition to that, the multiple imaging studies of his brain and the treatment for those injuries that he underwent.
So talk to us about how the brain is constructed and the damage that Austin sustained.
All right, so this could be a very long conversation, but I'll try to keep it short, and I will focus on the function of the cerebral hemispheres. That's sort of the part of the brain. If you think of a picture of the brain, that's what people think of, the cerebral hemispheres being this, right? And so moving posteriorly to anteriorly, we understand that the brain's cerebral hemispheres have very specific functions that everybody alive, their brains are sort of organized functionally in the same way. So for example, the very posterior aspect of the brain, we call it occipital lobes. And I'll oversimplify this a little bit, but the occipital lobes primarily are involved in visual, sort of eyesight related subjects. So an injury there can cause visual defects, and we can even sort of predict what kind of defect that you will have based on which side and where that injury might occur along those pathways. And then moving forward, we have in addition to that, we have the temporal lobes, which are here, and the parietal lobes, which are a little further back. So we go occipital, and then there's parietal, which in general sense we think of in terms of sensory input. So when we feel things, those parts of the brain are involved in that. And then as we move forward to the temporal lobes, we think in terms of speech, memory, things of that regard, right? And then we get to the frontal lobes, which are a very unique thing in terms of what makes us human and sets us apart from other mammals, right? The frontal lobes, and in particularly the prefrontal cortex, and let me explain that real quick. So the frontal lobes are where you would think they would be. The prefrontal cortex is a large anterior segment of what we consider to be the frontal lobes. I sometimes will offhand refer to the frontal lobes of the brain as the forensic lobes of the brain, because the questions that come before forensic psychiatrists so commonly are centered on aspects of a person's functioning that have to do with frontal lobes. And those are things, what we call them executive functioning. And it is things such as judgment, impulse control, the ability to discern and make sense of our environment. So right now, there's a lot of stuff I'm looking at in this courtroom, right? There's a camera over here, these guys, but I'm trying to disregard that and pay attention to you and the judge, right? And that's a frontal lobe thing, an ability to exercise discriminate processes, and that helps me make sense. Because if I was trying to pay attention to everybody in this room at the same time, I would just fall apart, right? And that's another thing that the frontal lobes are involved in. And so as I'm talking about this, I'll tell you that as a psychiatrist, what we understand is that the frontal lobes, not only are they what make us human as opposed to other mammals because of the advanced evolution of our frontal lobe functionings, it is the seat of our personality. So who we are as human beings and who we are as an unique human being is largely defined by the functioning of that part of the brain. Now, I'll say one more thing about that. The gray matter, which is the top of the sort of outer coverings of the cerebral hemispheres, is where the processing occurs. And then the white matter are axons that is, I think of in terms of being the wiring between all these different parts of the brain, and a lot of parts of the brain I haven't talked about, that puts all of that input together so that if my occipital lobes are seeing all this stuff, it's communicating in a way with the frontal lobes so that I know what to pay attention to, what's important at any given time, and it helps me focus somewhat, right? And so, at any rate, there's a lot of other parts, midbrain structures and brainstem that we might talk about moving forward, but the frontal lobes are where, to answer your direct question, his damage to the frontal lobes was catastrophic. So,
and when you say catastrophic, in a nutshell, like what do you mean by that?
He removed them.
And so, to extrapolate that, are you saying he removed the part of his brain that held his personality?
Much of it, yes. It is not a scientifically reasonable proposition that somebody could sustain a frontal lobe dissection of that, resection of that degree, and not be changed as a human being forever by that process. It's not a scientifically valid proposition. And it's not the only area of his brain that was injured, but it was the part that was destroyed.
And so how, with all that and that traumatic brain injury of him taking a buckshot shotgun shell at close range right to his head, how is he able to function at this point? So
I will tell you this. I think a lot of people have been surprised at the degree to which his functioning has recovered, right? So he started out so impaired and so injured that we really didn't know whether he would survive. And I think it's a testament to how a young individual can sustain tremendous injuries, not just central nervous system injuries, and have a better course of recovery than somebody older like me, right, might have. So the fact of the matter is he has other impacts to his brain from that gunshot wound, but with excellent medical care. And I've got to say, I was very impressed looking through those thousands of pages of records that they were even able to keep him alive, right? So let me just, before I go straight to that answer, in the acute phase of his injury, he also had diffuse swelling in his brain that caused a shift of various brain structures and caused a whole lot of other medical problems for him. But with appropriate treatment, that was remitted, improved. His overall level of functioning cognitively and otherwise has similarly improved over the last couple of years. And that's demonstrated by repeat episodes of psychiatric and neuropsychological testing that has been done. So I don't know that there's a great answer to how he has been able to recover to the extent he is, other than that it is impressive the medical care he received, and it is amazing to me constantly what insults a young person can take and just survive that would kill somebody older.
And so is it fair to say that if you, or put it on me, if I had suffered that same traumatic brain injury, that my recovery would not be as distinct as Austin's has been able to be?
That is likely the case. And I will say this, given a thorough understanding of the mechanism of the injury sustained, I don't think most Austin Thompsons would survive that injury either. But he did.
And with him being 15 years old and having a young brain, is there any difference in his brain in that able to rewire, don't let me put words in your mouth, but be able to readjust?
It's not a terrible way to describe it. There's a plasticity of a young person's brain such that it's still in the process of developing, right, in the first place. We now understand, particularly with regard to frontal lobe functioning, that an individual's brain isn't fully developed until they're in their mid-20s anyway. But on top of that, there does seem to be some, based on my experience, that individuals who are younger and still developing can sometimes sort of just recover better. And as we get older and older and older, we know that we recover less readily from all kinds of illnesses and injuries. So.
In your report, I'm going to just go through some of the, and then I'll just ask you, and you can tell us what that are. Tell us what your diagnosis was and what his injuries were. A large acute compressed left-sided subdural hematoma. What is that?
Okay, so what that is overlying the brain, there's a thick, really tough layer of called the dura. And there's vasculature under that. And as a result of the blast injury, he obtained a bleed, a collection of blood between the dura and the surface of the brain that was compressive. So it pushed against the brain. And so one of the sort of things that evolved in the immediate post-injury period is it starts squeezing on the brain there, which can cause problems in and of itself.
And what is a midline shift?
So the cerebral hemispheres, there is a divide between them. There's a right and left hemisphere. And I won't bore you with the connections and everything between them, but what happens in a midline shift is that if you get a mass effect on one side, it can push everything across, which is not good for the brain. That's not something you want to see. So a midline shift is there's a mass occupying lesion or swelling or some process that's causing, it's an enclosed space, and so it's causing things to squeeze over across the midline.
What is a large right frontal open comminuted depressed skull fracture?
So that's the point of injury. And a comminuted fracture, a comminuted skull fracture, simply means that the blast fractured the skull itself into 3 or more pieces. That's the comminuted part, as opposed to just a break. So 3 or more pieces and pushed them inward, also exerting a mass effect on the surface of the brain.
And can you still see remnants of that injury on Austin today?
Oh, well, you don't need an MRI scanner. You can see him on his head. So he has a visible, I'm sure everybody in the courtroom has seen, he's got a midline visible defect in the injury where that area where the injury was sustained.
And it essentially, closer to him, looks like a big divot or dent in his head.
That is correct.
And what is an electroencephalogram?
Electroencephalography is EEG is what neurologists typically will do to assess for brain functioning, electrical activity in the brain. And as is the case with MRIs and structural imaging, there are ways that folks can interpret EEGs to tell us how well or not well an individual's brain is electrically functioning, which is at its core the only thing we need it to do correctly, right? It needs to send electrical impulses. And so that is a way for us to get a bit of a read on what's going on in someone's brain.
And partial effacement of basilar cisterns.
All right, so the basilar cisterns are part of a system of places, voids almost, not holes, but areas where there's not otherwise brain tissue in the brain that have cerebrospinal fluid in them. if you sustain an injury to the brain that causes swelling, or there's something that has a mass effect pressing on the brain, it can cause those cisterns, it is a cistern, that's what it is, it's a cistern, to collapse, to squeeze down. So it's another imaging impact of swelling or mass occupying lesions on the brain.
And you define cistern by saying it's a cistern.
Yeah.
What is a cistern?
Like a collection of fluid, a holder of fluid.
And so, with that, are there any other brain injuries that we just didn't go over? Excuse me. I'm sure there are multiple other brain injuries that were suffered by Austin during this event, but anything in particular that you would think is important for this testimony right now?
So real quick, the EEG demonstrated that he had more global diffuse brain impaired functioning for a time after his injury. Is called encephalopathy. He had diffuse background slowing on the EEG, which is sort of an indicator of that. He had clinical indicators of that as well. The other thing that was noteworthy and kind of ominous is that he developed what's called nephrogenic diabetes insipidus following the injury. He developed neurogenic, not nephrogenic, neurogenic diabetes insipidus. What happens there is that I won't bore you with what it does, but it's a function of the hypothalamic pituitary axis. The hypothalamus and the hypothalamus and pituitary axis. Those structures are in the brain much lower. And so what can happen after a traumatic brain injury is that swelling can start pressing downward, impairing the function of that axis, and that can result in the diabetes insipidus, which he has had, and that will give you problems in sodium concentration. Well, it causes other problems, but sodium concentration in your blood, or levels in your blood. Why that's an ominous finding is that in left untreated, that can be a harbinger of more severe brainstem herniation, which has a very, very high degree of mortality, because those parts of the brain involve things like breathing. All right, and so if those are destroyed, they don't come back, and it's a very small space that it gets forced through. One of the early indicators of that, from that swelling, can be this impaired function of those same structures, and it's just another indicator of how excellent the care was that he received.
Mr. Thomas, we're going to break for 15 minutes.
Convey, I guess, his state of being during this time of this low IQ and this encephalopathy?
Sure. I mean, in addition to all of that, one of the things they'll typically do in an acute injury like that is they will medically induce a coma, and so that just further adds to the difficulties that you have. But the pictures, you don't need to be a physician to see those pictures and know that this was a pretty catastrophic brain injury.
And obviously, he has made a recovery.
Substantially so, yes.
And your first time meeting him in person, I think we had touched on this a little bit earlier, was in the juvenile facility in Cumberland County?
That is correct.
And what was your process like then of your first meeting with him, talking about these events and talking about his history?
So the first time I met him, it's not that different than what I would do when I first examine a patient. The difference being is that I'm trying to answer different questions. And so I attempted, to the extent possible, to obtain a coherent, what I call psychosocial history from him. I will say that there are substantial reasons to believe that he might be sort of an inaccurate historian with regard to certain aspects of that history, largely driven by the fact that he cannot explain certain things and has no memory of certain other things whatsoever. And even then, to the extent that he has some memories of what occurred that day, there are concerns that those memories may be secondarily obtained through a process called provoked confabulation. But at any rate, I get him to tell me who he is, tell me where he went to school, tell me about his family, tell me what he knows of his medical history. Is there any mental health history, any substance use history? Things that that probably everybody in this room has had some doctor ask them when they went to see them. And then, but of course, you also are attempting to gather their understanding of the reason they're in custody, what happened, but more so, why did it happen, right?
And before we go too much further on that, can you slow down and just tell us what that provoked confabulation, what is that?
Sure. So what happens is that, well, in his history, for some time after he woke up from this injury, he had no real independent recollection of what had occurred. Over time, he has come to have fairly detailed recollection of what the events were that occurred. But during that same period of time, he had been reviewing discovery materials describing what occurred in detail on numerous occasions, for example, with defense counsel. And the phrase I like to use is the brain abhors a void. It does not like holes in memory. And so there is a process called confabulation whereby an individual will, without their understanding of the process, they're not aware of this occurring, but come to hold memories as if they are their own memories, right? When in fact, they are memories that they've come to have because of what they learned subsequent to an event, right? In provoked confabulation, that can occur because they are presented data about what occurred during a period of time when, perhaps for any number of reasons, including shooting yourself in the head, you might not independently recall that information. And so over time, he has come to have those memories. And I'm not saying the memories are accurate or not accurate. They closely match, I think, the sequence of events described that I reviewed in the same discovery that y'all have reviewed. And but that doesn't mean they're his memories.
Does that mean he's lying about those memories?
Absolutely not. The process is not an individual who experiences confabulation is unaware of the process. They do not make it happen. They do not invite it to happen. They don't know that it happens. It just happens.
And has Austin ever been able to tell you the why?
So, no. And that is, to some extent, what is the most difficult part of this forensic assessment is that while he has never challenged the conclusion that he did these events, he has never, at least in his time with me, said, I didn't do this. He has similarly never been able to explain what he was feeling, what he was thinking, why he would do these things at all. And from the thousands of pages of materials I've looked at, I don't think he has said that to anybody else either.
And so what would be your, I guess, response to people if they were to say, well, he's telling you he doesn't remember this and that, he doesn't remember this, what happened, but he remembers his mom, he remembers going to school, he retained some amount of information.
Yeah, not all amnesia is the same. So he has historical information, memories, and he continues to form new memories of what is happening. But that's different than having memories that, say, would occur when you have a big open hole in your head, or, for example, if someone were to dissociate and depersonalize and experience a period of derealization and depersonalization, they don't remember that, right? They may learn what happened. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't remember where he went to school or that he can't read James Patterson books. I mean, of course he can do those things. But to the extent that there are certainly good medical reasons to to contemplate that someone in his situation may not accurately remember what occurred on that day, the day of these events.
Even if they remember going to school and doing schoolwork and then coming home?
Absolutely.
What does malingering mean?
Malingering is the intentional misrepresentation or exaggeration or feigning of symptoms of a psychiatric or medical illness for the purposes of obtaining some form of secondary gain.
And was there ever any evidence or signs of malingering when you were able to talk to Austin?
So I would say no, absolutely not. But let me couch that by saying, and I think I may have said this in my report, there is no mechanism by which a psychiatrist such as myself can, with absolute 100% certainty, rule out the possibility of feigning of symptoms. However, there's a couple of things to say about that. One, it would be very difficult to feign the frontal lobe injury that he had because it's there. The impacts of that are well recognized and nearly universal. But also, there's really not much in the way of a secondary gain process here. I think the court is aware that over the advice of counsel, your client, once determined to be competent to make the decision, decided to plead guilty specifically, and he told me this, specifically because he did not want to put the families through the pain of going through these events again. He can't explain them, but he does not deny that it was him. And so there's given his acceptance of responsibility by pleading guilty, a similarly situated individual would not anticipate gaining much.
Sustained.
Just talk specifically about, I guess, not a similar situation, just what Austin had told to you and where we ended up.
Given his discussion with me about why he wanted to plead as he did, there's no purpose.
Objection.
You will find that he didn't malinger to you.
Oh, I don't think he's malingering me, right?
I'll allow that testimony. Yes, to speculation.
Yes, sir. All right. And I guess after this meeting, and do you continue to collect records and go through everything that is provided to you?
That is correct. And it's typically, it evolves over a period of time that records sort of come in batches, and that occurs over months, if not years.
John, may I approach with it while I'm marking as Defense Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Take a look at that, Dr. Corbin, and then whenever you familiarize yourself with it, let me know what you're looking at.
I am very much aware of this report. It is the, I believe, second evaluative report from a forensic psychologist named Samantha Sedlak, and it's dated October 10, 2025.
And did you rely on this report in coming to the findings that you had in your own report?
Yes, sir.
And this fairly accurately represent the report that was turned over to you from Dr. Sedlak?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would move to admit Defense Exhibit number 7.
Any objection?
No.
It's allowed.
And Dr. Corbin, I guess just generally, what are the findings in that report and how was it useful to you in making your determinations?
So what I found from this report is this was not her first assessment of your client, and what she determined was that there was a general path of continued recovery. His overall intellectual capacity had gone from in the 70s to upwards of the low 90s, which is still likely lower than his premorbid functioning, in my view, but it's also clearly greatly improved. And on that subject, I'm aware that he has finished his high school education while in custody and earned his diploma there. She also noted his continued course of improvement in what we call executive functioning, those frontal lobe functions that we were talking about, and offered the opinion that there was I think I can quote it, a strong potential for ongoing improvement in self-regulation, social reasoning, and impulse control, particularly with continued structure, guidance, and opportunity for age-appropriate learning and decision-making experiences. That is very much consistent with my own observations of him, and I very much agree with that. And so essentially what we see is that somebody who was at age 15 and had already not fully developed frontal lobe functioning shoots himself and sustains a really serious injury to those frontal lobes, who manages to survive that acute injury, and who has had a pretty remarkable, he's a different human being for two reasons, but has had a pretty remarkable return of functioning. And so her descriptions of him are very much in line with my own mental status examination of him, although as a psychiatrist I don't perform that testing. But I agree very much with what she's saying, because it's what I'm seeing. His intellectual capacity, his ability to tend to himself, even though it's in a custodial setting, has been remarkable. His behavior in custody has been completely unremarkable, save for one write-up for taking a shower too long. That's it. And so he's certainly not been a behavioral disturbance in that setting. And what we see, the other thing that has changed is that he was 15 when this happened, and he's 18 now. So you can see how the assessment becomes impossibly complex. A 15-year-old is a different human being than an 18-year-old. A 15-year-old, before you, there's no other way to say it, blow off part of your brain, is different than an 18-year-old who has managed to survive that but still has no frontal lobe functioning to speak of. So my personal examination is not really, in many respects, of the individual who he was at 15 on October 13.
So who are you interviewing when you're going through it, and what is your assessment? Who is the person that you're assessing?
So now the individual I see is an 18-year-old who does have impaired frontal functioning of the sort I said. He's kind of flighty, impulsive, very congenial, kind of affable, if you will. Does exhibit evidence of the brain injury in terms of some word-finding difficulties and the continued memory deficits. And at the same time, it's still Austin Thompson, but he interacts in a way that's very much less than what you would anticipate from an 18-year-old had he not done that. He's kind of childlike. There's, and I hate to say this right in front of him, there's a degree of emotional immaturity in him. But what you see is that our emotions are largely a control. I'm trying not to comment on what he's doing right now, but his emotions are the result of processing in our frontal lobes. He does not have that. And so he can react to emotional circumstances and display affect that has got nothing to do with how he actually interiorly feels inside. I'm saying these things about him, and he's sort of it looks like he's telling jokes to Coke. I don't know what's going on, but it's not the affect you would anticipate. That is a direct impact of the brain injury.
And will his brain ever get to where it's normal, where if he had suffered that traumatic brain injury?
You know, I think that what we will see with him is his new normal, the new Mr. Thompson, as an adult who has sustained a brain injury that you do not, quote, cure. There will be a new normal. There has become a new normal. I'm surprised to an extent that the new normal is as high functioning as he is. But if you mean will he become who he was before, that is not possible. And he wouldn't be who he was at 15 anyway, but that's not going to occur, in my view.
And has he lowered the ceiling of where he would have gone without this?
Perhaps in some respects. Impaired frontal lobe functioning, it changes our personality. So what makes it difficult to ascertain the answer to that is I don't know who he would have become as an adult human without the injury, right?
And switch up gears with you. a little bit, Dr. Corbin, in going through his familial history and things like that, did you ever see, I guess, what is the point of going through his family history?
Well, there's really two reasons to do that. One is the observation that many psychiatric illnesses that we're looking for have recognized and definable genetic components, right? And so if I look at somebody's family history and see a high incidence of, say, bipolar disorder, well, that's a data point, right, to help us look at. The other thing is that if an individual has in their family folks that have suffered from psychiatric illness, well, of course, that can impact the way that they grow up. Say, for example, if someone is raised by a parent who struggles with a psychological difficulty, then that can impact the nature of their relationship and their own developmental trajectory. Or it can have no impact, but it's still a data point.
And looking at his familial history, did you see anything that stood, we keep on saying this word, red flag, but stood out to you as anything other than a normal upbringing?
Not particularly. I will say this. I mean, I am aware that James had a history of treatment for ADD. And I'm also aware that Mom had a history with both children of postpartum depression and was treated for that condition. And postpartum depression can be a pretty serious thing. And postpartum depression can impact how the parenting skills and the style of parenting and the degree of attachment between their children and the parent, in fact, in a small number of instances, can result in criminal conduct, right? Parent killing a child because of symptoms of postpartum psychosis. So she had this history, and that's a data point that matters. However, I will tell you that as I've looked through the material and heard her testimony and looked at the family history, I think she's powered right through it in terms of parenting. The kids both clearly, I think it's worth, my assessment is, that they both gravitated more towards dad and the stuff they did with dad, but that family was pretty well functioning, despite her struggles with postpartum illness.
And is that abnormal for, same-sex child or different-sex child to gravitate towards one parent more than another?
No, it's typically the case.
And does it mean that a person, one of the mom is hated just because they hang out with dad more?
No, despite writings to the contrary, I'm pretty convinced that at no point before or after October 13, 2022, Austin loved both of his.
Sustained.
You didn't, in your interviews, you didn't see any conflict within the family that would lead you to pop out as a red flag for you?
No, and of course I know what he told me, but no, then what he told me is consistent with what I've heard from other sources of information.
And was there anything that would seem to indicate to anyone involved that Austin would be capable of a mass shooting?
From what I've looked at, and it's a lot that I've looked at, I have not identified anybody who had identified or raised concerns that there were any red flags. In fact, the contrary is true. Not just family, but other folks as well. All would say, didn't see this coming, would not see this coming. And, when you look at the typology of mass homicides, that is exceptionally uncommon. It is almost universally the case that individuals before these events, and this is, I should say, far from the first mass homicide case I've been involved in, unfortunately, right? Far from the first. And go ahead.
Did you review, materials turned over by the state from Dr. Gibson talking about the path to violence in dealing with mass shootings?
I did. I did not observe her testimony, but I am familiar with her work, yes.
Okay. So tell me more about mass shooters and things that you stand out as red flags and cases that you've dealt with in your personal experience.
So to the extent that there's a typology, if you will, a way to describe the, quote, typical mass homicide, well, one of the things I was just starting to mention, it is almost universally the case, if not universally the case statistically, that such individuals are on the radar of other individuals being at risk. They may not be thinking in terms of them committing a mass homicide, but that there are concerns because of a deviation from their premorbid functioning. That people are worried about them. Similarly, in a large number of these instances, the now defendant would also have reached out to somebody almost in an effort to gain an alliance for some perceived path of revenge, if you will. And so in these instances, it is typically observable that they become motivated by this escalating path of preoccupation with some perceived injustice. They're seeking revenge for something, and sometimes it's psychotically driven, but there's a reason for it. There's never a good, obviously, never a good reason for it, but there's a reason there, and it's usually observable that other individuals see that person becoming increasingly preoccupied with that motivation.
And I know you said you didn't watch Dr. Gibson's testimony, but you're saying some very similar things about a perceived injustice, a perceived slight, bullying. Did you see any of that in any of the documents that you went through?
So if we look at the underlying factors that seem to precipitate most of these events, there are none there, right? There's not the they don't feel marginalized, ostracized, bullied, anger, sense of rejection, paranoid psychosis, seeking revenge. None of those things were present.
And I think Dr. Gibson, may possibly agree with it, that in her findings, 100% of the time, there was some third party that would reach out and say, have concerns for a defendant or a prospective shooter.
So while I don't know if I can attest to the 100%, I can tell you I've been involved in a couple of dozen mass homicides over the years, and in those instances, except for one or two that involved a very, very different organic process, there were third parties who had voiced concern. Involved in one right now where it's very much many people were trying to get somebody to intervene, and then multiple people were killed. So while I don't know that I would say 100%, I'm not sure that I've ever been involved in a, quote, typical mass homicide where there weren't not only post-event red flags observed, but pre-event red flags observed, almost always.
And Dr. Gibson had also talked some about, especially when dealing with youthful offenders, their need to tell someone or write something to someone. Has that been your finding experience as well?
So I have not done as many of these cases involving youth, but from my own research, which is considerable, that appears to be the case. So I would agree with her as well on that.
And there was nothing that you found that Austin had these diaries or writings or journals or anything like that?
No, and I'm sure we'll talk about all of the hundreds of, all of these thousands of searches, but when I look at the entirety of the context of what his digital footprint is and his life at the time, it's a big dead end. It's a red herring. It's not wide. In my opinion.
If that's your expert opinion, I will.
Thank you.
It need to be supported by foundation, but I'll accept it as a forecast of what he anticipates opining with proper foundation.
And Dr. Corbin, did you find anything with mental health issues for Austin himself that may have put him on a path of violence or being red flag?
So his pre-event mental health history is just entirely unremarkable. There's just nothing diagnosable, nothing.
And is that unusual in your experience for these kind of mass shooters?
So, one could argue it is. I have been involved in cases where delusions drove such conduct, and that is fairly common. But there are also circumstantial cases where individuals who are otherwise perhaps psychopathic, have a high degree of antisocial conduct, may, quote, go off. And to the, I'm not sure I would consider that forensically a mental illness. It may be the reason, But so I think that it's fair to say that both can occur.
And Dr. Corbin, we've talked a lot about it, and finally go ahead and jump into it. Are you aware of minocycline?
I am aware of minocycline.
All right. What is minocycline?
So minocycline is a tetracyclic antibiotic. It has been around for a while. Its trade name is more commonly known as minicin. It is used to treat a number of different sort of infectious processes. It's good for acne, other skin kind of conditions, rosacea, I believe, some oral infections, periodontal disease, things of that nature. So it's an antibiotic.
And you just covered how the things that it treats. How long is it? How is it typically taken?
Well, it depends on the course of treatment. It's not remarkably. I mean, I'm not a dermatologist, but my medical training is that it's not typical that you remain on an antibiotic like that for years at a time. So.
And are you aware of any side effects of minocycline?
So sure. I mean, it can have some of the more common side effects that you might encounter with other antibiotics, but in this case, minocycline has multiple. There's research and case reports of it inducing psychiatric side effects up to and including periods of depersonalization and derealization, which would be a sort of a sudden onset of a dissociative episode where one's can engage in conduct but not really be there. They're there, but they're not there. They're awake and doing things, but it's almost like they're playing out or living out a dream. And so they're doing things in a very organized and, in this case, horrible manner. But at the same time, the reality of it is not there. That connection intrapsychically is severed.
And I guess, how did you come, like when you got notice that Austin was on minocycline, what were your initial thoughts with that?
I didn't really care. I mean, it's all important information, but while that side effect has clearly been demonstrated, it's not common either. Okay. So I just sort of, because at that point, I was still very much in search of the why, the reason, and you know, more typically, there's no good reason, but more typically there is a reason. There's some one of those things that we talked about. It's almost always the case, right? But as those things started falling off the wayside more and more, and I had to sort of circle back and look at medicine again, and then I started getting discovery material that was like, whoa, hold up. What did they describe him as? And that kind of thing put it right back on the differential. Like, this rare things happen rarely, but they happen. And there became more information that ruled out the typical stuff that you see in mass homicides, and more that occur that you see in instances of not just from medicine, Ambien, primary psychiatric process where individuals will suddenly experience a sharp divide, a fall away from their complete awareness of the reality or circumstances, but continue to engage in seemingly purposeful conduct up to and including interacting with other individuals.
And you had mentioned seeing that in Discovery that kind of caused you pause. Talk to us about that and the things that you saw in Discovery that made you...
Yes, sir. So it was fairly late in the process that I began getting descriptions from individuals who witnessed him in the neighborhood of Hedingham on that day of these events. And it has not been my experience that in a typical, I hate to use the term, but in a typical mass homicide of the sorts that I've worked on over the years, that witnesses describe those folks as seeming as if they were in a trance, that they look eerie, that they look like a zombie, that they're walking around in a slow, nonchalant way with their head down. Well, they did look like a little kid. And so you get, that's the sort of thing you hear from people who see people in a paradissociative state, right? Not in a typically motivated mass homicide. Not in somebody who is mad at the world, seeking revenge, this, that, and the other. That's not the description you see. Is it dispositive of any finding? It is not, but it's very suggestive.
And you've reviewed other videos and, I guess, Ring doorbell cameras and other surveillance cameras that captured Austin during this event?
Yes.
And are you familiar with, I guess, people are saying the trailer park video where Austin seems to be talking to someone?
Yes, I have seen that video, yes.
Talk to us some about that and how that affected your opinion, if it did.
Well, the descriptions in the videos or images of him, including that video, they're sort of consistent with each other in that he just seems like he's just taking a walk through the neighborhood. And so in that video you mentioned, he's observed there. I don't know if the court's seen it or not yet. Oh, okay. So you're aware that he's just in a semi-calm way holding a long gun and speaking seemingly off camera to someone, pointing out that there's an active shooter behind him or somewhere off camera the other direction. I don't know who that was he was talking to. I'm not sure there was somebody there he was talking to.
Sustained.
Sorry. But it's very unusual.
Okay.
Right.
And you never received anything in discovery about this person that he was allegedly talking to ever getting a report from them?
Well, that's why I'm questioning it, because if somebody said that to me with a gun, I don't care what's going on, I'm calling 911. That's what I would do.
And what about his manner of gait and just walking around and the time of day and things like that?
Just 5-something in the afternoon, calm, no distress observable, doesn't seem particularly even hurried for the most part. Again, it's just very atypical in these situations.
And did you go through, recall phone conversations with his father around and during this event?
Yes.
And talk to some about those?
So as Father described, there was 2 phone calls, and on each occasion, Father did not discern anything abnormal. He seemed calm. His responses to the questions that he was being asked, I think, were generally appropriate. And so he was unremarkable in that regard.
Your Honor, if I may approach what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 8.
Yes.
And what I've marked as Defense Exhibit 8, what are you looking at, Dr. Corbin?
So this is a progress note from Southern Dermatology, and I think the date of service is March 23, 2020.
Okay. And are you aware of how long minocycline is typically supposed to be taken?
I see a lot of, and I've looked this up, a lot of variability in that, but not typically a year or more at a time for this indication, right?
And if you're looking at page 2 of, excuse me, Your Honor, we move to admit Defense Exhibit 8.
Any objection? No, Your Honor, it's allowed.
Thank you. Looking at page number 2, tell us about the kind of counseling that a person will receive on minocycline.
So what they've written here is that they counsel them on the more common side effects. It can be associated with photosensitivity, discoloration of teeth and skin. So they tell them try to avoid sunlight and you should wear protective clothing and sunscreen. Headache, vision changes. And that's about it. And those are common. Those are the things that you would most typically encounter.
But you had noted that in your experience that one of these rare side effects is this depersonalization.
It's all over the literature. Yes, it can occur.
And just again, just break down to us your scientific or medical understanding of what depersonalization is.
So depersonalization is sort of a symptom of dissociation in which a person begins to or loses the ability to recognize their own reality. So think of it as like being in a dream, and if you can remember your dreams, you get it, but you don't get it, right? It's like you lose contact with the reality of you. Derealization is a little easier to contemplate because then you perceive yourself, but your circumstances are, well, derealized. They are not real. And so we use certain classes of drugs to induce such a state, a dissociative anesthetic, because you don't necessarily want to remember the reality of a colonoscopy, say, for example. But it can occur when we don't want it to occur, too. The example probably a lot of people have heard of is with Ambien. The reaction, more common with Ambien, is similar to what can occur with medicine, in that you can see individuals who are acting without a conscious understanding of the reality of what is occurring. And I keep saying it's like they are in a dream, but they're doing the dream. And if you've seen, I have a video from a case, it's pretty remarkable, of a fellow who had an Ambien reaction and was going through his house, and he was trying to pour himself a drink and poured a drink right through his hand. He was doing things, but when you paid a closer attention, he was not doing them all very well. And but otherwise, it was sort of purposeful appearing. The same class of drugs. People have gotten calls the next day saying, "You called me in the middle of the night. We had this long conversation about this, that, and the other," and they just don't remember it.
And what would your response be for people, and the state may ask anyway, but he's been taking this medication, he has been taking it for a year, he has not shown the family, we've talked to his mom and his dad and his teachers, they didn't say anything. So how can this happen and just pop off the way that it did?
So that medicine can accumulate over time in CNS, central nervous system tissue.
Your objection.
I think I'm going to need some foundation for the basis of these opinions in terms of his training experience.
Your Honor, I'm just asking about how minocycline works and how side effects work.
Again, it's a pharmacological question, and it may well be in his scope of expertise, but at the moment he's been qualified as general and forensic psychologist.
What is your medical background?
So I've got a medical degree from the University of Alabama School of Medicine.
Okay. And are you aware of different medicines and their applications and how they work?
It's extensive part of medical training.
All right. And do you counsel people daily on medications and how they work and what their side effects could be?
Very routinely.
All right.
Excuse me, I believe you said, I misspoke, psychiatrist.
Yes, sir. That's okay.
Yes.
I apologize for that. Go ahead.
Sorry.
All right. So, can you speak about the side effects of this?
I'll allow it, and I'll consider the objection. I'll give it the weight that's appropriate. But
sure.
On what I hear and the factual and the foundational basis for it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, essentially, let me just cut to the chase. In these medications, you can be on the medication for an extended period of time and then have it happen. And it can happen suddenly. Ambien's a perfect example. I have cases where people have been on it for a long period of time and then they have a dissociation. And when it happens, it can happen suddenly and acutely, right?
And so these kind of dissociative instances are not uncommon, or I guess they're uncommon in the fact that they occur, but it is a known thing that happens.
Yeah, and there's some pharmacodynamic reasons to think that it might be more likely to happen after you've been on it for a time, but it can happen early, middle, or late.
Objection to that.
Overruled.
And Dr. Corbin, how would it work that, the two brothers could be taking the same medication and it happened to one and not happen to the other?
Well, they're not the same people. It's just I don't even know that there is an answer to that. Some people have a reaction, some people don't. And by the way, most people don't.
And you said it's a rare instance that this kind of depersonalization can happen.
It is, and it's why at first I really wasn't. It was on the radar, but not at the center of the radar.
But you've gone through the other possibilities of how this can happen, and you don't see any other red flags.
It's sort of the way that we arrive at medical decisions, right? That we have the list of possibilities as we understand them, and as things fall off and information that emerges that makes another even less likely event more likely in this situation, then it remains on the differential, and that's what happened. At first I was fairly confident that a sort of typical motivating factor would emerge. It did not. And some evidence then began to emerge that made it more likely that there was a dissociative element at play.
And how might depersonalization be expressed differently by a 15-year-old than it would be for an adult?
Well, so I think that I'm going to say this more globally, that any adverse effects, psychiatrically, psychologically, kind of adverse impacts are going to be less well tolerated and less well managed in a 15-year-old than a 25 or a 30-year-old, because a 15-year-old is by their very nature already, they're not an adult, and so they're not as well equipped to cope with appropriately such instances. Now that being said, in instances where a side effect kind of comes on suddenly all at once and is not recognized by the individual experiencing the side effect, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do if there's no warning. So.
Just working on pulling an exhibit for you.
Oh, okay.
Madam Clerk, kind of stakes exhibit 16, the actual note. 17 is the photo out. 6. And Dr. Corbin, I'll ask you, while Madam Clerk is pulling that for us, I'll go ahead and continue with you. There's been a lot of talk about friendships and Austin having friends or not having friends. Talk to me about that in your, psychiatric practice and working with people. Just how that works, and if that is that a red flag about having friends in these kind of social relationships?
So everything's a matter of degrees. If someone is completely socially isolated because they're rejected by their peers, or because that individual has some sort of animosity towards their peer group, then sure, that could be important. Other individuals, particularly during the COVID years, and I know about this because I was raising 2 daughters during these same years, that had a pretty significant impact on everybody's social interactions, which I could talk a lot about because there's emerging research on the subject, which is that they were robbed of their ability to some extent to form those normal peer interactions, middle school, high school age kids, college too for that matter. And so that's a unique thing that I really think it's important not to forget as I'm looking backwards at what was going on in 21 and 22. The other thing is that I'll call it a little bit of a psychological autopsy of pre-injury Austin Thompson is that he was and still is an inquisitive, curious, kind of flighty guy, but who lived a little bit in his own head, just got flying from one point of interest to the next. And so individuals like that are common, right? I mean, commonly encountered, not in my practice, but in life, that some folks are more outgoing and more social. Other individuals are more introspective. They think a lot. They study a lot. They tend to make good grades. Those are not red flags. That's just people being different.
And so you just said that nothing of that was stood out as a red flag to you.
No, because it's just who he was. He didn't bring a lot of friends home. Nobody was at the time at all, really. But the reality is that some people are like that. It would be very, very different if he didn't have any friends because he was getting beat up at school or because he wanted to hurt people at school and beat up people at school, and so he was ostracized and rejected. None of that happened.
It's based on your review of records, I'll allow it.
And that's based on your review of records?
Based on the information I have, yes.
And is it normal or becoming normal that people have these friend relationships that are conducted through electronically or through phones and social media and things of that nature?
Yeah, as a psychiatrist, I hate it, but it's common. It's, I would advise everybody to try to limit their kids' screen time, if you will. But COVID accelerated that, and it hasn't really seemingly changed any. So.
And did you see the photos of the inside of the Thompson residence? Do you recall going through those?
At some point I have, yes.
Were you aware of just the state of the house and the amount of guns and ammunition?
Oh, that I'm aware of, yes.
Okay. Talk to us some about that.
Well, one of the interests that Austin in particular shared with his father was in firearms and hunting and things of that nature, and I think there may have been 11 plus firearms and a heck of a lot of ammunition in the home. Okay.
But might that dissuade someone from letting their child visit the Thompson home?
Objection. Sustained.
Were there any red flags in Austin sharing a hobby with his dad and the amount of hunting that they did?
No.
Do you find that typical for a father and son relationship to have that kind of outings, I guess?
Certainly not unheard of. It is not an unusual thing for teenage boys to have all kinds of interest in firearms, fireworks, hunting, fishing, you name it. It's just not a red flag. The context matters. But in the context of my assessment of Mr. Thompson, it does not matter.
And I know we've talked a lot about video games and things like that point. I guess generally, talk to us about generational differences between kids playing video games and being in the room and talking to people online.
So, when I was a kid, that wasn't a thing. I mean, Pong was as good as it got, right? I can tell you the phenomenology. So if we look at current teenagers in our day and age, the stats forensically are that about 85% of teenagers consider themselves to be gamers. If you break that down a little bit, about 60% of teenage males play video games on a more or less a daily basis. Now, do I personally as a psychiatrist think that maybe I would like my kid outside playing instead? Yeah. But the research goes further in that there's been much sort of looking at these video games as sort of the cause of these events. That has not borne out well, right? There's actually one body of research from a series of reports that suggest it may be even protective in the same way that boxing clubs at youth centers can be protective, right? That it's an outlet for the aggressive impulses that we all have, right? But even the APA has cautioned twice now to not draw the conclusion, because the evidence is lacking, that being a video game or even a first-person shooter or multiplayer game that involves a lot of interpersonal violence it's not even established that there's a strong correlation, much less causation, of violent criminal offenses.
And so break that down. What does that mean?
That the research does not support the conclusion that playing violent video games causes violent offenses.
And for someone that we've heard may not be athletically inclined like Austin, is it normal for a teenage boy to indulge in video games and that?
I think it's normal Well, regardless of whether I like it or not, if we define normal as it's very common, then yes.
Mr. Thompson, before we switch to another topic, we'll break for lunch.
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
All right, very good. We'll break until 2:30.
So let me just say that I think the court has already been apprised of the observation that both Austin and James were closer to Dad. That's not at all unusual, and that he was less close with Mom. But in talking with your client about this, I don't know, he would not agree that he did not like his mom, and I think that the evidence that I've reviewed in terms of looking at that family dynamic would suggest that, in fact, that's true. He did. It is inaccurate for him to say he didn't like his mom.
Rejection.
It's the same. Nothing speaks for itself.
And then it says something about every other family member is good.
Yes. I mean, it doesn't really give much to the discussion other than that he's saying he likes Dad, not Mom, everybody else is good, and then he mentions a couple of folks that he knows and thanks them for taking him hunting.
And anything in your giving him the information, going through police reports, going through discovery, and I guess things that you also heard in court, was there any kind of animus between him and his brother James?
No, and obviously that's something that I would be looking at given the circumstances, but they're just not any. It appears, honestly, that throughout the years that we have information about their relationship, he was probably getting along better with James than I did with my own brother growing up, but certainly not animus between them. I've seen nothing of the sort.
And just to hit on the topic of video games again right quick, they even had a system for sharing the video games since they were both interested in playing.
Yeah, it's all of the sort of various sources of information that I have put together. He and James had sort of a system for a lot of stuff that they would share responsibilities. They would share the good stuff. They were going on these trips with Dad together. So all of that stuff is it's reassuring in terms of the health of the family. So.
And nothing about any kind of, I think what Dr. Gibson had talked about is present in a lot of adolescents, any kind of leakage to James where James had discovered a plot and was going to stop him.
I am unaware of no information to suggest that happened has been provided to me.
And on the back of that letter now, right under where we're talking about his brother James, I killed James with subsonic 22 I stole from Cabela's. How did that factor in, and how does that correlate to other evidence that we have present in this case?
So I researched. Cabela's does sell subsonic 22s. There's no evidence that I've been provided that he went into Cabela's and stole any ammunition, and it would be unusual given that there were a lot of surrounds of ammunition already existing in the house. Okay.
So you don't have any information about him stealing anything from Cabela's?
I have no evidence to suggest that he actually, and he has told me, I don't remember ever doing that. Now, there's a lot of things he doesn't remember, but I've certainly seen no evidence that supports that conclusion.
And the next line there, I have no regrets.
Yeah, so it's misspelled for a guy with over a 3.8 GPA. It's unusual.
And have that factor in with just your analysis of this letter in general?
Well, so to the extent that he is writing in a manner that is not typical for his pre-morbid, I'll call it, sort of intellectual ability, his academic abilities, this isn't the kind of thing that you would see him write. In fact, today I think that it would be superior to this. He even gave a reason that he killed James is that he was in his way, and I asked him repeatedly about this, and he just says, I don't even know what it means. So.
And how does this letter and your analysis of it and all the other available evidence in this case tie into the depersonalization that you talked about?
Well, so to the extent that he's providing information that would seemingly support sort of this is the why that is sort of alluded to in this note makes no sense. It doesn't meet with reality. To some extent, it's internally inconsistent. It describes this idea of James getting in the way, and not only was there not animus between them, it's exceedingly, I mean, even if James was, I don't know what he means by in his way, but that's just bizarre. I don't know another way to say it. So it suggests that Mr. Thompson, as I understand it, at baseline before this was not at his baseline cognitively and psychiatrically when he wrote that note.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to talk a little bit about the internet searches, where you're aware that the police had gotten Austin's phone and gone through that and what they call a phone dump.
Oh, yes.
And we've heard a lot about Austin's searches through that phone.
Yes.
What can you talk about in regards to Austin looking at criminal activities and things of that nature?
So focusing on, I am aware that there are, and I'm not going to mean this to recite all of the instances, but that there were, as a rather pretty small proportion of his voluminous searches, instances of searches on subjects related to crime. I think the court through the state heard mention of this about torture of cartel members, certain criminal legal topics, issues related to school shootings, I believe, perhaps. So if I look at that, I look at that in the context of, does this support the assertion that there's an escalating, marinating on this focus on these subjects? This is my opinion as an expert forensic witness. Those entries are a small subset of thousands and thousands and thousands of search entries. That those topics were outnumbered by multiple other subjects, including, dinosaurs we heard about. What we look for in the digital footprint in these cases, and I can mention another case to give you an example, but if you look, what you'll see is an escalating preoccupation with that subject, the subject driving the homicidal rage, if you want to use that term, and a diminution of everything else. It takes over their life. In this instance, what we have is a teenage boy who's into guns, a teenage boy who's enrolled in I think a public safety class in school, who wants to take some higher level law enforcement class, but has to do this one first, who at some time in the past had considered, and I think maybe even searched about doing various law enforcement activities, I think even perhaps forensic gun work. And so there's an interest in Austin Thompson that falls into these areas. I'll call it, some of the topics are morbid, a morbid curiosity. So even myself, this is not unusual in teenage boys.
So talk about that more and any kind of morbid curiosity in your experience with boys specifically.
Things in psychiatry really relate to the extent, the degree to which an activity becomes the center of someone's life. It is not at all unusual for teenage males to be interested in guns, to have sort of a morbid curiosity with sort of violence. That when I was growing up, it was the big thing, was Faces of Death. Faces of Death. There was no internet. But let me tell you, all of my friends, and I'll admit myself, would occasionally secretly go out and manage to get one of those videos. They're morbid, they're gross, but there is an inherent curiosity that runs common in particularly common in males. And to the extent that I've had some limited experience with like reality crime TV shows, having worked on one at one time, those shows, their demographic is primarily middle-aged women. So if those were risk factors for driving homicidal violence, if gaming or preoccupation with crime TV shows, which, by the way, many of his Austin Thompson searches were about criminal TV shows, he was interested in those things. That's where, as a forensic examiner, you look at the context of it. Yeah, he was interested in those things. You know what? I kind of was too. Most of my friends were. You look at it in terms of proportionality. There were, I don't know how many thousands, but I know it's tens of thousands. If those searches were a primary component of his digital life, his digital footprint, and you saw a change in the pattern, demonstrable over time, and really a preoccupation with those morbid, violent sort of subjects, then it carries a different connotation. When it's far less than dinosaur searches, it starts taking on less significance. So.
Thank you, Doctor. And probably sum up on it everything. Look at everything that involved with Austin Thompson, your interviews, you're going through the discovery. Walk us out through your ruling out process and coming to the decision.
job and all that, all over.
Right. Envisioning something like, you don't have a specific section, you know.
Judge, you could just call foreman in, or they.
Yes, maybe, let's start it that way. That suit everyone, just bring in the four lady?
Those are big, yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, just bring in the four lady, please. Yeah, and just for the record, I marked the note as court. Madam Forlady, we got your note about wanting us to read instructions again. Is there a specific provision in the instructions you have in mind, or does the jury want to have the entire thing read again?
They do not want the entire thing read again.
Okay.
We didn't know that we could have a portion of it read,
Okay.
but we did want to go over the aspects of malice, what constitutes malice.
Okay. All right. That was it.
Yes, and someone had spoke about what is the charge of murder and what are the things that would make him guilty of murder,
Okay.
and I think that's one and the same one we're talking about.
All right. Okay. Well, that's what we need to know. If you'll step,
Okay.
or you can just stay.
Okay.
And you can get. What I think I'll do is I'll just read the entire murder section and stop after that before we get into this, because I think it flows right into separate now. So I'll just stop the section. Unless anybody has anything. All right, if you want to bring in the remainder of the jury, please, sir. Yes, sir.
Jury seat, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, understand you'd like to be recharged on how we define murder. So I'm going to recharge you on the murder portion of the instructions. The defendant is charged with one count of murder. The state must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms expressed and inferred do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Expressed malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be expressed malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. If facts are proven beyond a reasonable doubt sufficient to raise an inference of malice to your satisfaction, this inference would be simply an evidentiary fact to be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. You may give it the weight you decide it should receive. And that's it. I'm going to excuse you back to your jury room, and if you have any other questions, if you need anything else, just let us know. All right. All right, any exceptions from state?
No, sir.
Anything from defense?
No, sir.
All right, we'll be at ease.
The jury had a question, and they are back to doing their deliberations now. Anything further will be updated.
And opinions that you have here today.
So here I'll sum this up very briefly, which I'm sure everybody will appreciate. So my task, as I understood it in this case, was to try to fill in the why. Basically, why did this individual do, what drove this? So I began the analysis, obviously focusing in on those subjects, those kinds of characteristics of an individual, and those kinds of changes in an individual's life that are typically seen as harbingers of ultimate mass homicides, right? The ostracization, the presence of mental illness, psychosis in particular, suicidal depression, intrafamilial abuse, bullying, psychopathy or antisocial personality, all of those, and I'm leaving off the list, but so I went in, and as I'm looking through the data, I'm saying, well, is this present? Is this present? Is this present? Is there an escalating focus on the drive? Are people observing concerns? Is he leaking concerns? And so those things started falling away from the wayside. Essentially, I wouldn't say taken off of the differential, right? They're still possible, but the evidence for my forensic analysis does not support the presence of, I'll just call it, red flag harbingers for this event to have occurred. And in medicine, when you rule out effectively, to my satisfaction, the common causes of a condition or an event in this case, then that which is less likely to occur becomes more likely to occur. Now, as you know from looking at my report, I did not offer opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Austin Thompson did in fact experience an episode of dissociation at the time, regardless of the cause. I personally, there's not a strict definition to that term, reasonable medical certainty. I have traditionally utilized a definition that is relatively high. Can't just be a good idea to conclusively offer a finding that he had this episode occur. However, I will tell you that as these other causes effectively were ruled out, this episode of dissociation became, in my view, this is my medical opinion, it is the most likely scenario that the evidence before me of absence of typicality in this mass homicide event, the absence of primary mental illness, and some evidence of paradissociation, be it depersonalization and derealization, during the offense, makes this result most likely to have occurred in the context of dissociation with a known potential cause. But it is a rare potential cause. But once you rule out everything else that's more likely, rare things do happen. And there is evidence to support that conclusion, but I'm limiting my finding. But I still think it's most likely.
And you started at first by eliminating those paths to violence.
That is correct. To my satisfaction, yes.
To your satisfaction.
Yes.
And those paths to violence are similar to the same things that Dr. Gibson had talked about, and you agree that he does not fit into those brackets, I guess, for having those.
I think I agree with what you said to the extent I understood her testimony, yes.
That's fair. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, Mr. Woodsworth?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Well, Doctor, I guess I'll start out at the end, the kind of the last thing that you just said. I mean, you generated a report about this whole topic, right?
That is correct.
And I think that's your report's in evidence, right?
I believe it is, yes.
I believe it's Defendant's Exhibit 6.
It is.
Nowhere in that report do you say what you just told us, right?
That is not reasonably medically certain? I say exactly that.
You say that this is the most likely cause of what made Austin Thompson do this.
What I said, and I was very clear to limit my opinion, is that while I do not have no, I didn't say it was most likely. I said it's the only reason I can come up with, which makes it by definition the most likely reason. I mean,
where do you say that it's the only? Just point me to that in your report.
It's the only reason I provided.
If you'll show me in your report where you say that is the only reason, so that I can follow along with you in Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Well, I don't know that I said that, but obviously if I had other reasons, I would put them in there, wouldn't I?
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you the question, sir, but the question that I asked you, did you say that in your report? And you said, well, no, I didn't say that. I said it's the only. So what I'm asking you is for you to show me in Defendant's Exhibit 6 where you say it is the only thing that could have caused this, in my opinion, is this medicine and his reaction to it.
I'm not sure I said that in the report exactly like that, but you're not reading the report correctly if you don't think that's what it says. I mean, language has meaning, right?
It does, right?
I mean, I can read the summation if you want into the record.
I asked you if you said that in your report. You told me that you said that it was the only. You in fact corrected me and said, no, I say it's the only.
No.
I'm just asking you where in the report it says that it is the only reasonable explanation.
I didn't say that, and I didn't exactly testify to that to here. That words matter. What I said is that those other typical reasons were removed to my satisfaction, and I think I specifically said, but it could still be the case. There may be information we don't have.
Okay.
But I agree with what you said, though. What you said about the language in the report, that's correct.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Because words matter, right?
Words matter.
All right. And in fact,
and I stand by all of mine, every last one.
Okay. And in fact, you said that you ruled out everything that would have been, everything else that could have been the cause.
To my satisfaction.
Right. And so the likely outcome of that is that there could have been something else that was the cause of this, right?
Oh, I agree with that entirely, yeah.
Right. Because when you boil it all down to the nuts and bolts of this whole thing, you don't know why he did what he did, correct?
I said I don't know why.
Right.
Yeah, I did say that in the report.
In fact, none of the experts that talk to him can say why he did this.
That
right?
is very much correct.
And the one thing that you are saying...
Well, I think I need to
We need one person to talk at a time because the court reporter
understood
down both voices. So
I didn't finish
the question.
Yeah.
Let him finish the answer.
Was there something else
there
you
was.
wanted to say?
I can't give the answer to why this happened, and that's pretty unusual in these cases. That's what I was trying to say. It's unusual and frustrating to be unable to ascertain, because in typical cases you can nail it down pretty quick usually.
And in typical cases, you are not dealing with someone that has shot themselves in the forehead with a double-aught buckshot that have, as you described, catastrophic damage to his frontal lobe.
Well, I've seen plenty of them where they're dead, but you can still sort it out from their pre-event history because they leave a trail. They always leave a trail, always.
Right, and when they leave a trail, some of that is you have to take what they're telling you. If they tell you why they did something, you kind of have to consider that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot more when they're telling other people why they're about to do it. But sure, I agree with that.
Well, and you talked a little bit about, Doctor, the change in the way the people are developing and dealing with people in this post-COVID society, right?
I did.
And that also could prevent or cause issues in finding that trail in current, right? Because we're dealing with less people.
Sir, I think that you're right now. I think his relationship with his family perhaps healthier than even I realized. But you're right. COVID was a unique time in the history of this country in that it severely curtailed communications between human beings at every level.
And especially if the people that you're usually having these sorts of red flags come from are the people who are dealing with them, their friends, right? That's oftentimes the people who will come forward.
Friends, right? Or teachers or family, anybody. Could be anybody.
But friends is a big source of it.
Well, I would agree.
Right. Because we'll tell our friends things that we won't tell our family or our teachers, right?
Well, I'm sure that's nearly universally true, yes.
Right, okay. And so if all of your friends are online and there's no way to track down who those friends are, it makes it more difficult to rule out the fact that he was telling someone about all of these things and these issues, right? If you can't find those people.
Yeah, I agree. Like the fact that we don't have him to tell us, and the fact that there are limitations because, and this continues to be a problem with groups in this age group, in that they don't have the same kinds of social relationships that I did growing up, or that most kids did pre-COVID. So it changes the dynamic. It also changes the interpretation of, say, someone's lack of close friendships having sleepovers, because they just don't much anymore.
Well, so, I mean, it depends on the person, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, there are certainly people who are still out there having sleepovers and have friends in the neighborhood that they're dealing with.
Agreed. I don't want to overstate it. It's a pattern, but it's not a rule.
But you said something that I want to ask you about. You say, when you referred to the defendant's familial relationship, and when you were answering my question, you said something to the effect of, was even better than you thought.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. I know I'm misquoting you, but
yeah.
Why is that?
Because I had long considered, I didn't know his mom very well, but I've dealt with many, many, many people that have struggled with postpartum depression, and it can affect bonding, and it can affect the nature of parenting and relationships. And now, the more I've gotten to know her through her and her testimony and evidence that's been presented and things that I've read, it's like she clearly did have postpartum depression with both kids, but she's a good mom, right? And so I think that the fact that Austin and James allied closer with Dad wasn't because of her; it's because of Dad, and they shared they shared interests.
Right, and you know, we're certainly not here to throw stones or make judgments on the family members, but But one of the things that you considered heavily in this, and you characterized him as potentially an unreliable narrator, are the things that the defendant told you, right?
That's also true.
And things that you read that he had told Zach Rowles and some other folks, right?
That is correct as well.
And in fact, when he spoke about his relationship with his mother, it sounds more distant than what his mother and his father are telling us. Is that fair?
It doesn't, actually. I mean, what they've told them, but in his discussions with me, he's unequivocal about that.
Right. That's his discussions with you. I'm asking about his discussions with Zach Rowles.
Oh, yes. And I think it's a matter of degrees. He is closer, was closer with Dad. So it's a shades of gray kind of situation, but I don't disagree with your description.
I mean, in fact, at some point when he's talking in one of his interviews, he kind of talks about his relationship with his father and how they would go hunting and do all of those things. And he gives some stories about his relationship with his mom, right?
Yes.
And you know, I don't, kind of like, as you said, it's difficult to say this in front of people, but for the record, I mean, at certain points, he kind of denigrates her job to some degree, right?
He does. Well, he did. He never did to me, but he did.
Right.
Yeah.
And he talks about the fact that she wasn't really a part of his life.
And yet I don't know that that's true from a psychiatric perspective.
Well, you don't know that it's true from a reality perspective, but
his perception.
His perception of it may be that she was not a part of his life.
Sure.
And that's a big deal in a person, right? In a child.
From a psychiatric perspective, yeah. I mean, listen, it's about as common as it gets, especially with adolescents. Mm-hmm. Show me an adolescent who goes through and doesn't have problems with a parent growing up. It won't me. It won't me. So, but I hear what you're saying. Don't disagree with that.
Right. And I guess one of the things that has struck me about your testimony is whenever you're presented with these issues, the internet searches, they're not really a big deal.
They're not.
They're not really a big deal in your opinion, and I hear you. His relationship with his parents, not as bad as he says it is, so that's not a big deal to you. The note doesn't make sense to you, so that's not a big deal to you.
Oh, it is a big deal to me.
Not a big deal in understanding why this happened.
It might be. Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Let's say that this disorganization in content is so bizarre because he's in a dissociative state, right? Okay. Then it matters. You didn't. I'm sorry. I'm talking and you didn't ask a question, so I'll be quiet.
Okay. I guess my point that I'm getting to is, though, when you're looking at these things, is it not, and I'm not saying that you didn't do this, but is it not the practice that you have to take all the individual pieces and look at them as a whole?
That is absolutely correct, and that's exactly why they're not a big deal. So now I'll answer that question.
Well, you did just answer my question. And
well,
but
I need to tell you why.
Well, I didn't ask you why, but I will ask you why in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to say from that is, we have to look at it all in the big picture, and you said correct.
That is correct.
Context matters, as you've said multiple times.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, and so the context that we also need to look at this through is that the defendant killed 5 people and shot 2 more, correct?
That is correct.
And so while an internet search may not be a big deal for a generalized search, right? Just searching a mass shooting once or twice, that may not be a red flag for you. But if you search out a specific action, shooting someone in the head with a .22 rifle and cutting their voice box, and then you go and do that very thing, does that not change the context in which you need to look at that search?
It matters, but it doesn't change the conclusion given the entirety of the context. You still haven't asked why.
Right. Okay. Well, why do you not feel that?
The assessment really, everything I do as a forensic psychiatrist really revolves around the shades of the proportionality. The things that you're talking about are not unusual when we compare them to other kids that age. Those searches, the numbers of the searches, the things that were happening, all of those sorts of things. Now, I'll agree. If we take those texts, the searches you're talking about, out and put them on paper, and I don't know much else about the scenario, then it matters. But then if I think in terms of the other searches unrelated to this, and I agree, to the extent there are searches that in any way mimic what happened in this case, they're countered by other searches that could be problematic in their context but have nothing to do with this. But that's the thing, is that the why is that other kids do the same stuff, and almost none of them do anything, right? It's the proportionality. The people who commit mass homicide from a typical perspective, that's almost all you see. Right. It's all you get.
But let me ask you this, and I think it's important because, again, words matter. You put air quotes on typical because there is no typical, right?
Yeah, some of them are. So an atypical mass homicide would be one during a dissociative episode, right?
Or someone who commits a mass homicide but doesn't show all of the signs leading up to it. That would be atypical, right?
All things are possible, but that degree of atypicality, according to your expert, does not exist.
Okay.
Doesn't exist. I'm not going that far, to be honest with you. I hesitate to say anything 100% in terms of mental health, but my understanding is that she said you see this pattern always.
I'm not asking about her. I'm asking about you. And so you say you won't go that far, right?
Right. So, and I agree with you. It could be, in the universe of possibilities, could there be some data out there that we just don't know that would account for and explain this in a way that makes it look more typical? Absolutely. Could it be the case that a person who is in general functioning very well, certainly within the sort of confines of normal teenage development in the United States, in this community, suddenly decides after coming home from school to write this kind of, it's strange, I'm not asking you to agree, but it's a strange note for him, and then kill his brother and kill all these other people for no reason? Because that's what we're talking about, no reason.
Well, but could a reason not be that you're interested in killing people and want to see what that experience is like?
Those individuals, yes, and those individuals would have high degrees of psychopathy, and they would universally have other trajectory and a pattern of cruelty to animals, other psychopathic conduct, behavioral difficulties at school, all the time, every time, and he just has none.
So you're willing to say 100% that time?
Well, that's a very limited answer you gave me. Those people that are that psychopathic would have a tremendous difficulty hiding that from the world for 15 years. Now, could it happen? You're right. I'll back off. I'll go to 99.9% of the time because there always could be an outlying case. I'll concede that. I just don't think that.
Okay. Since you've talked about the note and how strange it is, I want to ask you about that a little bit. And you would agree that the information that you receive affects the information that you were able to output.
Good. You got it. Right. Yes.
And so the more information that you have about something, the better and the more accurate information you have, the more accurate results you will get.
Yeah, I think all information is better. Yeah, more is better.
Okay. And so I was trying to take some notes, and I think one of the reasons that I jotted down that you were concerned about this note and its ability to make sense of it, or the nature and the style of the writing, and the bizarre reasons, in your words, that he gave.
Yes, compared to who he was before that day. Yes, well, but I agree.
Well, so then I want to ask you, you've said multiple times throughout your report and multiple times while you were testifying that you don't know who Austin was before then because you didn't get to talk to him, right?
Didn't say that. what they did in this case is a psychological autopsy. I know who he is now directly. It is not possible to infer from what we see today with he is by definition a different person. That's not the same thing as saying that we can't build a picture psychiatrically of who he was based on all the stuff that we've been talking about today. Teachers, school records, descriptions of his family life. So you still get a picture, but he's still not the same person.
But you don't get the best picture because your information is limited, correct?
Which is partly why I've limited my final opinion. Yes.
Right. But that would also affect everything else that you are opining about, correct? To some degree.
I mean, I may not be following the line of questioning, but I don't find that objectionable. There, in these cases, I have been involved in cases where the perpetrator is deceased, right? And so you're definitely limited in that regard. In this case, it's unusual that he had such a catastrophic brain injury that he is at his core a different personality now. So
All right, so the note was basically saying Austin's motives, how the note talks about him hating the world. He was not depressed or suicidal, and he just hated everybody. And he talks about motives. And he claimed he killed his brother because he was in the way, noting he used stolen subsonic 22. And he was not mental, he said. And he was sane completely. And he had no regrets. And he expressed love for his father, but disliked his mother, while stating he was not bullied. He wrote he didn't necessarily want to delete himself, and he did not care if he did. So that's what the note had to say, and it was 2 pages.
I'm not examining him at the offense in the same way that I can with other survivors who don't blow a large portion of their brain away.
Right. So the letter, in your report, you write a lot about the letter, and you express multiple times in your analysis, and in fact attribute it to one of the concerns you have about his mental state at the time is the date that is at the top of the document, correct?
Yeah, and it was wrong. I mean, I was wrong about that.
You were wrong about that, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not wrong. It's written wrong, but I had no way of knowing that somebody else had a bad day and wrote with the wrong date on there. I don't know who put that on there, to be honest.
Right. So the letter that you got has a different date written on it than the date that the defendant wrote on it, correct?
I didn't know that until yesterday, and I didn't know he actually wrote a date on it. But the date on mine says 23.
You didn't know that he actually wrote a date on it?
I only have this copy. It's the only one I have.
I get that, but you write in your report multiple times about Austin writing a date on it.
Because the one I have did have him writing a date. So I was provided this document as his note. The top of it is a line that has a date on it. It's not flagged as anything, so I wrote in the report based on that note. The fact about this being not his writing at all was not known at the time I wrote this report.
Right. I guess my question to you was, you attributed that date at the top to Austin.
Oh, I did. Right. At the time I wrote the report, I absolutely did. Yes, and I was wrong.
Right. And we now know that Austin did. You now know that Austin did write a date on it, but he wrote the correct date.
rank is above you?
Sheriff Schmidt, duly elected official, and Chief Deputy Enright would be the two above me.
So you're number 3 in the sort of chain of command at the sheriff's office, correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware of an incident of 2024 regarding a missing person?
Yes, I am.
And what was the name of that missing person?
Crystal Rosh.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. Maybe the most important exhibit of the case, a calendar of June 2024. Does it appear to be an accurate calendar of the month of June in 2024?
It does.
I'd just like to show that to the jury. So the 23rd was what day of the week?
That was a Sunday.
And who receives that call?
Dodge County Dispatch Center.
And just generally, what information does dispatch receive?
In this one, dispatch received information from the stepmother to Crystal Rosh, Diana, who stated that she has not had any physical correspondence with Crystal since June 11th of 2024.
So as a result of that call, does a deputy respond somewhere?
Yes, Deputy Zachary Kukan responded. Deputy Kukan would have been assigned to the southwest part of Dodge County that night, or that afternoon for the shift, and would have responded down there to investigate the missing persons complaint.
Now, were you on duty when this happened, when these calls are coming in?
I was not.
So does Deputy Kukan have another supervisor that he reports to?
There would be typically a sergeant and a lieutenant working. I'm not sure which particular supervisors were working that night.
Is it unusual for the sheriff's office to receive these type of missing person, adult missing person complaints?
They are not in high frequency in Dodge County.
But do they occur, adult missing person complaints?
Yes, they do.
So Deputy Kukan, he goes to Wood Road, and I'm sorry, who was that again?
Deputy Kukan is
Who resides at Wood Road? I'm sorry.
the Rosh family.
And that is Crystal. What relationship are they to Crystal?
That would be Zachary Rosh, who's seated at my right hand here, was living tenant there, did reside there with his parents.
And he is her husband, or is that correct?
Correct.
And then did Deputy Kukan make other attempts to contact Crystal?
Deputy Kukan did attempt phone contact, and to the best of my knowledge, that it went straight to voicemail.
So that evening, are you aware of anything that happens on, well, let me ask you this. Does the sheriff's office have an online tip submission program?
Yes, we do.
And who can submit tips through that online program?
Anyone can submit a tip.
And so that evening, were there any tips that came in regarding Crystal Rosh?
There was a tip that came in from Crystal Rosh's email address that was later learned was her email address, stating that she was fine.
And based on that email and some of the other information that Deputy Kukan received, what happened on Monday?
So we got together as a administration team. Our administration team typically works Monday through Friday. In the morning hours, we do have a briefing, and that was a point of contact first thing in the morning to discuss that case that took place. We utilized Microsoft Teams, which is a communication tool for our whole sheriff's office to use. That information was made aware of through that, and also emails basically stating that there was some concern about a missing person, Crystal, and that we looked into it, discussed it, and felt that it needed immediate attention.
And then on Tuesday, so the 25th, does this get assigned detectives?
Correct. Initially it was patrol-based, but we felt that this needed to be investigated by our detective bureau. We currently have 7 detectives along with a lieutenant, and basically we put all our resources into this from our detective division.
And did you, along with an analyst from your department, prepare basically an overview of the law enforcement activities that happened on this case, a timeline of the law enforcement activities that happened on this case?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 2. And what is Exhibit 2?
I'm sorry?
What is Exhibit 2?
So this is in reference to the Rosh investigation.
And is that a timeline?
It is a timeline.
And did you participate in putting that timeline together?
I did.
And does that accurately reflect that law enforcement activity that was basically an overview of the law enforcement activity that was conducted on this case?
That is correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2 into evidence.
No.
Receive.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Oh, thank you. And then if we could just, if we could zoom in a little bit on it. So starting there at the top, so up here, how do I do the laser thing? Like this, and then this red thing. What does this represent here in the blue?
So that would be the call for service received at 5:39 by our dispatch center. That is time-stamped through our CAD system. The second one would be showing Deputy Kukan being dispatched for a call for service. And then Deputy Kukan arriving at N3251 Wood Road. That is the town of Clyman, Dodge County, Wisconsin, and the Dodge County Sheriff's Office has jurisdiction in that area.
And what is, you mentioned the word CAD. What is that?
CAD is basically computer-aided reference points that our dispatch basically puts the data into a computer system that's visible to the Sheriff's Office personnel.
And then do you keep a record of all of those notes? So is it based, are the dispatchers writing notes into a system, or is it somehow computer generated?
No, they are physically putting notes in. Some of it is automated, generated, such as when a deputy would put themselves on scene and route to a call or anything like that. It's automatically time-stamped into the CAD system.
And then is that saved in your system?
It is saved, yes.
And then is that when a case number is generated and an investigation occurs, does that track along with that investigation, those CAD notes?
That's correct.
So though you said that there was this online tip that happened in this case, is that something that would go into those CAD notes?
There could be a reference point to that in there. That's not 100% always what happens.
Okay. So now if we could zoom out a little bit and go to, so we get assigned on, detectives assigned on the 25th. Very generally speaking, obviously there's going to be lots other people that were involved along the way. But generally speaking, on the 25th, what happens? I mean, what are we doing as far as the investigation?
So we set up a incident command post. So basically what that means is we get our administration staff together inside a room, and we dispatched our investigators out into the field doing open source investigations, looking at any available information that's made available to us. That information is then funneled into to the incident command post, and assignments are divvied out or assigned from that point based upon the information that's learned.
So where are you then on the 25th when this information is coming in?
So I'm in the detective bureau or in their office. Lieutenant Taylor Nails is the direct supervisor of our detective division, and I was working side by side with him. My prominent role for this is really to collaborate and work on getting everybody what they need, signing off on certain assignments. But as far as the direct investigation, that's left to the detectives and Lieutenant Nails, who's overseeing that portion.
And do you know if they were tracking down bank records?
Bank records, surveillance, information was passed along from our investigators that Zachary Arash had a Mitsubishi four-door sports utility vehicle, and information was gleaned from that investigation to show that we were able to obtain a license plate and utilize our flock system, which is sporadically placed throughout the state of Wisconsin, which picks up on license plates, and we're able to somewhat identify directions of travel, locations. Outside of that, I think I mentioned banking records, store surveillance, any other intelligence that's learned through that we're looking at and assigning out.
At some point, was there a decision made to apply for a search warrant then for the Wood Road address?
That's correct. In the latter half of June 26th, with all the information that we gathered, we felt that it was necessary for us to apply for a search warrant. We worked in direct correlation or conjunction with the district attorney's office in applying for one.
And so you said latter, really like very early morning hours of June 26th, so the end of the day of the 25th, early morning hours of the 26th, correct?
Yeah, we were working all the way through.
And then was there another residence or another property that was of interest to the sheriff's office?
Investigators learned that the Raj family had a property in Adams County, specifically 3356 9th Avenue in Springville, which is in Adams County. The Dodge County Sheriff's Office does not have jurisdiction in Adams County, so we were in direct contact with investigators in Adams County to assist us.
And once that search warrant on Wood Road that was served and executed, correct?
That's correct.
What happened with that property? Did we just search it on the 26th or something else?
So we maintained that property all the way through the 27th into the next day. That meant that we had sworn staff there on site to preserve everything at the residence and its property.
And then the Adams County, were there any representatives from the sheriff's office that went up to the Adams County search warrant as well?
That's correct.
And then did the sheriff's office call in for any additional assistance for the search on Wood Road?
The State Crime Lab.
So why does that happen, and what is their role?
So their role is predominantly evidence collection, scene management, and their job is to assist us, be another resource for our agency to have outside of our sheriff's office purview.
So on the 26th, was the sheriff's office able to locate Crystal Rush?
The 26th, no.
Was there any indication that she was, starting first with just the Wood Road address, that she was deceased on the 26th?
No.
With respect to the Adams County address, was there some indication that she might be deceased?
That's correct.
And why was that?
The Mitsubishi was located up in Adams County, and there was blood located inside the vehicle.
And Adams County, Was there a thorough search of that property, essentially looking for a body?
Correct.
So when I say thorough search, what does that mean to law enforcement?
So that would take a look at outbuildings, property grid searches, which takes a lot of personnel, manpower. So Adams County took care of that portion in conjunction with our investigator who was up there by searching the property for any signs of human remains or anything of evidence,
And when
evidentiary value, I should say.
When you say a property grid search, kind of just walk me through a little bit what that means.
So a grid search basically is we get an overview of the property, so mapping, break it down into sections so you do not miss anything. So typically it's smaller sections to ensure that we're properly documenting, marking. A lot of times we'll use flags to determine our points of entry throughout the furthest point so that we're not missing anything. So that's typically what a grid search would entail.
And then sometimes is it just lines of people just walking the property looking for bones, a person, something
Correct.
like that?
Correct.
So as we get to the end of the day on the 26th, any, aside from the blood and the Mitsubishi, any sign of Crystal Roche?
No signs.
So then moving on to the 27th, if we can move over to the timeline on that side, please. What happens on the 27th? And then we have our calendar. What day of the week are we on now on the 27th?
June 27th would be a Thursday.
Okay. So what happens then on the Thursday, June 27th?
So the search continues on up in Adams County. We still have representation from the sheriff's office up there working with them. We are informed of 5 items that were seized from the scene up there and maintained. Going back directly to Dodge County, we undertook a very large, vast area search, really concentrating around the Wood Road property, anything adjacent to it. As you can see, we searched ditch lines, land on County Road J, County Road W, which is all, we'll say, in close proximity of the Wood Road address.
And what does that mean, search? We just have a person walking down the roadway, or what does that look like, those searches?
So some of those searches, the larger areas, once again, we're doing grid searches. Some of those where you'll see along roadways, we're searching for anything in the ditch, anything that may be possibly discarded, to include anything of evidentiary value, human remains, or anything that would pique of interest to law enforcement.
Was this just the Dodge County Sheriff's Office participating in this search, or were other agencies assisting?
There were other agencies. We used, under mutual aid, we brought in outside agencies due to the large volume and large scale of the search. We needed a lot of personnel, and we had to seek assistance outside of our office.
And then at some point later, does the sheriff do something else?
Yes, Sheriff Schmidt conducted a press conference. Purpose of the press conference was to get the information out to the public, to see if we can get any potential tips, leads, anything to include the whereabouts of Crystal Roche or anything that would assist law enforcement in any sort of investigation.
The evening of the 27th, so this is now Thursday, any signs of Crystal?
No signs of Crystal Roche.
So now moving to the 29th. We can move over to that portion of the... What happens on the 29th?
So once again, you can see...
And I'm sorry, this is now Saturday, right?
June 29th is Saturday, yes. As you can see, a lot of searching again, areas, once again, that we were unable to cover. The first day, there's 2 retention ponds or wastewater treatment. The wastewater treatment plant for the town of Kleiman was searched along with ditches, roadways. Once again, we're searching for anything of evidentiary value.
And the pond searches, did we have to call in for other agency assist for those searches?
Yes.
And is there a specific kind of team that assists us with that?
Typically, we call in, a dive team to search. The Dodge County Sheriff's Office water dive certified.
Other questions? Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, you can step down. Next, actually, this would be a good time. We'll take 15 minutes. jury.
Right.
Sure.
Or partial information.
Incomplete information, which is always. I don't know that I've ever been in a criminal case where I had all the data, but yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. And at multiple points in this, well, let me ask it this way. You talked about the reasons in the note not making sense, right? Or being bizarre.
That is correct, yes.
But when you look at the note, he's giving reasons for what he did, correct?
They are reasons, and they're not great sentences, but you can interpret what the words mean in the sequence they're written. They are reasons. They're not typical reasons, but they are reasons.
Well, I mean, you did say that envio-terrorism is a real thing that has caused people to go do mass shootings before, right?
Oh, it is. Well, I don't know about that, but people do become exceedingly focused on it. I just don't find that he did.
I'm not asking that portion of this.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is the reason he gave is a logical reason that has in fact caused others to become radicalized or have these fixations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked about who he's talking to, he talks to his parents and leaves notes for his parents, right?
Yes.
He actually leaves a note as to kind of directed to the police with like a parents cops.
Right.
Right?
Right.
He talks about why he's doing what he does. He talks about why he felt he needed to kill his brother, correct?
Because he was in his way? Okay, yes, he did.
Correct. Now, you may not agree with his...
The opposite of what a forensic examiner does. The opposite of what a forensic examiner does. You're trying to look at each little fact. I'm not being critical, but little fact, and ignore the context, which is, yeah, but if that were the case, you're an expert, and I agree that there would have been clear evidence of something happening. Oh, no, that's right. I'm sorry if I didn't understand your question. Yes.
So
he didn't like this.
Right.
Yeah, I got you.
And so that goes back to that level of information that you get put in affects what comes out, right?
Well, I know the saying you're thinking about, and so yeah, if incorrect information comes in, then that can lead to incorrect interpretations.
Right.
Sure.
Or partial information.
Incomplete information, which is always. I don't know that I've ever been in a criminal case where I had all the data, but yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. And at multiple points in this, well, let me ask it this way. You talked about the reasons in the note not making sense, right? Or being bizarre.
That is correct, yes.
But when you look at the note, he's giving reasons for what he did, correct?
They are reasons, and they're not great sentences, but you can interpret what the words mean in the sequence they're written. They are reasons. They're not typical reasons, but they are reasons.
Well, I mean, you did say that envio-terrorism is a real thing that has caused people to go do mass shootings before, right?
Oh, it is. Well, I don't know about that, but people do become exceedingly focused on it. I just don't find that he did.
I'm not asking that portion of this.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is the reason he gave is a logical reason that has in fact caused others to become radicalized or have these fixations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked about who he's talking to, he talks to his parents and leaves notes for his parents, right?
Yes.
He actually leaves a note as to kind of directed to the police with like a parents cops.
Right.
Right?
Right.
He talks about why he's doing what he does. He talks about why he felt he needed to kill his brother, correct?
Because he was in his way? Okay, yes, he did.
Correct. Now, you may not agree with his reasons or have concerns about his reasons, but he gave reasons, correct?
He gave reasons, but what the rest of that I don't agree with what you said. It's not that I don't agree with the reasons. It's that the reasons don't agree with his life. And I understand his life as best I can, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. There are people who might go so far as to kill a family member because they just irritated them getting in their way. Go
Let
ahead.
me ask you this about that. Will you find in the letter what the actual language he uses as to why he felt he needed to kill James?
I killed James because he would get in my way.
Okay. When you're looking at the context of all of this, correct? Could you not conclude from that he's saying James would try to stop me from doing what I'm about to do?
Well, so while I think in the abstract you could say that that's true, but if you put that in the rest of even the circumstances of the crime itself, it just doesn't make sense. So what you're doing is sort of the opposite of what a forensic examiner does. You're trying to look at each little fact. I'm not being critical, but little fact, and ignore the context, which is yeah. But if that were the case, you're an expert, and I agree that there would have been clear evidence of something happening. It doesn't just pop out anywhere. So if the theory is that somehow James knew that he was going to do something bad, but then he goes to play a video game, I'll say all things are possible, but your imagination is better than mine, I think. So I just don't see that that's likely.
I appreciate that. What I'm asking you, though, is if you look at the
that nothing else about his assessment would suggest we still haven't provided any reason why he would have done this. There's no reason in terms of red flags which would have led him to do this. So while you can interpret it in that manner, I still have to look at the big picture. I still agree with Dr. Gibson that when people kill their sibling because he's going to get in the way of my mass homicide that I'm planning out, it's universally the case, nearly universally the case, that either beforehand usually or in retrospect, the clear impetus for that emerges. And marinating in the violent impulse. If you have it, I don't have it.
In your opinion, the internet searches are not enough, correct?
They don't match the characteristic of, and I've done these digital footprint analyses. It doesn't match. It doesn't fit, in my opinion.
In your opinion?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we're dealing with right now.
That is correct.
Correct?
Right. And can I be wrong? Sure. My wife would tell you routinely, yes, I could be wrong. But these are my opinions.
I guess what I'm getting with to this point of the letter is that if you look at the letter in and of itself, okay, let's ignore your opinion about the search and the history and all that. The letter on its face is not illogical or giving reasons that are just contrary to reality or any possibility that is what the defendant was feeling at that moment in his life.
So to answer that, I will say yes. If I do ignore everything else, could someone write this, and this is the accurate reasoning behind their doing it? Yes, but that's a dangerous thing to say, because I don't do that as a psychiatrist. It doesn't fit with him, and it doesn't even. It's not. Did he do it because of climate change? Did he do it? If I ignore everything else, you could say that this letter could explain why somebody would do something like this. But that would be poor practice for a forensic psychiatrist to do that.
One of the big concerns you have, or I don't know, I describe it big to you. One of the concerns that you pointed out are the misspellings that are in there.
Well, I don't know if that's a big concern. It's just noteworthy for somebody that's floating a 3.8 GPA.
Right.
So,
I mean, did you look at his internet searches?
Oh no, but I've got more than 3.8 when I was in school, and our internet searches routinely are misspelled. I just can't type good.
So you didn't look at his internet searches?
Yeah, I did. I'm just saying, yes, I did, and I know that there are misspellings in there, and I just that doesn't attach to a finding of being a risk factor for mass homicide. Nor does misspellings in this. It's just another little data point. He wasn't typing this though; he was writing it. So.
And he misspelled by leaving out an E?
Yeah, and there was one other one I thought too.
Regrets?
Yeah.
That's a common misspelled word though, right?
Not okay, if you say so. Sure.
You would agree though that if you're looking at that note just as a note, it addresses points that would often be questions that people would have about why. He's attempting, or at least listed reasons as to why he did what he did, correct?
Yes. I mean, I agree with that. If you just take this, you can interpret this as providing sort of different reasons for doing so.
He addresses people that suicide notes and or notes about a manifesto or a mass murder note might be left behind. It addresses people that would likely be reading that note and in his family and the police, correct?
I think that is fair to say, yes.
Okay. He is very specific in times and as far as giving ranges of times for when things happen and where he got items from, correct?
True. That is true.
He says he got the bullet from Cabela's. You can't disprove that, right?
Oh, no, I wasn't at Cabela's, so I don't know. I mean, it would be very helpful to know that a place would... It would be helpful to know that it's true, but I can't say that it's not true. The question about suicidal, he says he's not suicidal there, right? Correct.
But he does talk about knowing that what the likely outcome of all of this is, right?
I think so, yes.
And at some point, when asked, I don't remember exactly where it was, but when asked why he shot himself, he said, because I don't want to go to jail, right?
He told me that as well, yes.
So his statements to you now about that issue are consistent with what he's saying in that letter, correct?
Oh, the reason for shooting himself? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that part is very consistent, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So part of it's good, part of it's bad, in your opinion, as far as consistency and making sense?
No. Wow. So no, when I say that there are inconsistencies, that's different than saying that everything is inconsistent. Psychiatry is a million shades of gray, proportionality matters, context matters, and so I'm having difficulty communicating that in a way because the questions are about undoing that in a way that makes the conclusions very unreliable, in my view.
Okay. When talking about the search history just in general, you've told us time and time again that they are not a red flag for you, fair?
They are not for me.
But you've also testified that you practice outside of this forensic field, correct?
Oh, yes. I mean, clinically, you mean? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right, so you see patients.
I do.
And if a patient presented to you and told you, I'm 15 and I'm searching torture photos of ISIS and torture techniques, and I'm constantly on, I think it's Crime USA, which is a website of violent videos, and things like that. Would you ignore that, or would you take some action in that?
No. I would definitely explore the reasons for that. Now, I've got to tell you that what you just described is more than common. We don't have to like it. I don't have to approve of it, but it's as common can get. So, no, absolutely. If I was there and was aware of that, I would want to explore, well, what's that all about? I was like, well, I'm going to be a forensic guy. I really want to be one of those guys on that TV show. So the reasons do matter. The drive for it does matter. And whether we want to accept this or not, this sort of focus on violent things that go boom, guns amongst teenage youth is just not rare. I'll just leave it there.
That's fair. But my next question for you, though, is why would you explore that with that person?
To make sure that the context wasn't that this had become the preeminent focus of his life. That's the proportionality. Was he doing it to the extent that he was letting every other aspect of his life? And when your expert and I talk about this, when this happens, it becomes all they care about. They focus on it, and there's an escalating trajectory of them immersing themselves more and more in very unhealthy online content. I think most every teenage boy is exposed to some of that because they seek it out. It's the ones that see it and then that's all they want. That's the problem. That's the area of exploration, to find out what is the meaning of this? Why are you doing this? Are they doing it because their friends are doing it and that's gross? That's different than, I want to do that.
Is it common for young people to write down bomb-making materials and hide them in chapstick?
I don't know that I would say that, but it is not uncommon for young males to, I'm trying not to self-disclose here, but little kids do things with fireworks, and we experiment with things, and things that I'm lucky I still have 10 digits. But it depends, again, on what you mean. If somebody's building a trigger and they're trying to accumulate ammonium nitrate, that's different than drawing a picture of something. And I know about the chapstick. I asked about chapstick. I have no idea why he put the drawing in the chapstick, but the drawing itself was...
Could the reason that he put the drawing in the chapstick
So before June of 2024, generally speaking, how often did
and sometimes that was a 2-minute conversation, and sometimes that was a 20-message text thread.
And so that contact was primarily through phone or texting?
Yes, and then, yeah, phone and texting.
So I want to direct your attention to June 10th of 2024. Was that the day before you were scheduled to have a visit?
No, June 10th, she was supposed to have a visit.
And did you receive a communication concerning that visit on that day?
Yes.
And what was the general nature of that message?
Crystal had texted me saying that she had strep throat and that she did not want to get the kids sick and that she would be canceling the visit.
And that visit was supposed to have occurred on June 10th?
Yes.
What did you do after receiving that message?
I said, okay, I hope you feel better. And then I sent her a couple pictures of her son's kindergarten graduation.
Did you ever receive any response to those messages or those pictures?
No, which is very unlike her. Usually when I send a picture of her kid, she follows back with a thank you and 5 or 6 text messages asking about more details about her kid and what they were doing and when it was and if they had fun. And so it was very odd that she did not respond after that.
And after that June 10th after that June 10th text, did you ever receive any message or contact from Crystal?
No, I did not.
Now, around that same time, did you learn that Zach Rash decided to voluntarily terminate his parental rights?
Yes.
Was that a surprise to you?
Objection, relevance.
You may answer.
Yes.
Before that, had there been any indication that Zach intended to voluntarily terminate his parental rights?
No.
So from your perspective, before communication stopped in June, was Crystal still engaged in maintaining a relationship with her children?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. You were mentioned that Crystal Rosh had supervised visits with her children at the county building?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever have unsupervised visits with her children?
No.
And this is for the entire 5 years that you've been a foster parent to her children? She's never had an unsupervised visit?
No, I think they came to a concert one time and there wasn't anyone there to supervise, but I was there.
And you mentioned that you sent pictures of her son's kindergarten graduation.
Yes.
Is that something that she could have attended?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, to your knowledge, based on the ongoing legal issues with her children, there was nothing preventing her from going to her child's kindergarten graduation, was there?
Transportation.
Okay. Like I say, there's nothing legally preventing her.
No.
Okay. You're aware Crystal had a vehicle, correct?
It depended on how often it was working.
Okay. And so you've, it's been 5 years, and the children are, is it Bryson? The names of the children, Bryson, is that one of the names?
Yes.
Okay. And he's been doing well in foster care with you. Is that right?
He's adopted.
Okay. Fully adopted?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time in June 2024, he was doing well at that time.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to all this, how the children were doing in June of 2024. Because Crystal had an upcoming hearing in July of 2024, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, you and your husband had taught him to ride a bicycle without training wheels?
Yes.
Okay, and that he's got a great relationship with your husband as well, right?
Yes.
He likes working in the garage with him?
Yes.
And you have a close bond with him?
Yes.
So at the time in June 2024, things are going very well with you and Bryson and your husband, correct?
Yes.
And obviously at the upcoming hearing in July, that's something the judge would consider is how well the children are adapting to foster care, correct?
Correct.
And then there's another child, I'll just give the year of birth is 2013. And would it fair to say that she continues to love to be the center of attention?
Yes.
Okay, and she was taking clarinet lessons in the summer?
Yes.
And she expressed to you that she would like to be adopted by you and Tyler.
If that was her only choice, yes.
No, I'm just, is that a fair statement?
No.
So at a home visit in March of 2024, you would disagree with the statement JoJo expressed to the CCR worker that she would like to be adopted by Heather and Tyler.
Objection,
Is that a
yes.
correct statement?
JoJo would like to stay with us, but her mother is her mother.
I understand.
She doesn't know at that age what her options are and what her options are not.
Okay, but it's fair to say that things are going well with JoJo and you and Tyler in June of 2024.
It is fair to say that things are going great with my entire family, correct?
Okay, and again, these are things that the judge would consider at that permanency hearing in July.
Correct.
And this was the same for the other two children as well.
Correct.
Is that they were adapting well to living with you and your foster care with you and your husband, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. A few more questions?
Just a few more.
Go ahead.
So the judge would also consider at any further hearing what Crystal was doing, correct?
Correct.
And Crystal was continuing to make efforts and work towards reunification with her children, correct?
Correct.
And during this time, did you ever observe anything from Crystal that indicated that she was going to give up on making those efforts?
Absolutely not.
I have nothing else.
Rick Cross.
Well, was part of Crystal's reunification plan to not be with Mr. Rosh?
That was part of it, yeah, but he
Okay.
made that difficult.
Yeah, in June, the middle of June, she was with him, right?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
No. You can tell
Okay.
when she's with them and when she wasn't. Her demeanor changed.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
All right, you can step down. I'm assuming that's all of the witnesses the state has for today. Is that correct?
Yes, that is all the witnesses for today, and I can let the jury know that at least for today, we are ahead of schedule.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the situation. Good news, you're off before 4:20 today. There's a couple things you should be aware of. First of all, you should understand that this is being streamed live, and I'm telling you this for a very important reason. Family may try and contact you regarding that. You should not. I'm telling it to you because I don't want you to act like you're surprised by that. If you look in the back, you can see there's a camera in the back of the courtroom, and that's court TV that is filming this live. So I want you to be aware of that, and I wanted you to be aware of it because if somebody contacts you, you should not discuss what's going on here, and you should not in any way talk with anybody about this. And if someone tells you that, your response normally, right? We all are. Here's our normal response, right? You immediately, somebody says something to you, and you Google it, or you try and search it out using one of the various social media apps. Don't do that. You are not to do that. Remember, I told you earlier, you are not to seek information about this trial. And I would ask that you are very vigilant about that. And I trust that you are going to keep that responsibility, keep the responsibility not to discuss the case. And certainly you can, if you get home and your husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend says, "Where were you?" Obviously, you're in court today. Obviously, you're in the middle of a trial. Obviously, you got selected for jury duty. But that's the end of the discussion. I mean, they obviously, and you're coming back tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So you can obviously tell them your whereabouts, but that's the end of the discussion. And please, please, please be respectful. Don't go and look at anything about this trial on any media, radio, television, or the internet. All right. So that's the rule for today. Now, tell me about you folks tomorrow. Can we start at 8:30? Is that doable? Is there? I don't even know if kids are still in school, but anybody have kids they have to drop off? Any concern about getting here at 8:30? No. All right, everybody's nodding no, there is no concerns. And for your own edification, the order of the court for this trial specifically says that, your image will not be displayed, period. And that's why you noted that they were not filming during jury selection. So, as I said, you need to be aware of that, but just be aware of it and please don't do anything with it. So, we'll see you tomorrow, 8:30. Bailiffs will give you some information about coming and going.
Okay, the new trial of the missing wife burn pit, which we were just watching for a moment while we're waiting for the verdict, and Chow's case, so it is over. Chow's not over, but the other one we were just watching is over, so I suppose we could, I don't know, maybe do the openings, I suppose? Well, let's do the open. This is of the new trial, Missing Wife Burn Pit trial, the new one.
It's introduced.
So we'll watch this part, and as we wait, and then after we watch the openings, I either will watch more of the trial we didn't see, or we will go to one of those other parts of the other trials playing before that.
During the course of the trial. I must caution you, however, opening statements are not evidence. Attorney Will.
Attorney Willer will do the opening, but can we have the projector, please?
I'm sorry?
We need to switch to state's table. Right? Do you think it's right or left? This side?
You're going to use some electronics during your...
Yes.
All right, thank you. Left or right?
All right.
My left.
And while we're getting set up, I just want to make sure everyone can hear me okay. I have the mic on now. Is everyone able to hear all right? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you again for being here, for showing up for jury duty, for going through all those uncomfortable questions and that whole process. But thank you for showing up, and I thank you for your attention as we go through this trial. This is Crystal Rash. She was married to Zach Rash. She had children with Zach Rash. She's going through a divorce with Zach. Now this is Crystal and Zach on June 11th of 2024, together at Culver's in Oconomowoc, just before 10:30, 10:27. And this is Crystal Rash and Zach Rash walking in the parking lot of Goodwill in Oconomowoc again on June 11th, 2024, just before 11 o'clock. And this video is the last image that captures Crystal Rash alive. As Crystal walked alongside Zach on that June morning, Crystal was a dead woman walking. The man beside her, her husband, Zach Rash, is the man who killed her. That is what this case is about. Crystal was a woman who was alive, who had children, who had a future, who had plans, and who was last seen alive with the defendant, Zach Rash. The evidence will show that in June of 2024, Crystal Rash was not a woman preparing to disappear. She was not preparing to abandon her children, to give up on the divorce. She was not preparing to abandon the life that she was trying to build for herself. You will hear that a divorce was filed between Crystal and Zach, but you'll hear that Crystal was positive, optimistic about that, optimistic about her future. You'll hear that she was trying to become more independent, including working towards having her own place. You will hear that though her children were not in her custody, that though there was a pending termination of parental rights, both for her and for Zach, that she was continuing to maintain that relationship with her kids. And that she had every reason to believe that that relationship would continue. You'll hear that she remained involved with her children. She maintained regular visitation. She regularly communicated about them. She was not a woman fading out of her own life, but a woman still trying to hold on to the parts that mattered most. You will hear that she was hopeful, that she was making plans, that she was moving forward. And then all that stopped. Crystal disappeared. Here's a calendar for reference, as we're going to be talking a lot about dates. On June 10th, you'll hear that Heather Doherty, the foster parent for Crystal's children, received a message that Crystal would miss that next day's visit with her kids. You'll hear that Heather responded and sent Crystal photos of the kids, including a photo about one of the children's kindergarten graduation, but that Crystal never responded to those pictures, never commented on them. And that was extremely unusual for Crystal, to not comment about pictures sent to her about her children. And in fact, you'll hear that Heather never heard from Crystal again. And from that point forward, the evidence will show that everyone in Crystal's orbit, stopped hearing from Crystal. Jumping forward now to June 23rd. On June 23rd, Crystal Rash is reported missing. The call first goes to patrol to look into it. Patrol Deputy Zachary Kukan is dispatched. He first speaks to Diana Free, Crystal's stepmother, and the person who made the missing persons report. And he starts trying to determine where Crystal might be, who was the last person to hear from her. You will see Deputy Kukan makes contact then with the defendant on his property outside his residence on Wood Road in the town of Clyman. And you'll see Deputy Kukan's squad and body camera capturing that interaction. And I just ask you guys to watch that carefully. When Deputy Kukan arrives, the defendant does not simply walk to the law enforcement officer in the squad to speak to him. Instead, you will see him come from the area that we will eventually learn is in the area of a burn pit. And he goes to a vehicle, closes the trunk, and then, and only then, does he go and speak to Deputy Kukan. After that contact, Deputy Kukan goes to speak with Robin Reels, a close friend of Crystal's. And while he's there with Robin, in real time, Robin starts to receive Facebook messages that are purported to be from Crystal. But Robin will tell you that these messages are coming from a different account, Facebook account, than what she's used to from Crystal. and that these messages did not sound like Crystal. The wording was wrong, the style was wrong, and whoever was sending these messages wouldn't do the one thing that would have proved that it was Crystal, which is get on the phone, get on video, and show themselves. At this point, the case is turned over to the Detective Bureau. Now, on June 25th, Detectives Justin Cotney and Andrew Rolfs are assigned. They go to Crystal's residence and they go into her bedroom. And there they find her calendar, like a month calendar similar to like this. And that catches their attention because that calendar, that month of June, has appointments, whatever, what have you, written out on it. And each day is crossed off. Up until June 9th. Every day is crossed off until June 9th and then nothing. So investigators begin tracing Crystal's financial activity. They contact her bank and they obtain her debit card transaction information. And they see that transactions from Crystal Rosh's debit card take place after Crystal has effectively disappeared from her life. So they begin pulling surveillance of those transactions. They begin sort of working backwards. One of the first surveillance videos that they look at is from Menards in Beaver Dam on June 23rd. The same day, earlier in the day, that Deputy Kukan made contact. And what do they find? Not Crystal, but the defendant. The evidence will show that the defendant used Crystal Rosh's debit card to purchase, on that date, from Menards, 6 32-ounce bottles of Santeen drain cleaner, which is highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Continuing to look into this, the investigators learned that on June 22nd, the day prior, the defendant used Crystal's debit card, this time at Menards in Johnson's Creek, for 2 32-ounce containers of that same drain cleaner. The evidence will show that the defendant used Crystal's debit card several other times and places during the month of June, after Crystal had effectively disappeared. On June 16th, at Blaine Farm and Fleet, Ace Hardware, and Walmart in Watertown. On June 18th, Quick Trip and Walmart in Beaver Dam. On June 19th, at Walmart in Watertown. On June 20th, at Blaine's Farm and Fleet and Quick Trip in Watertown. On June 22nd, at Speedway and Walmart in Watertown. On June 23rd, at Walmart and Quick Trip in Beaver Dam. And you will see evidence that some of those transactions involve purchasing cleaning products, stain remover, upholstery cleaner, seat covers, air fresheners, and drain cleaner. And some were simply just ATM cash withdrawals. But the evidence will show one fact that runs through all of those transactions. Crystal is not there. She's not in the videos, the surveillance videos. She's not in the vehicle in the parking lot. She's nowhere in sight. The defendant is alone, using Crystal's money. Now, at this point, investigators seek and obtain a search warrant for that Wood Road property in the town of Clyman, Dodge County. And that search warrant is executed on June 26th. Inside the residence, law enforcement finds several receipts connected to some of those debit card transactions among the defendant's property. They locate a large amount of cash, and they locate a 9mm Taurus handgun and a holster. Outside in the property, they find multiple burn areas and hone in on one of them, and there they find a tooth and a bone fragment known as the Petrus Pyramid. Now, you'll hear from a forensic dentist, Dr. Legros, that the tooth matched known dental records for Crystal Rosh. And you'll hear testimony explaining what the Petrus Pyramid is, a dense part of the bone at the base of the skull, from which DNA can sometimes still be recovered, even after burning. You'll hear that Petra's pyramid was sent to an outside lab and a DNA profile was developed from that bone, and that DNA profile was consistent with the DNA profile developed for Crystal Rash. Now, at about the same time as this investigation is going into this Wood Road property, law enforcement is also tracing the movement of the defendant, his defendant's vehicle, through flock camera information, which shows that that vehicle traveled towards the Wisconsin Dells area. Detective Cotney learns that the defendant's family has property in Adams County towards the Dells. Investigators determined that the defendant traveled to Adams County on June 24th, the day after Deputy Kukan first made contact with him. A search warrant is obtained for that Adams County property, and there, on that property, investigators find the defendant's Mitsubishi Eclipse parked near a camper. Now, the evidence will show that this Mitsubishi Eclipse, this vehicle, was the vehicle that the defendant was using when he was with Crystal on June 11th. When they were seen together at Culver's, when they're in the parking lot of Goodwill, and the last image that we have of Crystal alive. But the evidence will also show that beginning the evening of June 11th and continuing in the surveillance videos from the debit card transactions that followed, the defendant is no longer using that Mitsubishi. He's using different vehicles, a Dodge Ram and a Chevy Cobalt. So when investigators locate the Mitsubishi hidden away on that Adams County property, they're finding the very vehicle that he was using when Crystal was last seen alive with him. And inside the Mitsubishi, they find blood. The evidence will show blood saturated into the seat belt, blood in the area of the front passenger seat and front passenger door, that it looked like someone had tried to clean, but not nearly well enough. Samples are taken and tested, and the evidence will show that the blood in that vehicle is consistent with a DNA profile developed for Crystal Rash. Now, during the execution of the June 26th search warrant on the Wood Road property, investigators also seize the defendant's cell phone. They get a search warrant for that. They examine it. And then they learn what the defendant had been searching. And I ask you to pay attention not only to the content of those searches, but to the timing of those searches. The evidence will show that on May 28th, 2024, nearly a month before Crystal was reported missing, the defendant visited a website asking, "Do you die instantly from a gunshot to the head?" He visited a site about the difference between a headshot and a chest shot. He searched, "Will a gunshot to the head instant death?" And he searched, "Will a 9mm kill an head instant death?" And he searched, "Will a 9mm kill an animal if shot to the head?" On June 6th, June 6th, just days before Crystal's last seen alive, the defendant searched, "How long can you get widow's benefits? And can you get widow's benefits if taxes were never filed?" So even before Crystal is even gone from the story, before anyone's even looking for her, the evidence will show that the defendant was searching about fatal headshot wounds and widow's benefits. Then on June 11th, the same day that Crystal is last seen alive with the defendant again searched whether a 9mm would kill if shot to the head. Then after June 11th, the searches change in nature. On June 12th, he searched carpet cleaner and visited carpet cleaners at Menards. On June 14th, he searched, "Do raccoons eat bones?" On June 19th, he searched 2023 Eclipse cross replacement passenger seat and visited a site for a Mitsubishi Eclipse cross front bucket seat. On June 22nd, he searched, "Can you clean a vehicle interior with cold water?" Do opossums eat bones? Is sulfuric acid flammable? And what happens when you add gas to sulfuric acid? Then the searches turn towards law enforcement and warrants. He visited a website titled Basic Guide to Fourth Amendment Protections. He searched can police get search warrants on Sunday in Wisconsin? He searched how fast can police get a warrant? And later that same day he searched Wisconsin missing person alert, missing people in Wisconsin, and active missing persons near me. On June 24th, he again searched about sulfuric acid and what happens when you add gas to it. And on June 25th, he returned yet again to searches for Wisconsin missing person alert, active missing person near me, and missing people in Wisconsin. So the evidence will show a progression. Evidence will show that before Crystal disappears, the defendant is searching about fatal headshots and widow's benefits. After Crystal is gone, he is searching about cleaning, bones, replacing parts of a vehicle, sulfuric acid, how quickly police can get a warrant, and about missing persons alerts. Then months later, on October 24th, law enforcement returns to that Wood Road property with another search warrant to conduct another, more thorough search of the property. And they search an area near the original burn pit that had not been searched thoroughly the first time. And there they recover additional bone fragments, among them ribs, mandible, tooth material, and another petrous pyramid. And before the end of the state's case, you will hear the defendant's own words. You will hear his interview with Detectives Cotney and Rolfs. And when you hear that interview, I again ask you to listen carefully. Because the evidence will show that Detective Rolfs repeatedly pushed the defendant with the essential question, what did you do to her? And the defendant's answer over and over wasn't an answer to that question at all. Simply, I don't know where she is. I don't know where she is. I don't know where she is. So listen to his words. Listen to his inconsistencies. Listen to his contradictions. And then compare them to what the evidence shows. Compare what he says to what is provable. Compare his explanations to the surveillance videos, the bank records, the acid purchases, the internet searches, the blood in the vehicle, and the remains found on his property. When you step back and look at all of the evidence together, the picture becomes clear. Crystal Rash was not a woman who walked away from her life. She was moving forward. She was pursuing a divorce. She was hopeful about the future. She was staying connected to her children. Then she disappeared. After she disappeared, false messages appeared in her name. The defendant used her debit card. He bought sulfuric acid. He bought cleaning supplies. He withdrew cash. Before she disappeared, he searched about headshots and widow's benefits. After, about acid, bones, cleaning out a vehicle, and how fast police can get a warrant. He traveled to Adams County. Her blood was found in the vehicle. You'll hear that her remains were found in the burn area on his property. And at the end of this trial, when you've considered all the evidence will not leave you with a mystery. It will leave you with the truth. That Zachary Rash intentionally killed Crystal Rash and then tried to cover it up by using her identity, spending her money, mutilating and burning her body, and giving the police false information. And at the end of evidence, the state will come back and we'll talk to you again. We're going to ask you to return the only verdict that the evidence supports, which is guilty. Guilty as to both counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you want to just stand up, stretch out for a minute. We've been going now for an hour and some change. And, 45 minutes. All right, we're done. Teresa Howie.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case is about a young woman who, while handling a firearm in front of Mr. Rash, discharged it and tragically killed herself instantly. And to make matters worse, Mr. Rash believed that he would be blamed for her death, as it was his firearm and the divorce that was pending. He panicked and made a series of incredibly poor decisions. He lied to his friends and family. He raised suspicions. He was targeted by law enforcement, and eventually he was prosecuted for her death. The government is attempting to turn the tragedy of Crystal's death into the travesty of prosecuting Mr. Rosh for her death. And at the end of this case, my partner, Merle Josti, will come before you and ask you to end it once and for all. So how did we get here? So on June 8th, Zachariah Rosh picked up Crystal Rosh from Kleiman. And they were going through a divorce at the time. They had a divorce trial, a divorce hearing set for August of 2024. And by and large, it was going to be the end of their marriage. But they still spent time together. They had children together, and from time to time, they spent time together. And on this weekend, beginning on Saturday until the following Monday and Tuesday, they spent time in Adams County, near Wisconsin Dells, where his grandmother has some trailers on a property there in the woods that's frequented by all the family members. And they spent time together. They behaved as a couple. They went down to the Wisconsin Dells in town, spent time there, eating, enjoying the Dells. But there was one thing that was looming. That's always been looming. In fact, it's been looming for the past 5 years.
All right, council, just so we're clear on the record, we gathered in the chambers. We let y'all know that we received another note, which I believe also contains some of the deliberative process of the jury, which I'm not comfortable disclosing within, basically consistent with South Carolina law. It's not. So I'm going to, I can say, mention that at least some had indicated they may want to go home for the night. I'm not inclined to do that. This case has garnered a significant amount of media attention. I would be concerned that the jury could somehow be compromised or researched or something. So now that we've started the process, I'm going to ask them to push on through and go ahead and order dinner. Any objection to that from the state?
Negative. No, we concur.
Okay. All right, bring them in, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have received your note. I understand some folks may be getting fatigued. This has been a long day, long week. Typically, once the deliberative process begins, we ask you to stay here as long as possible. Certainly, we're not going to do anything inhumane. But I'm going to ask you to keep deliberating. The clerk is going to get with you shortly with regard to orders for dinner. And we're just going to ask you to keep working. I understand it's been a long day. It's been a long day for everybody. And I know y'all are diligently working, and I appreciate that. But we're going to ask you just to keep working, and we'll get your dinner orders, and we'll just let us know if you need anything else. All right. Thank you. Any objections from the state?
Negative.
Negative. All right, thank y'all. We'll let you know. Yes, sir. All right, council, just so we're clear on the record, we gathered in the chambers. We let y'all know that we received another note, which I believe also contains some of the deliberative process of the jury, which I'm not comfortable disclosing within, basically consistent with South Carolina law. It's not. So I'm going to, and I can say, mention that at least some had indicated they may want to go home for the night. I'm not inclined to do that. This case has garnered a significant amount of media attention. I would be concerned that the jury could somehow be compromised or researched or something. So now that we've started the process, I'm going to ask him to push on through and go ahead and order dinner for. Any objection there from the state?
Negative. No, we concur.
Okay. All right, bring him in, please, sir. Yes, sir. Typically, once the deliberative process begins, we ask you to stay here as long as possible. Certainly, we're not going to do anything inhumane, but I'm going to ask you to keep deliberating. The clerk is going to get with you shortly with regard to orders for dinner, and we're just going to ask you to keep working. I understand it's been a long day. It's been a long day for everybody, and I know y'all are diligently working, and I appreciate that. We're going to ask you just to keep working, and we'll get your dinner orders and deliberative process begins. We ask you to stay here as long as possible. Certainly, we're not going to do anything inhumane, but I'm going to ask you to keep deliberating. The clerk is going to get with you shortly with regard to orders for dinner. And we're just going to ask you to keep working. I understand it's been a long day. It's been a long day for everybody. And I know y'all are diligently working, and I appreciate that. But we're going to ask you just to keep working, and we'll get your dinner orders, and we'll just let us know if you need anything else. All right. Thank you. Any objections from the state? Negative. Negative. All right, thank y'all. We'll let you know. Hey, any questions? Yes, sir.
Contrary to Wisconsin statute, the burden of a dictionary about as you action was made.
She maintained regular visits with debit card transactions. They get a search warrant for that. She disappeared.
Spent time together. This case is about a young woman who, while handling a firearm in front of Mr. Rash, discharged it and tragically killed herself instantly. And to make matters worse, Mr. Rash believed that he would be blamed for her death, as it was his firearm and the divorce that was pending. He panicked and made a series of incredibly poor decisions. He lied to his friends and family. He raised suspicions. He was targeted by law enforcement, and eventually he was prosecuted for her death. The government is attempting to turn the tragedy of Crystal's death into the travesty of prosecuting Mr. Rosh for her death. And at the end of this case, my partner, Merle Josti, will come before you and ask you to end it once and for all. So how did we get here? So on June 8th, Zachariah Rosh picked up Crystal Rosh from Kleiman. And they were going through a divorce at the time. They had a divorce trial, a divorce hearing set for August of 2024. And by and large, it was going to be the end of their marriage. But they still spent time together. They had children together, and from time to time, they spent time together. And on this weekend, beginning on Saturday until the following Monday and Tuesday, they spent time in Adams County, near Wisconsin Dells, where his grandmother has some trailers on a property there in the woods that's frequented by all the family members. And they spent time together. They behaved as a couple. They went down to the Wisconsin Dells in town, spent time there, eating, enjoying the Dells. But there was one thing that was looming. That's always been looming. In fact, it's been looming for the past 5 years. And that's the children that they have together are not with them. The state of Wisconsin has taken them away. And that no doubt Crystal loved her children. And no doubt she also had a looming date to determine what is going to happen with her children. Will she get to be with them again? Will she have custody with them again? You have to remember, these are young children. They've been 5 years with a foster mother at this time, developing relationships and moving forward. And adoption was on the table. It's a zero-sum game, adoption. Someone's going to have the children and somebody won't. And on June 11th, they went together to Milwaukee, looking to speak with some attorneys. Now, Crystal did have an attorney at the time, but you'll see from the Google searches that they Googled attorneys in Milwaukee and that their cell phone records show that they were there. But they couldn't walk into a law firm and say, look, we want a meeting. They didn't have an appointment. And it was a letdown again. And in that ride home, something happened. And Zach doesn't know exactly what happened as he was driving, but he did have a 9mm in his vehicle. And then, as he was driving, the gun discharged. And then he drove to his property in Kleiman and began a series of incredibly poor decisions because of how it looked. And it didn't look good. It was his firearm. It was a divorce. Clearly the last person to be with her. And he panicked. He did what he could to dispose of her body. He lied to friends and family. He created false Facebook accounts and messages. And he lied to the police. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. There's lots, and he used her bank card to deal with what was going on. Now, there's a lot that we can agree on in this case. And one of the first things that we're going to agree on is, yes, in fact, Crystal Rosh is deceased. We'll agree also that Crystal Rosh's remains were found at that property on Wood Road, which is N3251. and their remains were found in the burn pit and also covered with sulfuric acid. We will have few questions for a lot of these witnesses that are going to come forward and testify to that. The forensic anthropologist, the dentist are going to be testifying to things that we agreed. We will have very little, if any, questions for those witnesses. But remember, this is a first-degree intentional homicide case. And there is a lot that we are not going to agree about. Judge Fitzinger has already told you that the prosecution has the burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Every element of the offense. And he mentioned two important words in his opening remarks. Number one is that Mr. Rosh caused Crystal Rosh's death. Two, that he caused her death intentionally. The prosecution has no direct evidence about what happened surrounding her death. It will be based on circumstantial evidence. There's no eyewitness to what happened that they will present. There is no video of the shooting and the gun discharging. There's no audio of it. And so they will be putting together a puzzle for you, or an attempt to do so, but you'll see that there are missing pieces. And they're the very crucial missing pieces of what happened. And even the prosecutor in opening statement says, we don't know what caused the death. And that's what we're here for. Causation and intent. Now, there may be a temptation when there are competing theories about what happened to put the evidence on one side and on the other side and kind of weigh it out and see which one sounds better, which one is more correct. And that would be completely appropriate in a civil trial, where they weigh the evidence by what they call preponderance of the evidence. Which side has a little bit more evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt. There are three questions that I want to leave you with to consider while this case is pending and while listening to the evidence. What element of the offense does this piece of evidence prove or disprove? And we're talking specifically about causation and intent. When the witnesses are testifying on what does it prove and disprove. Number two, can the prosecution rule out that Crystal Rosh shot herself? And if you are left with any lingering questions surrounding the cause of death, ask yourself, are there any lingering questions? Then that's reasonable doubt. And the prosecution cannot turn this tragedy into a travesty without your permission. And at the end of this case, my partner will ask for justice. He will ask you to end this prosecution. But he can only do it with each and every one of you. And he will ask for the only verdict that is supported by the science and the evidence. And that's a verdict of not guilty on the homicide charges. Thank you.
They would call Captain Jason Bake.
Come right up. Please be careful on the ramp when you get to the top. Once you stand over the ramp.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
You see that. Pull that microphone up. Speak directly into it.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Jason Bake, first name Jason, last name Bake, Boeck.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as the operations captain at Dodge County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office?
25 years.
And what does that mean, operations captain?
So I'm in charge of the overall operations of the Sheriff's Office to include oversight of the Patrol Division, Detective Division, and our Communications Division.
How many captains are at the Sheriff's Office?
There are 2 captains, myself, and we have a jail captain who oversees jail operations.
And then who in a supervisory rank is above you?
Sheriff Schmidt, duly elected official, and Chief Deputy Enright would be the 2 above me.
So you're number 3 in the sort of chain of command at the Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware of an incident that occurred, I guess I should say, a call that came in to the Sheriff's Office on Sunday, June 23rd, 2024, regarding a missing person?
Yes, I am.
And what was the name of that missing person?
Crystal Rosh.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. Maybe the most important exhibit of the case, a calendar of June 2024. Does it appear to be an accurate calendar of the month of June in 2024?
It does.
I'd just like to show that to the jury. So the 23rd was what day of the week?
That was a Sunday.
And who receives that call?
Dodge County Dispatch Center.
And just generally, what information does dispatch receive?
In this one, dispatch received information from the stepmother to Crystal Rosh, Diana, who stated that she has not had any physical correspondence with Crystal since June 11th of 2024.
So as a result of that call, does a deputy respond somewhere?
Yes, Deputy Zachary Kukan responded. Deputy Kukan would have been assigned to the southwest part of Dodge County that night, or that afternoon for the shift, and would have responded down there to...
self-disclose here, but little kids do things with fireworks, and we experiment with things and things that...
These calls are coming in?
I was not.
So does Deputy Kukan have another supervisor that he reports to?
There would be typically a sergeant and a lieutenant working. I'm not sure which particular supervisors were working that night.
Is it unusual for the sheriff's office to receive these type of missing person, adult missing person complaints?
They are not in high frequency in Dodge County.
But they occur, adult missing person complaints?
Yes, they do.
So Deputy Kukan, he goes to Wood Road, and I'm sorry, who is that again?
Deputy Kukan is...
who resides at Wood Road, I'm sorry?
The Rosh family.
And that is Crystal. What relationship are they to Crystal?
That would be Zachary Rosh, who's seated at my right hand here, was living tenant there, did reside there with his parents.
And he is her husband, or is that correct?
Correct.
And then did Deputy Kukan make other attempts to contact Crystal?
Deputy Kukan did attempt phone contact, and to the best of my knowledge, that it went straight to voicemail.
So that evening, are you aware of anything that happens on, well, let me ask you this. Does the sheriff's office have an online tip submission program?
Yes, we do.
And who can submit tips through that online program?
Anyone can submit a tip.
And so that evening, were there any tips that came in regarding Crystal Rosh?
There was a tip that came in from Crystal Rosh's email address that was later learned was her email address, stating that she was fine.
And based on that email and some of the other information that Deputy Kukan received, what happened on Monday?
So we got together as an administration team. Our administration team typically works Monday through Friday. In the morning hours, we do have a briefing, and that was a point of contact first thing in the morning to discuss that case that took place. We utilized Microsoft Teams, which is a communication tool for our whole sheriff's office to use. That information was made aware through that, and also emails basically stating that there was some concern about a missing person, Crystal, and that we looked into it, discussed it, and felt that it needed immediate attention.
And then on Tuesday, so the 25th, does this get assigned detectives?
Correct. Initially was patrol-based, but we felt that this needed to be investigated by our detective bureau. We currently have 7 detectives along with a lieutenant, and basically we put all our resources into this from our detective division.
And did you, along with analysts from your department, prepare basically an overview of the law enforcement activities that happened on this case, a timeline of the law enforcement activities that happened on this case?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 2. And what is Exhibit 2?
I'm sorry?
What is Exhibit 2?
So this is in reference to the Rosh investigation.
And is that a timeline?
It is a timeline.
And did you participate in putting that timeline together?
I did.
And does that accurately reflect that law enforcement activity that was basically an overview of the law enforcement activity that was conducted on this case?
That is correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2 into evidence.
No.
Receive.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Oh, thank you. And then if we could just, if we could zoom in a little bit on it. So starting there at the top, so up here, how do I do the laser thing? Like this, and then this red thing. What does this represent here in the blue?
So that would be the call for service received at 5:39 by our dispatch center. That is time-stamped through our CAD system. The second one would be showing Deputy Kukan being dispatched for a call for service. And then Deputy Kukan arriving at N3251 Wood Road. That is the town of Kleiman, Dodge County, Wisconsin, and the Dodge County Sheriff's Office has jurisdiction in that area.
And what is, you mentioned the word CAD, what is that?
CAD is basically computer-aided reference points that our dispatch basically puts the data into a computer system that's visible to the Sheriff's Office personnel.
And then do you keep a record of all of those notes? So is it based, are the dispatchers writing notes into a system, or is it somehow computer generated?
No, they are physically putting notes in. Some of it is automated, generated, such as when a deputy would put themselves on scene and route to a call or anything like that. It's automatically time-stamped into the CAD system.
And then is that saved in your system?
It is saved, yes.
And then is that when a case number is generated and an investigation occurs, does that track along with that investigation, those CAD notes?
That's correct.
So though you said that there was this online tip that happened in this case, is that something that would go into those CAD notes?
There could be a reference point to that in there. That's not 100% always what happens.
Okay. So now if we could zoom out a little bit and go so we get detectives assigned on the 25th. Very generally speaking, obviously there's going to be lots other people that were involved along the way. But generally speaking, on the 25th, what happens? I mean, what are we doing as far as the investigation?
So we set up a incident command post. So basically what that means is we get our administration staff together inside a room, and we dispatched our investigators out into the field doing open source investigations, looking at any available information that's made available to us. That information is then funneled into to the incident command post, and assignments are divvied out or assigned from that point based upon the information that's learned.
So where are you then on the 25th when this information is coming in?
So I'm in the detective bureau or in their office. Lieutenant Taylor Nails is the direct supervisor of our detective division, and I was working side by side with him. My prominent role for this is really to collaborate and work on getting everybody what they need, signing off on certain assignments. But as far as the direct investigation, that's left to the detectives and Lieutenant Nails, who's overseeing that portion.
And do you know if they were tracking down bank records?
Bank records, surveillance, information was passed along from our investigators that Zachariah Raj had a Mitsubishi four-door sports utility vehicle, and information was gleaned from that investigation to show that we were able to obtain a license plate and utilize our flock system, which is sporadically placed throughout the state of Wisconsin, which picks up on license plates, and we're able to somewhat identify directions of travel, locations. Outside of that, I think I mentioned banking records, store surveillance, any other intelligence that's learned through that we're looking at and assigning out.
At some point, was there a decision made to apply for a search warrant then for the Wood Road address?
That's correct. In the latter half of June 26th, with all the information that we gathered, we felt that it was necessary for us to apply for a search warrant. We worked in direct correlation or conjunction with the district attorney's office in applying for one.
And so you said latter, really like very early morning hours of June 26th, so the end of the day of the 25th, early morning hours of the 26th, correct?
Yeah, we were working all the way through.
And then was there another residence or another property that was of interest to the sheriff's office?
Investigators learned that the Raj family had a property in Adams County, specifically 3356 9th Avenue in Springville, which is in Adams County. The Dodge County Sheriff's Office does not have jurisdiction in Adams County, so we were in direct contact with investigators in Adams County to assist us.
And once that search warrant on Wood Road that was served and executed, correct?
That's correct.
What happened with that property? Did we just search it on the 26th or something else?
So we maintained that property all the way through the 27th into the next day. That meant that we had sworn staff there on site to preserve everything at the residence and its property.
And then the Adams County, were there any representatives from the sheriff's office that went up to the Adams County search warrant as well?
That's correct.
And then did the sheriff's office call in for any additional assistance for the search on Wood Road?
The State Crime Lab.
So why does that happen, and what is their role?
So their role is predominantly evidence collection, scene management, and their job is to assist us, be another resource for our agency to have outside of our sheriff's office purview.
So on the 26th, was the sheriff's office able to locate Crystal Rush?
The 26th, no.
Was there any indication that she was, starting first with just the Wood Road address, that she was deceased on the 26th?
No.
With respect to the Adams County address, was there some indication that she might be deceased?
That's correct.
And why was that?
The Mitsubishi was located up in Adams County, and there was blood located inside the vehicle.
And Adams County, was there a thorough search of that property, essentially looking for a body?
Correct.
So when I say thorough search, what does that mean to law enforcement?
So that would take a look at outbuildings, property grid searches, which takes a lot of personnel, manpower. So Adams County took care of that portion in conjunction with our investigator who was up there by searching the property for any signs of human remains or anything of evidence, evidentiary value, I should say.
When you say a property grid search, kind of just walk me through a little bit what that means.
So grid search basically is we get an overview of the property, so mapping, break it down into sections so you do not miss anything. So typically it's smaller sections to ensure that we're properly documenting, marking. A lot of times we'll use flags to determine our points of entry throughout the furthest point so that we're not missing anything. So that's typically what a grid search would entail.
And then sometimes is it just lines of people just walking the property looking for bones, a person, something like that?
Correct.
So as we get to the end of the day on the 26th, aside from the blood and the Mitsubishi, any sign of Crystal Rush?
No signs.
So then moving on to the 27th, if we can move over to the timeline on that side, please. What happens on the 27th? And then we have our calendar. What day of the week are we on now on the 27th?
June 27th would be a Thursday.
Okay. So what happens then on the Thursday, June 27th?
So the search continues on up in Adams County. We still have representation from the sheriff's office up there working with them. We are informed of 5 items that were seized from the scene up there and maintained. Going back directly to Dodge County, we undertook a very large, vast area search, really concentrating around the Wood Road property, anything adjacent to it. As you can see, we searched ditch lines, land on County Road J, County Road W, which is all, we'll say, in close proximity of the Wood Road address.
And what does that mean, search? We just have a person walking down the roadway, or what does that look like, those searches?
So some of those searches, the larger areas, once again, we're doing grid searches. Some of those where you'll see along roadways, we're searching for anything in the ditch, anything that may be possibly discarded, to include anything of evidentiary value, human remains, or anything that would pique of interest to law enforcement.
Was this just the Dodge County Sheriff's Office participating in this search, or were other agencies assisting?
There were other agencies. We used, under mutual aid, we brought in outside agencies due to the large volume and large scale of the search. We needed a lot of personnel, and we had to seek assistance outside of our office.
And then at some point later, does the sheriff do something else?
Yes, Sheriff Schmidt conducted a press conference. Purpose of the press conference was to get the information out to the public, to see if we can get any potential tips, leads, anything to include the whereabouts of Crystal Rush or anything that would assist law enforcement in any sort of investigation.
The evening of the 27th, so this is now Thursday, Any signs of Crystal?
No signs of Crystal Rush.
So now moving to the 29th. We can move over to that portion of the. What happens on the 29th?
So once again, you can see.
And I'm sorry, this is now Saturday, right?
June 29th is Saturday, yes. As you can see, a lot of searching again, areas, once again, that we are unable to cover. The wastewater treatment plant for the town of Kleiman was searched along with ditches, roadways. Once again, we're searching for anything of evidentiary value.
And the pond searches, did we have to call in for other agency assist for those searches?
Yes.
And is there a specific kind of team that assists us with that?
Typically, we call in, a dive team to search. The Dodge County Sheriff's Office does not have a dive team.
And when you say a dive team, do those people have some type of specialty training?
Yes, they're underwater dive certified, where they're able to go. They also are trained on evidence retention, evidence recovery, proper techniques on how to maintain evidence.
Now moving to, so Saturday the 29th, we're still searching up in Adams County at this time too, correct?
That's correct.
On Saturday the 29th, any evidence of Crystal Rush?
There is no evidence.
So now moving to Sunday, June 30th. What happens that date?
Once again, continue to search. The search then moved back to the N3251 Wood Road, which is the Rush residence. In particular, a fire pit area, which was of particular interest.
And then on the 30th, so now we're basically 1 week after that initial call came in, correct?
That's correct.
And what happens on the 30th?
On the 30th, our investigators located skeletal remains in the fire pit. That was the first sign of anything of evidentiary value, of significance, in reference to skeletal remains.
And when you say skeletal remains, like a whole skeleton or something else?
Tooth and bones.
Was that it? Did we then say, okay, we found this tooth and bone, or do we keep searching?
We keep searching.
And so when do we do essentially our final two searches?
So the span between June and October, you can see there's some significant time span there. Took a lot of information to go through, gather. Our investigators worked tirelessly throughout trying to put the pieces together of what occurred with all the information that was gathered, which led us back to the Wood Road property in October.
And then what do we find in October?
So in October, back at the Wood Road address, we did find skeletal remains, rib tooth, the Petrarius pyramid, and the mandibula.
I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Cross. Just a few questions. Captain Bake, it's Captain, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You were present at the time that the search warrant was executed the first time on approximately 12:53 a.m. on June 26, 2024?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you were present when Mr. Rausch was taken into custody?
That's correct.
And you were involved in placing him under arrest?
I was.
And at that time, when he was placed under arrest, you would agree that he was cooperative with you?
I would agree.
He didn't try to run from the police on that occasion?
He did not try to run.
And he didn't try to fight you?
No.
And from that moment forward, he was taken into custody pending this investigation?
That's correct.
No other questions?
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, you can step down. Next, actually, this would be a good time. We'll take 15 minutes. Call your next witness, please.
The state calls Diana Free.
Ma'am, come on right up, come right up around the court reporter. To my right, to your left. Please be careful. There's a ramp there when you get to the top. I want you to stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Counsel.
Ma'am, can you please state your name and spell both your first and last name?
Sure. Diana Free, Diana Free.
And how are you employed right now?
I am retired.
And what did you do before you were retired?
I was a cook.
And where do you reside?
I reside in Juneau, Wisconsin.
And how long have you lived in Juneau, Wisconsin?
Juneau, we've been here for 15 years. Prior to that, we lived in Reeseville for 18 years.
How long have you lived in Dodge County?
Probably close to 40 years.
At some point while you resided in Dodge County, did you meet Crystal? At that time would have been Crystal Free, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when did you meet Crystal?
That would be in 1992.
Okay, and I'm going to show you Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what Exhibit 3 is?
It's a picture of Crystal.
And is that a picture of Crystal shortly before she disappeared?
Yes.
And I move Exhibit 3 into evidence and permission to publish it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Received.
So you said you met Crystal back in 1992. So how old was she then?
She was 5 years old.
And how did you come to meet Crystal?
She moved into the mobile home park in Reeseville next door to friends, a friend that I had, and I met her father, and we became friends and started dating, and we married in 1997, and we are still together.
And what is her father's name?
Her father's name is Dale Free, Dalefree.
And does she have any siblings?
Yes, she has a sister, April Lacoste, and a brother, Christopher Free.
And do you know how to spell April's last name?
Lacosse.
And are April and Chris local, or do they live somewhere else?
No, they live up in Michigan.
Okay.
April lives in Rapid River, Michigan, and Christopher lives in Escanaba.
So in 1997, after you got married, did Crystal reside with you and Dale full-time or something else?
Yes. There was a 1 year period of time, I don't remember exactly what year, but after we were married, where she went to live with her mother in Texas, but then she came back home and she stayed with us from that point on.
So what is your relationship to Crystal?
I was her stepmom. I was mom.
So basically, was Crystal a lifelong resident of Dodge County?
Yes.
And where did Crystal go to school?
Crystal went to school at Dodgeland.
Okay, and do you know if she graduated from Dodgeland?
She did graduate from Dodgeland. It was a bit challenging for her. Crystal had some learning disabilities, which made classes challenging for her, but she persevered and graduated with her class, I believe, in 2006.
And did Crystal ever hold a full-time job?
No.
So how did Crystal support herself?
Well, we supported Crystal until she moved out of the house, and then she had applied for Social Security, I believe.
Okay, so at some point, did Crystal get married to someone?
She married Zach.
And what is Zach's last name?
Rosh.
And Mr. Rosh, is he in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, in the white shirt.
And you pointed in the direction just of the council table. You said white shirt. Nose.
Correct, the white shirt with the tie, bald man.
Thank you. And do you know, maybe not the exact year, but approximately how long ago they got married?
I believe it was around 2016. I actually wasn't very happy about the arrangement.
So I want to go back to Crystal's, so she received Social Security at some point, correct?
Correct.
And was she living independently? Did she have a budget?
Yes, Crystal was very frugal when it came to her money. Her bills were paid, and she squirreled money away like a squirrel. I mean, she just saved every penny. She was a very frequent Goodwill, thrift store, garage sale shopper. She often got food from the food pantry to subsidize her needs.
Did she have a driver's license?
Yes, she did, and a
And-
vehicle, and she owned a car.
Okay. And where, in 2024, where was Crystal residing?
In Kleiman, Wisconsin,
In the village or township or?
in the town, in town.
Do you know what street she lived on?
I can't remember the
That's
name. I'm sorry.
So
I think it was just Main Street.
Okay.
I believe it was just Main Street.
prior to getting married to Zach, did you see Crystal regularly?
Periodically, we saw Crystal. She entered that I am 18 and you can't tell me what to do stage. So we still had contact with her, but she was hell-bent to show us she could take care of herself in the same premise. So we always had contact with Crystal, but it wasn't necessarily daily.
And how, at some point, did her and Zach have children?
Yes, they did.
And how many children did her and Zach have together?
She and Zach had 4 children.
And then did she have any other children?
Yes, she had 1 child prior to meeting Zach.
So prior to around 26,
Yes.
16.
Yeah.
And then at some point prior to 2024, had you been seeing Crystal less?
We did go through a period of time where we were basically estranged. A series of incidents occurred that we didn't necessarily agree with Crystal's choices on, and some incidents started occurring at our home that we were correlating with these other incidents. And so we told Crystal that until she got her priorities straight, that we needed to maybe take a step back.
So sometime in late 2023, did you
Yes.
sort of reunite with Crystal?
Yes, we reunited as a family in November of 2023, and Crystal came for Christmas along with her siblings and aunts and uncles and grandparents, and I have a large gathering for Christmas every year, and Crystal was there.
Did you learn anything about the state of her marriage during that Christmas gathering?
Yes, that she had filed for divorce from Zach, and she was excited to move on with her life without him in it.
And where was she residing then at the end of 2023?
In 2023, she was residing at her home in Kleiman.
Previous to that, was that the marital home?
Yes.
Okay. Did at some point did you become aware that she was planning on moving out of that house?
Yes, we discussed that with her. Again, with Crystal's learning disabilities, sometimes she didn't quite understand things. So she was under the impression that she would get to keep her home after the divorce. And we had to talk with her, and we actually, explained to her how Wisconsin divorce law is, and that the house would have to be sold or she would have to pay Zach out for the home if she wanted to keep it. And then we also instructed her to talk with her lawyer about that so he could, help her understand that this is what was going to happen, what would happen.
And then did you help her navigate finding some other housing situation?
I helped her in that I told her because of her disabilities and that she should go to Dodge County and that there were people there that could help her find subsidized housing or something to that effect, some disabled housing. And she did that.
And was it your understanding that she was going to move into subsidized housing?
Yes, she actually went and saw them and filled out all of her paperwork, and they had her set up to move into an apartment in a subsidized apartment in Lowell, Wisconsin.
And do you know what date she was scheduled to move into that property?
July 1st, 2024.
And were you and her father, Dale, helping her at all to move her belongings?
Yes, we were. She actually procured a storage locker at the Moose Lockers at 26 and 33. When they legally separated, Zachariah was ordered to remove.
Did you ever do anything with her to help her understand sort of the ownership and who is on the title of the house?
Yes, towards the end of, beginning of May, I believe it was, and end of March, beginning of May, Mary Rosh hired an attorney in an attempt to throw Crystal out of the house, claiming that she was the owner of the home.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Lacking foundation.
So
relevance.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
Motion's granted, it's stricken.
And I'll ask a more directed question. Did you take Crystal to a title company to help?
Yes.
And was Crystal the only person on the title for the home?
Yes.
Was there a co-signer on the loan for the home?
There was a co-signer on the loan.
And who was that person?
Mary Rosh. Mary and Scott Rosh.
So now moving forward to June. So that, and I'm sorry, you went to that title.
Would have been in May.
Of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And this is before or after she learned about the low income housing?
Right about the same time. It would be like a week or so prior. It all was kind of, first we proved to her that the home was titled to her, and then we worked on that the house would have to be sold, and instructed her to speak to her attorney, and then she went, and after she spoke to her attorney and, just double check that what we were telling her were facts, then she came and talked to us about finding housing, and we sent her to, told her to go and see Dodge County so they could help her find the subsidized housing she would need.
Are you aware of any steps that had been taken to put the Kleiman Main Street home on the market to be sold?
It was not yet listed on the market, but she knew that it would have to be, but she was going to move out of the home first.
Okay. And at the time that this was happening, was there anybody else residing in the home with her?
Yes, her natural mother, Brenda Acosta.
Do you know how to spell her last name?
Acosta.
Okay. So now I want to sort of fast forward to June of 2024, and I'm going to show you, if we can, Exhibit 1. I'm not sure that, did I leave it up there with, I just have 2 up here.
I just have the picture.
It's up on the screen too, but there's a paper copy for you. So in June of 2024, did you see Crystal at all?
Yes, I did.
And when did you see, when was the last time you saw her about, if you can remember?
On Thursday, June 6th.
Okay. And what was the nature of your interaction? Why did you see her that day, if you can remember?
She came to the house. She just stopped in, which she was doing quite often during that time. She would stop to pick up boxes from us, or, you know, if she had any questions, or she would just stop in and let us know what was going on in her world. She was in the process of packing, and she had talked with us about perhaps going up to visit her sister and brother up in Michigan, and we just we didn't want to tell Crystal what to do, so we just had a conversation of, do you think you have time to do all these different things? Because she had spoke about camping. She had talked about going up to visit April, packing that she had to finish. And we just found with working with her that and talking with her that it was easier to let her make her own choice, and just said, do you think you have enough time to get all those things done? And she thought for a second, and she said, well, yeah, I probably don't have time to go and see April, because when she would go up there, she could stay longer. You know, she didn't have, if she thought she was going for 2 days, she could stay for 5.
Got it.
And I just didn't want her to run short of time to finish her packing and stuff.
What was her demeanor like?
She was so happy. Dale and I actually talked after she left, because prior to that, from Christmas until that day, she was scared. She was concerned. Her demeanor was just she was very anxious. She was always looking over her shoulder and jumpy,
but on
that particular day, she came and she was just excited. She was excited for the divorce. She was excited for the move. She was excited to start her life over again and be the one who's in control of her life. And it made us happy. It made us very happy to see her like that, because she had been distraught for so long before that.
And so after June 6th, did you and Dale go somewhere?
We left for our property on June 14th. We did talk with Crystal when she was there. Part of the reason she stopped was to ask if we would be home for Father's Day so that she could come and bring Dad his stuff. And we told her that we were leaving on Friday the 14th and we would be gone until the 23rd. But as always, we have our phones. If you need to reach us, just call. And, you know, we could be outside, but I would come in the house and check my phone several times if I was outside doing other things.
So between the 6th and the 14th, you had no contact with her, right?
No.
And was that necessarily unusual?
No. And especially given the laundry list of things that she wanted to get done with, she was talking, spoke about going camping with a friend the weekend of the 8th.
Okay. So then did you return from your trip to your property on the 23rd?
We returned from there on the 23rd, yes.
And without going too much into what other people said, when you returned on the 23rd, did you have concern about Crystal's whereabouts?
Well, actually, we got a phone call from Crystal's sister, April, on the 20th.
Okay.
Asking if we had spoken with her. And I said that no, we had not, but I explained all the things to April that Crystal, had on her plate so that we weren't overly concerned because, again, we didn't speak every day. It may be a couple days a week in between. It depends on what she had cooking. And April made a comment that she hadn't talked to Crystal since the 11th, and that a friend hadn't talked to her. She said her friend from Waupun. I did not know who this person was. And so I just instructed her to keep trying to get a hold of her and that we would try and get a hold of her. And we would be returning on the 23rd. We had our father-in-law along with us on that trip. So we dropped him off in Watertown, where he resides. And then we came back into Kleiman and stopped at her house. I stayed in the car. I do not have a great relationship with Brenda, and it just keeps it easier if I just stay out. So Dale went in the house and spoke with Brenda, and she told him...
Objection here.
No, sorry. And he went in the house and spoke with her. Then he came outside of the house and looked into the garage. And Crystal's vehicle was in the garage. And then he got in the car and he told me what Brenda had told him. And we went home to Juneau. When we got home, I called April. And I said, have you got a hold of her yet? And she said no. And again, she repeated that, not even her friend from Waupun has talked to her. And I just asked, who is this friend? I don't know who you're talking about. And then she said, Robin. And as soon as she said that name, my heart fell into my stomach. Because I knew something was wrong. Because I knew she talked to Robin every day.
And so what did you do next then?
So I hung up on April. I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta call the police. Something is very, very wrong. And I called 911 and I spoke to the gal who answered the phone and I explained the situation and hung up with her. And shortly thereafter, I got a phone call from an officer. And I explained the situation to him and gave him, the information of people and such. And he went to do his investigation. And he called later on that night and said that he didn't feel he could put her down as a missing person due to statements that were made by Brenda and by Zach Rosh. And I pretty much flipped out on the officer because there were just many reasons. There were many instances of things to cause me concern. And I impressed on him that I needed him to do his due diligence and check records and things, and because I couldn't accept that he couldn't even put her down as a missing person. And then the phone call ended with him, and I pretty much had most of a sleepless night. And early in the morning, I believe somewhere around 7 a.m., I received a phone call from him, again, saying that he had done his due diligence, and that the things that he discovered were basically above his pay grade, and that everything, he had spoken to his sergeant, he called his sergeant, he told me at like 4 in the morning, and they decided to turn it all over to the detectives, and that a detective would be contacting us after that point.
Okay. And then detectives did contact you?
Yes, and then
correct?
detectives contacted us later that morning.
I don't have anything else for direct.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. One moment. Good afternoon, ma'am. In June of 2024, Crystal was living with her mother, Brenda Acosta.
Correct.
Okay, and you mentioned on direct that you didn't necessarily see eye to eye with Miss Acosta?
No, I did not, and these things actually go back to way back in the very beginning. Brenda Acosta moved away from the children, and prior to that occurring, there were just a lot of instances of things that occurred with the kids and their care or lack of care, etc., when they were in her custody, etc., that we just didn't see eye to eye on things.
But simply put, you didn't see eye to eye.
Yeah, we didn't see eye to eye.
Okay, and you weren't particularly happy about her coming into Crystal's life?
No, I wouldn't say I wasn't happy about it. I actually didn't know about it until, she had been there I can't say that either.
Well, let me just be more specific.
Well,
Brenda Acosta just kind of moved to Wisconsin.
Yeah, she came for a visit and never left.
I know. Let me just finish my question.
I'm sorry.
And I guess you kind of answered it. She just came unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
All right.
That's my understanding.
And this is Brenda's biological mother? Excuse me.
Crystal's
Crystal's
biological mother, yes.
Okay. And was that difficult for Crystal to handle, to navigate that situation with?
Yes.
Okay. And there was also, so she was living with her for like 3 years, is that correct?
Somewhere in that time frame, I believe.
All right. And I mean, at some point, Crystal tried to lock her mother out of her home on Main Street.
Yes.
And Crystal was informed that, I think by you maybe, or your husband, that she needed to go through the eviction process.
Correct.
All right. So at least there was some, and that tension was existing in June of 2024 between her and her mother.
Yeah. Well, yes, there was tension between the two of them. Yes.
So that was a stressor on Crystal.
A slight stressor.
Okay. You were aware, obviously, that Crystal's 4 children that she has with Zachariah Roche were in foster care.
Correct.
And they were in foster care for 5 years?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to engage and interact with those children over those 5 years?
Not me personally, because I am the step. So the court, or however it works, didn't acknowledge me Dale was able to interact with the children.
And from your understanding, those 4 children, they were thriving and doing well in foster care.
Yes.
Then in July of 2024, there was essentially was going to be a hearing to determine the future of those of their 4 children.
I was not aware of that hearing until everything else.
So that's something that Crystal didn't talk to you about?
No.
Is it fair to say that it was distressing for her to be away from her children?
No. Yeah, yes and no. I mean, of course she wanted to be physically with her children at all times, but she had access to her children via phone, she could call her kids, she could see her kids, she had regular visitation with her kids.
Okay, but the bulk of the raising of her children was by a different family, right?
Correct.
Did you know that Crystal made plans and actually went to Milwaukee to consult with an attorney with regards to the child custody?
I'm going to object based on relevance and her ability to answer that question.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I was not aware of that, no.
You mentioned that Crystal told you that she was going camping with a friend.
Yes.
And that was on June 6th?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ask her what that friend's name was?
No, I did not. I just assumed it was Robin.
Okay. So she didn't mention that it was Zach Rosh?
No.
And I guess by using the term friend, you didn't think it would be Zach Rosh, it would be someone.
Honestly, Zach Rosh is the last person I thought Crystal would be spending time with.
But you've learned through the course of this case that she had, in fact, spent time with Zach Rosh.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Crystal had taken courses to get her CCW?
No.
Okay, and I mean by that is concealed carry weapons?
No.
Has she ever talked to you about weapons?
So I'm going to object to this. I do not believe that there's any evidence that she actually partook in the
23. Says, Judge, we request to hear your entire instructions to the jury. So they want to be completely recharged. I don't know if I'll ask if they want to hear about, the part about their duties and my duties and all that. And maybe where some of that's only a page. So I'll confirm with the foreperson that they want everything. And if so, we'll completely recharge.
Your Honor, we had earlier discussed with the prosecution allowing them the written instructions. I would now request that on behalf of the defense, instead of your reading them to them, send it back to them.
What's the state's position on that? Well, I think I have the discretion to do that, and I can tell you I've never done it. My concern, and I do, like I said earlier, maybe during the charge conference, I have some of my colleagues that do it. My concern is it's all supposed to be considered as a whole, and Mr. McCullough might like really what's on page 12, and Mr. Scott might like what's on page 16, and Mr. Swerve might like what's on page 24, and not going to look at the rest of it. That's the only concern I have with it. Well, if y'all are okay with it, I'll consider doing it.
Whatever you say.
They specifically asked me to read it to them. I don't know if they knew they had an option.
And I'm happy to work this out however y'all, I can ask them if they think it would be helpful if they had a copy.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine with that. That would help them.
My only concern, and it always was as a practitioner, that somebody zeroes in on one particular word instead of reading, the comprehensive charge. But I'm happy to entertain it and be convinced otherwise. No, about it.
No, I don't have anything to say about it. Y'all decide.
Yeah, that's got to be my first thing. If they want it.
Yeah. You want to do that?
Yeah.
That's all we can do. I think we probably, all sides think probably the ease of caution, maybe bring the foreperson out and ask what her preference would be. Or if she wants us to bring out, read the whole thing if they want a section, or I can give you a copy and send it back and let that be the foreperson's preference. I think all sides would agree that would be the best way to handle it. Maybe bring it out here, the whole red, whatever.
That's what the state agrees to that.
Okay. All right. All right. Can you please bring me the floor label? Hello.
Hello.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I want to make sure you understand. I don't want to know about anything going on back there.
Okay.
how people are voting, what they're thinking,
Okay.
who's tired. That is not anybody in this courtroom's problem. Okay? So we're clear on that. Your note says that you requested to hear the entire instructions again. Both sides, the state and defense, have asked that I inquire, number one, do you think you need all of it, or are there specific sections? And number two, do you think it would be, in lieu of that, be beneficial to have a copy of it for you all to review? And
We would love a copy. We thought we couldn't request a copy of it. Yes, we would much rather have a copy of it. We've been saying that for a long time, yeah.
Okay.
So that would be great. I thought that was one of the stipulations, is that we couldn't have a written copy of it.
typically, my practice is that for various reasons, but the parties both suggested this and appear to have agreed to it. So I'm certainly willing to let the lawyers do their thing and make their decisions. So, all right, everybody comfortable with sending back to Scott?
We're comfortable.
I'm just not sure whether we should send 1 or 12.
I think a couple of copies would be fine.
Okay. All right. We will do that for you. If you can, do that. If you want to head on back to the jury room, we'll get 3 or 4 copies
Okay,
made.
that's perfect.
And,
Thank you so
y'all
much.
keep working.
Okay, we are?
Dinner
Thank you,
should
sir.
be here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I had underlined.
Mine's clean.
I had underlined the page where we were making some changes, or I think it was where something y'all wanted included, it wasn't, or something I had changed, and I don't remember thinking, I think page 18.
Not as long as it's a clean copy, we're good. 2 clean copies.
Could I just suggest as few as possible, because I think the more that are out there, that wouldn't foster as much group deliberation.
Well, let's do 3.
3 total?
Yep. So you're sure that was clean? It has no mark?
I'll watch it as it slowly goes through the feed, but it looks clean.
I did not want one.
Yeah, I had marked that page because I knew there was going to be some discussion, and I don't want them to see something I've underlined and think is more important than the rest of the charge.
Can we go on record about one matter, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And this is, and I think it still counts as contemporaneous, but we need to make sure when the solicitor was getting their rebuttal closing, I made an objection. And I don't think we ever covered or put that on the record. I think I contemporaneously to the solicitor mentioning pay apps on the phone specifically said I think perhaps I should have gotten an expert. At that point in time, I made an objection. I asked to approach the bench. At the bench, I made an objection that there were, 1, no facts in the evidence that would suggest that there was a pay app on the young man's phone. Number 2, I stated that the witness on the stand was specifically asked about pay functions of the phone. And number 3 was very specific that there is no evidence whatsoever that has been turned over in discovery. As a matter of fact, I think this phone has gone through a self-right analysis that there would have been nothing that would have shown that he would have had payability on the phone whatsoever. So at that point in time, I said that objection would have been. The analysis of the solicitor when he was making his closing argument, I said was impermissible at that time because he was putting facts that were not in evidence, not supported by any facts, and the solicitor would have had knowledge that there were no payouts on the phone. And I made that objection contemporaneously. I just don't think I put it on the record.
Well, it would have been captured at.
I don't know if it was captured, but I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, well, I'll note that, and then I will overrule your objection. I felt like the solicitor was arguing that there could have been, not there was, kind of thing. So I'll note your objection.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe a slow spinner.
We don't allow this. Safely, right, do that.
There's one right here. Can you make sure we got all 25 pages?
Numbered 1 through 27.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all What about the all the footnotes? We'll look at page 16.
Yep, we're gonna need to stop copying. We're gonna need to
Copying is
redact.
done.
Like on 15, it notes, trial court shall not, and these are footnotes that have just been inserted. The trial court shall not instruct the jury that malice may be inferred from the use of a deadly weapon, United State versus Burdett, and then noting some matters appropriate for jury argument are not proper for charging.
We need scissors.
Yes.
Or whiteout, Sharpie or whiteout.
I'd say scissors.
We can cut. Yeah. Scissors? Get rid of it completely?
What, you wipe one out and then make another copy of page 15?
There are several.
Several.
Yeah, you just need a significant number of whiteout.
Permission to cut off all the footnotes.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to send it back one while I do this?
Send them all.
Okay. I'll do my best to work. That one's done. At this point, this will be faster.
Life is complicated, you know. It can be. It's good that we're high tech.
No, sir.
No, sir.
We'll let them keep deliberating.
Those classes.
Overall.
I'm asking just if you're aware.
I'm not aware of her taking any class.
I mean, you can, that's fine. You can put that in, but-
If I may approach you on it. So Mark. I'm going to approach and hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 4.
Sure.
Have you seen that document before?
No.
Okay, thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Ma'am, are you a gun owner?
Yes, I am.
And is your husband Dale a gun owner?
Correct.
And did you try to teach your children about firearms?
Yes, we taught our children firearm safety, etc. We offered to teach them to hunt, to join the family, because we are hunters.
Did Crystal ever want to go shooting with the family?
No.
And why not?
Crystal was terrified of guns from the time she was small. When we would go to the range, you know, you take your kids along, they go stand over there and sit down and behave themselves. But when we were out on our property and with targets set up and such, as soon as a shot would ring out, she would grab her ears and drop, you know, cower and start to cry. She was not a weapon person.
Did you ever see her handle a firearm as an adult?
Never.
Did you ever hear her talk about firearms as an adult?
I spoke with her about firearms in probably, I want to say it would be in April or May at the latest, early May. Again, with her fears that she was dealing with at that particular time. We were trying to see what we could do to make her feel more comfortable. So we offered to take her to purchase a firearm. We offered to take her to the range, whatever we needed to do, and she unequivocally said no, that she's afraid of guns and she didn't want anything to do with them. And then we moved on and discussed some other ways of protecting herself, and ended on pepper spray was something that she would be comfortable with.
I have nothing further.
One moment, Your Honor.
And folks, while he's doing that, just one thing. You heard an objection was made. You heard that I struck the testimony. And what I want you to be clear about is that when I tell you that testimony is stricken, you need to just simply erase it from your mind, as if it didn't occur. That's what that means for your own information, okay?
If I may approach again, Your Honor, for Exhibit 4. I'm handing you again Exhibit number 4.
Sure.
Here where it says name, you recognize that as Crystal Rosh's handwriting, correct?
Yes, that looks like Crystal's writing.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
All right, you can sit down.
Thank you.
Next witness.
State calls Heather Doherty.
All right, ma'am, come on up. Come right around the court reporter. To my right, your left. Please be careful. There's a ramp that leads up to the witness stand. When we get to the top, I want you to stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes.
You may be seated. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Heather Doherty, HeatherDoherty.
And were you a foster parent for Crystal and Zachary Rash's children?
Yes.
And how long have you done that?
November 6, 2019.
Now, because of your role with the children as a foster parent, did you have regular contact with Crystal Rash?
Yes.
And were you also able to have some level of contact or familiarity with Zachary Rash as well?
A little bit.
Would you say to a lesser degree than you had with Crystal?
Absolutely.
Now, were you aware that there were termination of parental rights proceedings involving both Crystal and Zach?
Yes.
And were those proceedings separate from each other?
Yes.
Now, during the time that you knew Crystal, can you describe from your perspective what her relationship with her children was like?
Crystal was amazing with her children. She was lower functioning, so she needed extra guidance and support along the way. but she loved her children very much.
And did you have all 4 of Crystal's children that she had with Zach?
Yes.
Now, specifically during the time of around May and into June of 2024, was Crystal continuing to maintain contact with her children?
Yes.
And in what ways? In what ways did she do that?
Regular phone calls, and she had visits every Monday.
And for the most part, was Crystal continuing to maintain those visits?
Yes.
And you said that the visits were regular, as in every week?
Yes.
Did there come a pattern where the visits were set for a certain day of the week?
I'm sorry?
Did there develop a pattern where the visitation was generally scheduled for a certain day each week?
They're every Monday. Is that what you're asking?
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And what was the process concerning those Monday visits?
They were supervised visits at the county building, so Crystal had to check in with the supervisor on Friday to verify that there was going to be a visit the following Monday.
And in those weeks in May and into June, you mentioned there was an active termination of parental rights proceedings, but was Crystal continuing to make progress towards maintaining contact with her kids, from your perspective?
Yes. Crystal believed that she was hoping that once Zach's rights were terminated, she would get the kids back. And she was making plans on, if that didn't happen, what our relationship would look like and what her relationship would look like with the children after adoption.
So to your knowledge, was Crystal aware that adoption was a possibility?
Absolutely.
And that it would be possible that you specifically would adopt the children?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that even if you were to adopt the children, could that be described as what's referred to as like an open adoption?
I'm not sure if it would be considered open adoption, but I made it very clear to Crystal that I knew the importance of their relationship, and as long as it remained healthy and safe, that she would be able to continue to be a part of their lives.
Had anything from your knowledge happened in early June or in May of 2024 this time?
She was optimistic. She was hoping that she convinced everyone that she...
What did you do after receiving that message?
I said, okay, I hope you feel better. And then I sent her a couple pictures of her son's kindergarten graduation.
Did you ever receive any response to those messages or those pictures?
No, which is very unlike her. Usually when I...
Was Crystal still engaged in maintaining a relationship with her children?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You were mentioned that Crystal Rosh had supervised visits with her children. Crystal Rosh had supervised visits with her children at the time in June 2024. He was doing well at that time.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to all this, how the children were doing in June of 2024. Because Crystal had an upcoming hearing in July of 2024, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, you and your husband had taught him to ride a bicycle without training wheels?
Yes.
Okay. Fully adopted?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time in June 2024, he was doing well at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to all this, how the children were doing in June of 2024. Because Crystal had an upcoming hearing in July of 2024, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, so at a home visit in March of 2024, you would disagree with the statement JoJo expressed to the CCR worker that she would like to be adopted by Heather and Tyler.
What's going on here. And you should not in any way.
That was part of it, yeah, but he
Okay.
made that difficult.
Yeah, in June, the middle of June, she was with him, right?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
No. You can tell
Okay.
when she's with them and when she wasn't. Her demeanor changed.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
All right, you can step down. I'm assuming that's all of the witnesses the state has for today, is that correct?
Yes, that is all the witnesses for today, and I can let the jury know that at least for today, we are ahead of schedule.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the situation. Good news, you're off before 4:20 today. There's a couple things you should be aware of. First of all, you should understand that this is being streamed live, and I'm telling you this for a very important reason. Family may try and contact you regarding that. You should not. I'm telling it to you because I don't want you to act like you're surprised by that. If you look in the back, you can see there's a camera in the back of the courtroom, and that's court TV that is filming this live. So I want you to be aware of that, and I wanted you to be aware of it because if somebody contacts you, that you should not discuss what's going on here, and you should not in any way talk with anybody about this. And if someone tells you that, your response normally, right? We all are, here's our normal response, right? You immediately, somebody says something to you and you Google it, or you try and search it out using one of the various social media apps. Don't do that. You are not to do that. Remember, I told you earlier, you are not to seek information about this trial. And I would ask that you are very vigilant about that. And I trust that you are going to keep that responsibility, keep the responsibility not to discuss the case And certainly you can, if you get home and your husband, wife, radio, television, or the internet, all right? So that's the rule for today. Now, tell me about you folks tomorrow. Can we start at 8:30? Is that doable? Is there? I don't even know if kids are still in school, but anybody have kids they have to drop off? Any concern about getting here at 8:30? No. All right. Everybody's nodding. No, there is no concerns. And for your own edification, the order of the court for this trial specifically says that, your image will not be displayed. Period. And that's why you noted that they were not filming during jury selection. So, as I said, you need to be aware of that, but just be aware of it and please don't do anything with it. So, we'll see you tomorrow, 8:30. Bailiffs will give you some information about coming and going.
Things that I'm lucky I still have 10 digits. But it depends again on what you mean. If somebody's building a trigger and they're trying to accumulate ammonium nitrate, that's different than drawing a picture of something. And I know about the chapstick. I asked about chapstick. I have no idea why he put the drawing in the chapstick, but the drawing itself was. Things that I'm lucky I still have 10 digits. But it depends again on what you mean. If somebody's building a trigger and they're trying to accumulate ammonium nitrate, that's different than drawing a picture of something. And I know about the chapstick. I asked about chapstick. I have no idea why he put the drawing in the chapstick, but the drawing itself was.
Could the reason that he put the drawing in the chapstick is so that nobody would find the drawing?
Yeah, but I don't know why it matters. To be quite honest.
You don't know why having a recipe for a bomb would matter for a 15-year-old?
I'm not sure I would go so far as that, but so it's uncommon for a male to do that and stick it in a chapstick. It's not uncommon for them to look at such things. It is not.
It is uncommon for them to look at such things and then go out and commit mass murder?
Well, are we talking correlation or causation?
I'm not asking about the cause. I'm asking, I guess, correlation then.
So is it usual for somebody to draw something that is about a bomb and then go on a shooting spree? I don't know that I would say I would say that most scenarios of individuals who do things like that never commit an act of violence.
Fair.
But could it be seen in someone who did commit an act of violence? Sure. I would think it might be because they built a bomb, but sure.
Well, let's take that same event for the internet searches,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, you internet search and you looking at these things like how to make suppressors and where the most effective places to shoot someone might be, and then you go and do those things. Is that common for people who look up those things?
It is not common for the people to look up those things to do those things.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not something to ignore when they do.
I agree. I'm not ignoring it. It's much more common for people to look up those things and then do those things when that's all they're doing. When all they're doing is they're maniacally focused on that. Right. So then it's a different question, and I would very much agree with you. Then that would be a concern. If I saw a kid doing that in my office, I'm bringing the parents in and we're talking hospital.
I want to talk to you a little bit about, Doctor, the brain injury that the defendant suffered. as a result of shooting himself. You've described this as, I think at some point you said it obliterated his frontal lobe.
It messed it up bad. I mean, it's not a term of art, but it was a brain injury that they were not optimistic he would survive.
Right. And you were shocked that he did, frankly, right?
I was a little surprised. Yes. Certainly was surprised he woke up.
Okay. The part of his brain that is damaged controls what?
Generally speaking, prefrontal cortex, it's emotional regulation, impulse control, stimulus discrimination, affect and emotional formation. And by stimulus discrimination, it's that, I think I tried to describe it earlier,
Cameras.
Make sense of stuff. And so it's sort of, if you put all those things together, you can see how that really impacts your personality in a way. And so it's sort of the human part of our brain. The rest of our brain more focuses on biologic functions, sensory perception, feeling things, seeing things, hearing things. But the frontal lobe helps put all of that stuff together and then it sort of filters it and makes us who we are.
Controls all your emotions.
It does.
Right, like your anger, your impulsive control.
Right. Not entirely just that, but yes, it's a major component of that. Yes.
And when that is damaged, it's not as though the brain grows back.
It does not grow back, but this idea of plasticity in these kinds of injuries, especially among young people, is amazing. The brain does not grow back, but clearly he's regained some function.
Right. But I think you said in various different ways, he's never going to be the person that he would have been because of this injury, correct?
I do agree with that, yes.
And
maybe that doesn't necessarily make him a lesser person, but a different person.
A different person.
Yes.
With different concerns and different issues health-wise, fair?
Well, that will always be the case, yes, because of that. Yeah.
And so the fact that there was this irreparable damage to his brain and the frontal cortex will also cause there to be a difference or him to have difficulties in regulating those things that a otherwise healthy person with a healthy brain would be able to do?
That's an excellent question. It can. It doesn't appear that it has, but it can. And so, because during the years that he's been in custody, he hasn't had problems, maybe I misunderstood you correctly, regulating his behavior in custody, because he has no behavioral problems in custody. Now, it's a controlled environment, obviously, but absolutely you're correct. People with those kinds of injuries can have what we call behavioral disturbances associated with their neurocognitive disorder. He has not exhibited that, but they can.
And if he gets out of a controlled environment, that might become an
All right, I understand, ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict. Again, as I cautioned everybody earlier, there aren't going to be any outbursts, anything of that nature. If so, you'll be removed from the courtroom. Like I said earlier, I appreciate everyone being respectful throughout the past week of one another, even though there are a lot of emotions in this case. Everybody sits at two very diametrically opposed views on the case. But again, not going to have any outbursts, anything of that nature. If so, you'll be removed. All right, bring us the jury, please.
Yes, sir.
Seated, Your Honor. All right, Madam Board Lady, I understand you didn't reach the verdict.
Yes, Your Honor, we have.
Can you please hand it to the bailiff there? All right, Madam Clerk, will you please publish?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Indictment number 2023-GS40074440. State of South Carolina, County of Richland versus Chike Rick Chow. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Chike Rick Chow, as to the charge of murder, not guilty. Sign number 302, foreperson, June the 1st, 2026. Madam Forlady, this is your verdict and the verdict of the entire jury. Yes, ma'am, it was. Thank you. Madam Forlady and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to ask you 2 questions relating to your verdict. Please answer yes or no to each. Number 302, was this your verdict?
Yes, it was.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Number 2, was this your verdict? 257?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 63, was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 208, was this your verdict? 208. Is it still your verdict? Number 226, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 329, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 222, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 164, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 21, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 204, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 232, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 259, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
The jury's been told, Your Honor.
Very good. Anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor. We just like stop post-trial motions. Normal 10 days if we feel those.
10 days for any post-trial motions you may have. Anything from the defense? Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you can return to your jury room. I'll be right back there to the
We'd like to thank the jury.
adjourned. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, it's
an issue for him.
Yeah, it's possible, yes.
And it's not as though that's a portion of his brain, again, that's going to come back and be 100% ever.
That is true.
You talked a little bit about, maybe I should have. Well, I'll ask you this. You asked about the gestures. You were asked about the gestures in the hospital.
Oh, was that?
Yeah, and there was some talk about him pointing a gun and his finger guns at the hospital. And you said, oh, that makes sense that he wouldn't be able to regulate those immediately after this, and that someone might act out of character because of the brain injury.
Oh, I do remember talking about that. I just don't remember about that specific act. But yeah, especially in the very acute phase, people say and do things that was disinhibited, very disinhibited. And he also was encephalopathic. So
when you say disinhibited, what does that mean?
Oh, poor impulse control, just acting on impulse, saying and doing things that you might otherwise gate yourself and not do. In encephalopathy, I can give you all kinds of examples of folks that just get very agitated and really just inappropriate the way they are.
The poor impulse control is part of the problem with having a TBI to the frontal portion of your brain, correct?
Yeah, oh yeah, but I would say that in his case, part of that recovery is, as Dr. Sedlak has noted, is that his executive functioning actually has improved to some extent. And so the impulsivity, if it was at that degree bad, that what we're just describing in the detention center, I suspect there's a high likelihood that he would be having more behavioral problems there.
But when you say that his executive function has improved, he's still not back to the level that he was pre-morbidity.
Be able to do a detailed assessment of him pre-injury to that extent, right? But that is a reasonable theory.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about this idea of confabulation.
Oh, yes.
And the idea that you had concerns about that. Now, I think you even said, it's fair to say, you can't say that's what's happening here.
Correct. I have a way of saying in there that only a psychiatrist cannot get in the actual head of someone to ascertain, right, what their emotional and cognitive conditioning is. So while I find that there are risk factors for it, I'm not saying this with absolute certainty that that's what's occurred.
Right, and that's the idea of us talking about him conflating information that he has learned since as a memory.
Right. I don't know if conflate is the word, but it's sort of like the void gets filled in by things he learns that likely occurred or did occur, and over time it just becomes, oh yeah, that's my memory. I remember that.
Well, one thing that might work against that idea would be if you're providing information or details about things that were not known before by other people. Fair?
Oh, I think that's true, yeah.
Okay. And you talk at length about his inability to give you details of the event, at least initially.
Well, I didn't see him initially. It was other people that were saying that, right? Okay. So I saw him, it was a while longer, and he's given me a fairly consistent story on the occasions I've seen him.
Well, when you talked to him, what did he tell you happened that day?
Oh, goodness. Well, did I not outline it in the report? So he said, let me say this. He said universally, I don't know why I did it. I do not know why I did it. But he did describe getting the gun. He did describe walking in there and shooting James, and then subsequently moving him and stabbing him, and getting the materials together and leaving. He didn't remember much about, once he got to the Greenway area, he didn't really remember much of that. He did say, as we've talked about, that he shot himself to avoid going to jail. But what's really, so he described the events in some detail, right? While at the same time saying, but I don't know why, right? Could he really know why? Yeah. Don't know why he wouldn't be saying it. He wanted to plead guilty. He wanted to bring closure to this.
Could a reason why be because this judge has to decide what his sentence is, and if the reason why is really bad and he does remember it, that might work against him in sentencing?
Oh, sure. And I would say this, that if there was a really bad reason, I think we would have seen it. I think. Now, again, and I'm basing that on the phenomenology of mass homicide events that occur. Well, they all occur for bad reasons. None of them occur for good reasons. And so if there was one of those sort of recognized reasons, whether he was holding back or not, typically we already see the evidence of it. Right? We can figure it out anyway. So often we figure it out when they're dead.
Right, but you don't know, right?
Not with certainty. You're right. Absolutely. I am the first to concede that as a psychiatrist, I don't know that there's going to ever be anything other than death and taxes that I will be able to tell this court with 100% certainty.
Okay. If you will, walk us through a little bit more in detail about what he told you happened.
So, sure. So when I first saw him, it's a little disjointed because he said that they came home from school that day. It was an average day. He said he felt fine. He then noted that he was being very digressive. He talked about driving to school that day and then coming home. They come home do their chores and take turns playing the video games. And then he says he didn't have any homework that day. And he said, I don't know why I got the gun and shot him. He says, I didn't feel it. I don't remember what I was thinking. He was on the TV playing the PlayStation, and I shot him in the back of the head. He didn't die. I dragged him into the master bed bathroom and stabbed him. Took him so that farthest away from where my parents would come in. Stabbed him in the neck.
Well, let me stop you there, and then we'll go back to that. That part about I took him to the farthest portion of the bathroom, or the farthest portion of the home, the bathroom from where my parents would come in.
Mm-hmm.
Would it surprise you that reason is nowhere in the discovery?
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it in the discovery either. Yeah.
Right, and so that's a fact that he's giving you that nobody would have had but him, right?
Oh, right. So let me just say this. I don't want you to infer that by dissociation somebody's unconscious.
I'm talking about this.
It's like remembering a dream.
I'm talking about this idea that he doesn't have a memory, but these are facts that we've implanted in him by his review of the discovery.
Well, so got to remember, for months following this, he didn't have any of this memory. And so he's building memory.
Right, but so that portion is not in discovery.
Oh, I'm not contesting that. That's fine. I see what you're saying. So the point being is that when you go from no memory for literally months, right, even Dr. Hurt mentioned this, to building an increasingly sort of detailed, if not accurate, recall, that is a perfect situation in which provoked confabulation occurs. That memories that are his, though, can be interspersed with memories that are not his, right? And so it's another one of those million shades of gray that I know cause issues in courtrooms.
So we think that, so in your opinion, there's a chance that he remembers why he drug him to the bathroom, but he doesn't remember shooting him in the head or doing anything.
No. He didn't remember either of those things initially. And for example,
I'm talking about right then when he's talking to you and says, I drug him from the living room to the bathroom.
Could that have been confabulated?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
With what?
No. Provoked confabulation and confabulation there's two forms of this. So the provoked confabulation is when they're provided information.
Okay.
Unprovoked is a spontaneous sort of putting those pieces together in a way that makes sense, right? You're getting way beyond the opinions I'm giving, though, right? All I'm saying is he went from no memories to increasing memories over a period of months, which is highly suspicious. That doesn't mean that when he said, he gave the reason, I shot myself to avoid going to prison. when he didn't really remember shooting himself for a while. So, so I'm not saying that what he said isn't true. I'm not saying that some of it couldn't be truly held recall. What I'm saying is that with some uncertainty, is that there are indicators that these memories, he didn't have them at first. So the question then becomes, how did he suddenly build memories that didn't exist earlier? So, it could be some of one and some of the other.
Or he could have that memory and just decided to share it now.
In the realm of possibilities, yes, that's true.
What else did he tell you happened after he drug him to the bathroom?
He says he wrote a letter. I don't remember what was in the letter. Okay, that's interesting. So this interview, he says he doesn't remember what's in the letter. Then on the subsequent interview, he says, I remember writing the letter, and he was aware of what was in the letter, but he doesn't know why he would have written what was in the letter. But nonetheless, so you see there's an evolution occurring. I guess I want him to die, but I don't know why. Some of this is not related to the event, so I'm trying to get to it. Then he talked about going and getting the materials that he left the house with and changing clothes because he was going to go hide in the woods. Then he went and he talks about which guns and ammunition he took with him. He was planning to go to the woods.
Did he say what he was planning to do when he got in the woods?
Hide. Wish I understood why I shot him, James. No idea why. I just did it. There's not a reason. So then he leaves the house, goes down the street, and he says, shot someone 3 times. So I shot because they saw me with a gun to stop them from calling, but it was loud. That would cause people. Some of it just is notes that don't make much sense. But he does say that I shot those people.
Well, I want to go back to what you just said, because that's something that we didn't have in any of the discovery, right? Why did he shoot those people in the street?
Well, the why couldn't be in the discovery. Couldn't possibly be.
So why did he tell you?
He's saying, well, he knows he did it now. So you got to remember, we're going back to a period of time where he didn't know
Doctor,
he did it.
I'm asking you a very specific question. You just said that he said why he shot the person on the street. Why did he tell you he shot the person on the street?
So that they couldn't call the police on him.
Okay. And did he go on from there and say what he did next?
Basically the same. Basically, well, I mean, I can read the whole thing.
Loud. What was the part about it being loud?
Something about that they would have heard it. Got on the fairway very near the house, cut through houses, saw a guy in the car, saw a gun in the car, saw me, shot him, I think her.
So he says he saw a gun in the car?
That's what he said, yeah.
Okay.
So did not report me.
So he shot him so he wouldn't report him as well?
Yeah. There was a lady, shot her 2 or 3 times. Then it says the only female was the victim in the car. Crossed the bridge to the wooden rail around that. There was a trailer park. Saw a helicopter. Dad called him. Trailer park. He said he didn't remember as much when he got to the greenway. So it kind of skips to him being in the shed. Is it shed? Yeah, it goes through the thick woods. I shot self. After I shot myself, he says there was nothing else to do. I shot myself. Nobody knew why I was in there. After I shot myself, they returned fire at me and came in with a robot after 2 hours. I mean, he clearly doesn't. That's not something he remembers. He died.
How do you know that?
Because he had just blown the front of his brain off, and I saw the video of him on. He didn't. But he knows.
In your opinion, he didn't.
In my opinion, he didn't, and it's probably fairly accurate, I guess. I don't know how long it took for them to come in. Anyway, so he doesn't really remember anything after that until he was in the hospital.
I want to talk to you a little bit, Doctor, about minocycline.
Sure.
And the defendant's ingestion of that. You, unprompted on several occasions, talked about how rare that reaction is, right?
It's rare, yes.
In fact, when you read some of the studies about all of this, isn't it also true that, even contrary to what you said on your direct examination, that the onset of that
Okay, an overview about the case. Austin Thompson carried out the mass shooting in Raleigh, North Carolina. On October 13, 2022, deleting 5 people and injuring 2 others when he was 15 years old in February 2026. He pleaded guilty to all charges and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thompson began in the family home, and he attacked inside his family's neighborhood by shooting and deleting his 16-year-old brother, James. He walked outside, fatally shooting neighbor Nicole Connors. Off-duty police officer Gabriel Torres, who was critically wounded another resident. And he fled to nearby No River and Greenway Trail, where he shot and deleted Mary Elizabeth Marshall, Susan Carnatz. He had a standoff for multi-hour manhunts with police cornered Thompson inside the shed following a brief shootout. Injured a SWAT officer. Thompson shot himself in the head but survived. Thompson survived his inflicted gunshot wound but suffered a severe traumatic brain injury, which delayed his legal proceedings due to extensive medical rehabilitation. Investigators found handwritten notes where Thompson confessed to the crimes. He stated he was sane, and he wrote that his brother was in the way. He said evidence presented at the trial, Thomas had no mental illness or depression or psychiatric illnesses and was not taking antidepressants. He was given 5 consecutive counts of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and assault. His defense team argued that commonly prescribed acne and he was taking may have induced severe dissociation and altered his mental state, allegedly. Exactly, Coffee. Exactly. Stay out the Carolinas. Life sentence, and he rejected calls for leniency. Thompson 5 consecutive life terms without parole, making him one of the few minors in North Carolina history to receive this sentence. Yeah, so that's a summary about the case. Let's see. No laugh, right? Scared.
Personalization or disassociation happens relatively quickly in all of those studies.
Well, you're normally not on the medicine that long. But
I mean, within 2 days.
No, it can. I think I said it can happen early, middle, or late treatment. It can happen anytime.
I'm saying, though, in the literature on it, is it not true that the onset in those that have been studied is very quick?
Depersonalization.
Mm-hmm. As a result of that medicine, minocycline.
That is potential. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't remember that. But I do know. But I'm going to say early, middle, or late is still rare.
Very rare, right?
I discounted it initially.
Right.
Yeah.
You discounted it until you looked at it and decided that he was acting in a different way than he normally would have acted, based on your research and how he was moving. Different
than he would act, and different than the behavior in the cohort of mass homicides that I've been involved in.
Right. But I want to focus on the defendant.
Okay.
Some of the big things that you focused on for why it could be this dissociation and depersonalization is the way he was moving.
I would say that at the times he was moving in a manner that other people thought was unusual. His appearance was unusual, kind of more calm.
Did you talk to any of those people?
Just their interviews, I guess. I did not talk to them.
Okay. And so you didn't ask them what they meant by he was walking like a zombie, or he was walking nonchalantly, right?
Admittedly, yeah, I did not. I inferred a meaning for zombie, eerie, and trance. This is the first mass homicide case where I've seen witnesses to the offense occurring describe individuals in that fashion.
Well, did you see Dr. Gibson's testimony?
I did not.
Okay. Would it surprise you then that she who is an expert in this field and was tendered as an expert in this field, said it's very, very common that they are described as walking that way.
No, I would say calmly and nonchalantly, perhaps. Zombie, and that's a very different description of somebody, right?
But you don't know what they meant by walking like a zombie, do you?
Well, no, I didn't ask. No, you're right. I didn't talk to them.
Wouldn't that be very important to know what they meant so that you can ascribe the correct definition if you're going to make a scientific...
Well, we can look it up if you want zombie, but yeah, we can look it up. And I've got a working knowledge of what is meant by that. But yeah, sure, more information is always better. If by zombie they mean not zombie, then fine, right?
Or that they were walking like somebody in a scary movie?
Yeah, which
such as a zombie?
Mass homicide, but that is not... Yes, if they're walking like a zombie or in a scary movie, I would be very interested in that.
Well, I mean... You said, doctor, that words matter, right?
And zombie has a definition. And mass homicide victims don't actually walk around like zombies in horror movies, sir. They just don't.
But you don't know what that person meant when they said zombie because you didn't take the time to ask them.
You're absolutely right. By zombie, they may have meant not zombie. That is true. By eerie, they may have meant not eerie. They may have meant all those weird terms they use. They may have misused the word. All things are possible.
Let me ask this, doctor, and we're getting a little into the weeds on this, but I think it's important. You watch zombie movies?
I have. It's not my favorite.
Okay. Are you aware that there are multiple different kinds of zombies in movies?
Yes, I'm certainly
Some
aware.
are fast walking, some are slow walking, right?
Yeah.
Some can open a door, some can't open a door, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's not a definition of zombie. There's what you thought they meant by zombie.
And any of those would be noteworthy to me. Any of the definitions you just described are atypical.
Right, but I guess my point...
Now, if your expert thinks that walking like a zombie in any of the ways you just described is normal in mass homicides, then I would disagree with her. She didn't say that.
Right.
Okay? I've read her research. She didn't say that. You're saying that.
What I'm saying, doctor, is you didn't take the time to find out what the person who said zombie meant by zombie, correct?
You are correct. I inferred what the meaning of zombie was, and eerie, and trance.
You assumed what they meant, right?
Well, I mean, it has a meaning. There is a meaning in the book, right? It has meaning.
You said that person, I think at some point, well, I don't know if you said that person, but at some point you talked about there being this lack of emotion and that he was calm. Right.
He was at times very calm. Well, I mean, when he was talking to that person saying there's an active shooter carrying a gun, he was reasonably calm.
Right. And what he was saying, if he knew what he was doing, would be arguably pointing somebody and obfuscating his actions and putting it on someone behind him so that he could continue to get away.
Well,
right?
possibly, although it's kind of odd that he's carrying a gun while he's saying that. But all things are possible. Yeah, sure.
The gun's in the woods, dressed as a hunter.
In the Headingham area? Okay, sure. All things are possible.
The trailer park's not in Headingham, though, fair?
I don't think it's a hunting area, but nonetheless, all things are possible.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony of one of the individuals in the courtroom when they were talking about him pointing the gun at Austin pointing the gun at him?
No, I've not been here except for today. I've not heard no other testimony.
And he said that Austin had emotion in his face when he pointed the gun at him?
I don't discount that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what emotion it was, but I don't discount that. If he said it, he said it.
And that would be helpful information for you to know if you're going to make this sort of...
all information is better, especially if it's accurate.
So this medication that you talked about, the minocycline, what percentage of patients does that appear in?
So there's no numbers. From the research I got, it was infinitesimally small. I can't give you a good, accurate number. The one study I saw was a series of like 167 people, but it was extremely small, and I can't give you the numbers. I can't remember.
Do you know how many people that drug is prescribed to?
Oh, hundreds of thousands. It's commonly used. I mean, other pharmacology folks would know perhaps better than I do, but it's commonly used, and I don't know how else to say rare other than rare. Rare means rare. Got it?
That's fair. You kept talking about Ambien. We're not talking about Ambien, correct?
You're absolutely correct. The only reason I even use that as an example is because most people do know it, because it has a much higher incidence of that, and it's been described a lot in the public press. So,
but those are completely different drugs, correct?
Yes. The reaction we're talking about is not different, but they are completely different classes of drugs with completely different purposes and side effect profiles.
And completely different percentage of people that suffer that side effect.
Yeah, Ambien, it's in the last research I saw, and it was about 5% will have some disruption of consciousness with it. You have sort of in a dissociative phenomenon.
I think you described them as doing something, just not doing it well.
Yeah, doing something, but not typical for them. It's hard to describe what it's like when somebody's, you've heard the saying, the lights are on but nobody's home. They're doing things. It has purpose. It can be organized. It can have really bizarre elements to it, but they're awake, right? They look awake, but they're just not quite all the way there in terms of understanding the reality of their situation. And so sometimes that disruption will peek through, like I might have used the example of the guy that poured the drink through his hand. So he did everything right except for picking the glass up.
In that minuscule number of people that have had this side effect, how many of those people reported doing anything violent?
I've not read any case reports of that occurring. And similarly with Ambien, thankfully, even though it happens a lot more, violence occurring in this state of dissociation with Ambien is also very uncommon. Amongst that group, they're mostly a danger to themselves. Very few hurt people.
And so you cannot point us to a single person that has, in the literature or in any of the studies where we know that was a side effect of minocycline that committed any act of violence, can you?
Right. The first part we can say. The second part, I have not ever seen a study where it was confirmed that there was a minocycline reaction and that it was the proximate cause of some felony.
So the percentage of that we know is 0.
Well, I don't know that. I just don't know of any cases. So, but it could be. Yeah.
Mr. Latroy, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We'll resume at 10 minutes past 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Superior Court being recessed 15 minutes.
Idea that the outward may not be the same as what is happening inside.
Oh, affectively, yes.
Right. I think you pointed out several times that maybe the defendant's laughing at an inappropriate time or smiling or doing something like that, but that may not be how he feels inside.
The humor seems to be very preserved, but I think aside from that, yeah, his outward, you can't, it would be easy to misinterpret his affect as representative of his actual emotional reaction to the circumstances. Because one of the things that frontal lobes influence is actually emotional and affect expression.
So hard to get a read on it.
Oh, it can be, yeah.
It doesn't mean that he no longer suffers the range of emotions, correct?
Oh no, I think he is an emotional being. It's different now though, right? The part of the brain that sort of modulates that is mostly not working correctly, and so it's not normal. It's not gone, but it's changed, right? It's not as easily interpretable as it might be in other similarly situated folks with intact frontal lobe functioning. It's almost like he's always in a good mood when you talk, when you interact with him. Very agreeable.
At least outwardly?
Well, but the things he says, he doesn't want to be a bother to people. He wanted to plead guilty to put this to rest for the families. He, I think, enjoys the interaction with folks. I think others other than me have noted that humor and laughing seems to be a preserved affect for him. But when you talk to him about these difficult things, there are other mechanisms by which you can see his distress, his body posturing. He'll start shaking. He will use words to say that, you know, he feels horrible about what he did. And to be quite honest, I think he wishes he understood what he says. I wish I knew why. So I went off your question, I think. Sorry.
Yeah. So he could be angry still, correct?
I think so, sure, yeah.
You may not see that he's angry, but he could be angry. He could be happy and you not see that he's happy.
It wouldn't be this, it wouldn't express the same way, right?
And you talked a little bit there about remorse, and I want to talk about a couple things. In your review of some of the documents that Zach Rouse interviewed the defendant and provided to you, he talks a little bit about his current state of mind, correct?
He did. I think that was before I saw him, but yes.
Right. But you reviewed all of these things.
Yeah, I can't remember it. I've got to pull it from my notes if we need to talk about it. But yeah, I did review it.
At some point, the defendant was asked if he misses his brother. Is that right?
That is correct.
And he just paused and said, "Not really."
That is correct.
And says that he focuses on his current daily life.
That,
right?
That was, I do remember that, yes.
You talked about him being a different person than he was then because of the brain injury. What about his interests? Are his interests changed?
He seems to be a little interested in everything, to be quite honest with you. So I don't know that I would say that it's changed much, but when you talk, I almost wish you could just sit and talk with him. Because if you ask any question about anything, you are going to have a very long discussion about a lot of topics, one of which might be the question. And he has the actual about the question that you asked. So he had what I would describe him as is an innately inquisitive and curious person who just does like to talk about. I would say that it's changed much, but when you talk, I almost wish you could just sit and talk with him. Because if you ask any question about anything, you are going to have a very long discussion about a lot of topics, one of which might be the question. And he has the actual about the question that you asked. So he had what I would describe him as is an innately inquisitive and curious person who just does like to talk about sort of the details and the sort of nuanced, intricate details of various topics and things of that nature. So I don't know that his interests are different, but what I will say is that the person I examined is just interested in a little bit of everything.
When he was asked about the firearms that were inside the residence by Zach, he was able to give a very detailed explanation about each of those firearms, wasn't he?
He still can talk to you about firearms. He had training and experience with firearms, and I think he still can.
And he was able to tell, there were 10 guns and walks through each of them, wasn't he?
I think so, yes. Yes.
He said at first he said there were 9 guns, then he counted them again and there were 10. Does that sound
That
accurate?
sounds like something he would do, actually, yes.
And then he went on through and listed the ones.
That is correct.
Said that there was James had a 12 gauge, correct?
Yes.
And another 12 gauge that was bought in September for Austin for Christmas, right?
The details I don't recall, but this sounds very familiar to me, yes.
He said that there was a 6-hour P22 that was a 9mm, correct?
Yes.
He was able to walk through and talk about the process for purchasing firearms and how old you need to be and the rules and regulations that circle around those things, correct?
Yep, that is definitely a subject that one of many that he has detailed sort of knowledge of, in a sense.
He talked about an integrated suppressed pistol. Do you remember that in the notes?
I don't specifically remember that, but I would venture to assume that he knows what that is, yes.
He said an integrated suppressed pistol. Austin isn't sure what caliber of bullets it used, and said, quote, he had shot it before and asked about the suppressor part. He seemed confused and explained what a suppressor meant. Is this ringing a bell?
It's ringing a bell now, yeah.
And says that it's quieter, and it explains how it takes the gases that are used in a firearm and makes them quieter. Is that right?
I mean, that's accurate. And yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay. He goes on to talk about a bolt action 22 and says that's the worst gun. You couldn't hit anything within 5 feet with it, right?
It's kind of ringing the bell as you're telling me this, yeah.
And then he goes on to talk about and list the guns that he used in the murders, right?
He did.
And says that he had a Sears Model 212 gauge pump action shotgun and a Smith & Wesson M&P Shield 9mm. That it was, quote, the first pistol he ever shot. Right? Does that ring a bell?
Somewhat.
When asked about the searches on his computer, he said that he didn't remember doing any of those either, right?
Did he say that to Zach? If he did, he did it. I don't remember it. So, I mean, he told me that, though.
He told you that he didn't remember doing any of the searches?
For the most part, does not. And doesn't, yes, for the most part, that is true. Does not recall doing those.
And when we talk about these searches, are we talking about the kind of more salacious searches that we're talking about?
No, he didn't remember other stuff either. Just because there were categories we were looking at, and there's just a bunch of stuff. So not just that.
Okay. Do you remember that he told Zach Riles in, let me see what date this is, just so I can, on an interview listed as March the 4th of 2024, it says that he tells Austin that he has seen some of the discovery that shows they come through his phone and search history and found a bunch of search history going back months related to shootings. And Austin asked him what that meant, and he tells him that they found searches related to police codes, other mass searches from earlier in the other mass shootings from earlier in the year to include Buffalo and Uvalde.
That's correct. Yeah, I found my notes. So yeah, this is the 24, 24
I
maybe?
believe so.
21, something. But I got it. Yeah.
And he says that searches about school shootings and other things like that, and he says he doesn't remember or know anything about that. Asked him if he remembered making the searches, and he said no.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Latour, what exhibit are you referring to when you're reading that, or is it an exhibit?
It is not an exhibit.
All right.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. going to show you what I'm marking for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 27. Is that the report that we were just referring to?
It is. It's the interview completed by Zach Rawls on March 4, 2024.
Okay. And in that, I think it's on the 4th page is what we were just talking about, the
correct
search history.
Yes, sir.
And on the 3rd page of that is the 3rd, and carrying over into the 4th page of that is the gun discussion.
That is correct.
All right. The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 27.
Any objection? No, that's allowed.
Now, you talked a lot about Austin sharing information, and sometimes more than you may want. Fair? As far as being talkative.
Yeah, so he didn't have much gate between what he's thinking about and says, which is sort of frontal, and so he talks a lot.
At some point, do you recall Austin talking to Zach Rawls and maybe to yourself about hearing gunshots from the facility that he was in?
From the jail? I don't remember that.
Don't?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 28. Is this one of those reports that you reviewed that belong to Mr. Rawls?
Let me make sure. This September 29 of 22. Right, I've got it.
Which that date wouldn't make sense, correct?
No, it does not.
Because that would predate this event, correct?
Yeah, that's not it. So, yeah.
Okay. But nonetheless, I would. Does that appear to be an accurate copy of that report?
Oh, I believe it. I mean, I haven't read the whole thing, but it is. And I have some notes of it, just not about him hearing gunshots. So I have reviewed it, though.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 28.
Any objection? No objection. It's allowed.
I'll point your attention to the first page under current life and that first full paragraph. Can you review that and read it to the court?
First paragraph in the current life says, we discussed that the detention center is located right next to the Coliseum. Austin tells me he heard music from a show at the Coliseum one time. He can also hear gunshots from the law enforcement shooting range. I do remember this now. That is located right next to the facility. Austin tells me that they must spend a whole lot on ammunition when they use the shooting range. He says that for 223 or 5.16 bullets cost $1 each. These are the bullets that are 15 shoots. Austin tells me that one magazine is 30 rounds.
And on the second page of that, in the second full paragraph, he discusses his parents' separation, correct?
Say it starting...
Second full paragraph on the second page? Or first full paragraph on the second page, I'm sorry. Just above hunting.
Oh, okay. I tell Austin I've met both of his parents since my last visit. He asks where I met them, and I tell him I met his dad at their house, and I met his mom near her work. Austin knows that they have separated, but he doesn't know where his mom lives. I tell him I don't either. Austin's parents are still visiting him. They visit together. The facility gave his dad an exception to the policy to let him visit on Sundays.
Now, that you and I discussed this issue of the separation in the family?
I don't think.
Okay. Is that an issue that can sometimes cause concern for young children?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Kind of can be a traumatic or precipitating event for them in their lives?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's usually not, but it can be.
Right. I mean, that can be something that has a very significant emotional toll on a family.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Whether they tell you that it does or not, right?
They can say that it does not, and it can be big deal. Sure.
Were you made aware that just before this event that the paperwork had been filed for the separation?
Yeah, I don't know when I became aware of it, but I'm aware of the. I mean, to say that yes, I was aware of it. Yeah, they're an intact-ish family, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I was aware of it.
Okay. We've talked a lot about the larger note that was left, that Austin left for everybody. We have not discussed that second note that he left.
Correct.
That note seemed to be a warning to his parents or whomever he believed would find his brother's dead body, correct?
That is correct.
And he left it right outside the room where that person had been killed.
Correct.
Which would be an appropriate location if you were attempting to warn somebody not to go in that room, right?
I agree.
And the content of that note is appropriate, correct?
It is.
Appropriate.
Well, given circumstances.
Given the circumstances,
right.
It's appropriate. Was there anything about that note that you considered in your evaluation here?
No, I mean, I considered it because I reviewed it, but he left a casing on it. On my copy, there looks to be an evidence marker or a ruler on it, but maybe it was just there. But other than that, it says what it says. And, kind of fits with him saying that what we've already talked about, moving the body back there. So I think he didn't want his parents to find his brother. Which would be a reasonable thing. It would be, well, none of it's reasonable, but it would make sense. Given the circumstances. Yes. You talked about video games and violent television, I think, to some degree, and how that in and of itself is not I think you talked about there being some studies that alone is not a precipitating event for these sorts of things or for violence in general. That is true. Yeah, I can detail that, but yeah, that's a nice summation. Okay. It is also true, though, that kind of like we talked about with your report, what you put in affects what comes out, right? Yes. And so consuming violent content can have an effect on a person's mental state or the way they view violence, correct? Yes. Including to desensitize someone to violence. I would say that makes sense to me, that the more you are exposed to, it's nice to be able to separate fantasy from reality, but the more you are exposed to sort of adverse stimuli like that, you become numb to it. Right. Yes. And so when you become numb to that sort of thing, your reaction to it is atypical. It's not what a normal person may react to. Is not so desensitized. Can that be the case? Yes, that's true. That can be the case. And while I think you got into this causation correlation idea and saying that, just consuming it doesn't in and of itself create this predisposition to do this sort of thing. Fair? Well, yeah. I'm just paraphrasing research on it, but yes. Right. And I'm paraphrasing your paraphrase of this. That's fine. But if someone already has a predisposition to do something violent,
consuming that sort of stuff and desensitizing yourself to those sorts of things can make it easier to take that next step.
So I tend to agree with you on that. The research is not as clear on that, right? So the research would suggest that if for people that have a lot of internalized anger, that another equally plausible theoretical approach to that is that if you give them a actually nonviolent way to express that hostility, to get it out, that can actually be protective. And there was one decent study that looked at this and said that these video gamers, that while they have more propensity to have like arguments with their family and scream at each other and stuff, that they were actually less likely to engage in overt violent acts than age-matched non-gamer controls. That being said, I concur with your line of reasoning. It's not as clear research-wise.
Right, but and I guess that research is, to be fair, it's kind of muddy, right? I mean,
it's a little muddy.
It's not clear itself.
I mean, I will say that I agree with that, although I will say that the bulk of it has led the APA twice now to say, it's not sound to keep saying that video games cause violence. I'm big on less screen time. I think that it's true that there are problems associated with that. I'm not so sure that I can support an argument that it makes people kill people.
Right. But, and I don't think that I'm saying that a video game makes anyone kill anyone. What I'm asking and positing to you, though, is not limited to video games, but could include video games.
Oh, sure. Exposure to violence.
Exposure to violence. If you see in real life, you come from a broken home where there's domestic violence within the home, then you're more likely to go out and commit domestic violence.
You got it. Now, I would say that I think being raised in a war zone environment like that is different than role-playing fantasy. The concept is sound. I agree with that.
And I would include in that, and I'm asking you, if you're watching videos of real-world violence, and seeking that sort of thing out, like shootings or beheadings or any other type of video that maybe, I think you talked about faces of death.
It's unhealthy.
It's not good for somebody's brain to consume that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with you to the extent that I would say it's unhealthy. Certainly to the degree it becomes a focus or a preoccupation is very unhealthy. And yet, at the same time, it's common. I mean, so common that it makes you question, why do humans have such a morbid curiosity about such things? And yet the internet traffic stats on these sites alone suggest that humans have an innate morbid curiosity about such things. And I don't think it's healthy.
And I think you have made it abundantly clear for the record that it is common. And I'm not arguing with you about its commonality.
Sure.
I'm arguing with you or discussing with you about its consumption. And to say that in and of itself does not cause you to necessarily be violent.
Okay.
But again, if you have a predisposition to want to do something or to want to be violent, and you consume violent imagery, whether it be a video game, Faces of Death, or a website that we've talked about that has nothing but videos of people dying, and you're also searching out torture videos and things like that.
Correct.
That may be something that gets you over that initial barrier to desensitize you to a degree that you would behave in a different way.
So I would suggest, can it? Yeah, I think it can. It just doesn't seem to often. And again, some people have theorized that finding non-lethal outlets for lethal fascination or impulses is actually protective. But your theory, but what you say, I don't disagree with. I think it can and probably does happen.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, thank you, sir. Dr. Corbin, I'm just going to go through questions with you that you were just asked by the state. I'll probably have to jump around a little bit. You mentioned two we talked specifically about 2 dates that there were mistakes on. Was that the problem of the attorneys turning something over to you with an improper date on it?
I believe that to be the case. I don't know who wrote that date on there, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was apparently a typo in that.
It was written wrong.
Right, yes.
Yeah, and yes, and I just assumed that since it was on the note that he wrote it.
Right.
So,
does that change anything else about the opinion of it, your findings? If that date was correct on there, would that have completely dismissed the report that you?
Oh no, and no, it doesn't change. I mean, it doesn't.
When we're talking about this separation between Austin's parents, are you aware of any internet searches that Austin was struggling with that, or was it desperation about his parents breaking up?
I never really saw that as a topic in any aspect of the assessment for him. So.
And we've talked about things that are, maybe unfortunately more common in society, but is it common that relationships break up?
Yeah, and I'll say this: while separation and divorce is never to be celebrated and not a good thing, sometimes it is the less bad thing. So, not speaking about them in particular, I don't know the details of that, but in and of itself, while you never want it, kids are resilient.
And you weren't here, you said you were only here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't hear the testimony where Detective Tripp said that he had reached out to these online friends that Austin had?
No, I didn't hear about that.
So you're not aware of, but you would be aware if they had said anything that was negative about this case or that put him on this path to violence, any kind of report like that?
I would hope to have been provided that, sure.
And you also didn't hear Detective Tripp talk about they had reached out to the person that Austin purportedly waved to in the trailer park?
Oh, I wasn't here to hear that. I'm kind of semi-aware of that, though. Yes. Well, I'm definitely aware of the evidence of it. Yeah.
In your experience, in your, hours talking to Austin and the hours going through the interviews where other people talk to Austin, Mr. Rouse namely, is there any indication that Austin is holding back what people want to know the most?
So I'm going to say no, there is no indication, and let me kind of fill that out a bit. As I've mentioned, I know to the state, such possibilities universally exist. There are instances in which we can see indicators of that kind of conduct in an interview, right? Those indicators were not present on this assessment. Similarly, there are certainly real reasons, at least one very real reason, that sort of recall and then being able to explain thoughts, feelings, and emotions around that time would be very, very difficult given the extent of his injury alone. But directly to your question, no. Is it possible he's holding back? Yeah. I find that to be an unlikely scenario clinically.
And as time has gone on and you've been working with him for the past 3 years,
it would be very, very difficult given the extent of his injury alone. But directly to your question, no. Is it possible he's holding back? Yeah. I find that to be an unlikely scenario clinically.
And as time has gone on and you've been working with him for the past 3 years or either yourself or Mr. Rouse, is it fair to say that he's talked more and I guess formed relationships with people that he may be more willing to say what his thoughts, feelings, and emotions are?
So I would think so. That would be, I would agree with that statement. And let me just say, I mentioned this to the state as well. One of the impact, I don't know how long this was or to what extent this was the case before 2022, but one of the impacts of the frontal
your reaction to it is atypical. It's not what a normal person may react to. Is not so desensitized.
I mean, can that be the case? Yes, that's true. That can be the case.
And while I think you got into this causation correlation idea and saying that, well, just consuming it doesn't in and of itself create this predisposition to do this sort of thing. Fair?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing research on it, but yes.
And I'm paraphrasing your paraphrase of it.
That's fine.
But if someone already has a predisposition to do something violent, consuming that sort of stuff and desensitizing yourself to those sorts of things can make it easier to take that next step.
So I tend to agree with you on that. The research is not as clear on that, right? So the research would suggest that if for people that have a lot of internalized anger, that another equally plausible theoretical approach to that is that if you give them a actually nonviolent way to express that hostility, to get it out, that can actually be protective. And there was one decent study that looked at this and said that these video gamers, that while they have more propensity to have like arguments with their family and scream at each other and stuff, that they were actually less likely to
I'm going to show you what I'm marking for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 27. I think it's on the 4th page is what we were just talking about, the
correct
search history.
Yes, sir.
And on the 3rd page of that is the 3rd, and carrying over into the 4th page of that is the gun discussion.
That is correct.
All right. The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 27.
Any objection? No, that's allowed.
Now, you talked a lot about Austin sharing information, and sometimes more than you may want. Fair? As far as being talkative.
Yeah, so he didn't have much gate between what he's thinking about and says, which is sort of frontal, and so he talks a lot.
At some point, do you recall Austin talking to Zach Rouse and maybe to yourself about hearing gunshots from the facility that he was in?
From the jail? I don't remember that.
Don't?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 28. Is this one of those reports that you reviewed that belong to Mr. Riles?
Let me make sure. This September 29 of 22. Right, I've got it.
Which that date wouldn't make sense, correct?
No, it does not.
Because that would predate this event, correct?
Yeah, that's not it. So, yeah.
Okay. But nonetheless, I would. Does that appear to be an accurate copy of that report?
Oh, I believe it. I mean, I haven't read the whole thing, but it is. And I have some notes of it, just not about him hearing gunshots. So I have reviewed it, though.
Your Honor, the State will move to introduce State's Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection, it's allowed.
I'll point your attention to the first page under Current Life and that first full paragraph. Can you review that and read it to the court?
First paragraph of the Current Life says, we discussed that the detention center is located right next to the Coliseum. Austin tells me he heard music from a show at the Coliseum one time. He can also hear gunshots from the law enforcement shooting range. I do remember this now. That is located right next to the facility. Austin tells me that they must spend a whole lot on ammunition when they use the shooting range. He says that for
Current Life and that first full paragraph. Can you review that and read it to the court?
First paragraph of the Current Life says, we discussed that the detention center is located right next to the Coliseum. Austin tells me he heard music from a show at the Coliseum one time. He can also hear gunshots from the law enforcement shooting range. I do remember this now. That is located right next to the facility. Austin tells me that they must spend a whole lot on ammunition when they use the shooting range. He says that for 223 or 5.16 bullets cost $1 each. These are the bullets that an AR-15 shoots. Austin tells me that one magazine is 30 rounds.
Is that an issue that can sometimes cause concern for young children?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Can be a traumatic or precipitating event for them in their lives?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's usually not, but it can be.
Right. I mean, that can be something that has a very significant emotional toll on a family.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Whether they tell you that it does or not, right?
They can say that it does not, and it can be big deal. Sure.
Were you made aware that just before this event that the paperwork had been filed for the separation?
Yeah, I don't know when I became aware of it, but I'm aware of the. I mean, to say that yes, I was aware of it. Yeah, they're an intact-ish family, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I was aware of it.
Okay. We've talked a lot about the larger note that was left, that Austin left for everybody. We have not discussed that second note that he left.
Correct.
That note seemed to be a warning to his parents or whomever he believed would find his brother's dead body, correct?
That is correct.
And he left it right outside the room where that person had been killed.
Correct.
Which would be an appropriate location if you were attempting to warn somebody not to go in that room, right?
I agree.
And the content of that note is appropriate, correct?
It is.
Appropriate.
Well, given circumstances.
Given the circumstances,
right.
It's appropriate. Was there anything about that note that you considered in your evaluation here?
No, I mean, I considered it because I reviewed it, but he left a casing on it. On my copy, there looks to be an evidence marker or a ruler on it, but maybe it was just there.